He dies as an overworked office worker, and reincarnates as a lazy noble who swears to never work again. But the moment he receives his divine skills, everything collapses. His land is destroyed, his family gone, and only 2 servants remain. All he has are 2 useless abilities: increase and decrease. No army, no resources, just a ruined estate on the brink of collapse. But what if those weak skills can break the rules of this world? Can a lazy noble turn nothing into the strongest territory? This story begins with the main character knocked big small, running away from a monster, shouting, "Run after him, freak!" Along the way, he called out to a servant named Mir. "Is she there?" The girl replied, "Yes, she is." Running behind her, he shouted for her to protect him. Mir replied, "Yes." After that, she began stabbing the enormous monster with her blade, not even reaching it. The protagonist behind her sighed warily. At that moment, the monster was cut into several pieces. MC's father, the owner of the big small estate, Rutherford, and his older brother, Wishart, arrived in the nick of time. After the monster was dealt with, the brother approached Noct and indignantly remarked, "He sent the girl to fight in his place? He's slandering his father's name. It's not befitting an aristocrat to behave like that." The protagonist apologized and replied that he wasn't that strong, and he doesn't want to argue with his savior. After some time, his brother told him that tomorrow he would receive his skill. Then, he would have to fight anyway. Rutherford told his sons conciliatorily, "Enough arguing." Wishart wanted to be indignant, but his father told the protagonist, "Everyone has their own path. There's no need to imitate his brother, and yet when he finds his path, he should never turn away, no matter what anyone says." MC replied that he understood everything. Wishart indignantly told his father that he always spoils him. Rutherford replied, "He's more concerned about an orc wandering into the estate. Strange thing. He'll explore the estate." That evening, lying in bed, Noct mused thoughtfully, "Everyone has some kind of talent. Those who choose a profession they love ultimately rule the country, even the world. Father, for example, is wise and kind-hearted, a true aristocrat. Brother is always strict with himself. He will surely follow in his father's footsteps. He had only one talent. He could fall asleep in any situation. That was his path." He sank into a deep sleep, not even hearing the maid bustling around him. The next morning, opening his eyes, he muttered, "I don't want to work." He'd already burned out at work once. He'd been an office worker in Japan. One day he'd felt a pain in his chest, and he'd woken up as a baby in an aristocrat's house. In this world, everyone receives a gift from the gods upon turning 15. When he received his, he'd be forced to fight. Sometime later, as he walked out the gate with a sign congratulating him on his 15th birthday, he thought, this was his worst birthday yet. All the estate workers, standing at the gate, waved goodbye. He hugged Wishart, who'd escorted him to the carriage, and asked if he wouldn't even let him eat some cake. His brother had replied no, otherwise, he'd fall asleep right away. Mare approached the protagonist, took him by the hands, and told him to hurry home. She had saved a cake for him. He didn't want to go anywhere, so he pretended to feel ill, complaining about it to the maid. He added that he needed to lie down. The girl exclaimed, "Let him give her a second." With these words, she took a bottle from her bosom and said, "Here's some medicine." The protagonist asked, "What if he gets sick?" Mare answered, "There's some motion sickness in her right pocket." She put more medicine in his pocket. His brother loaded him into the carriage and said, "Well, that's it. He's ready." His father said he has a chance not only to receive a gift, but also to see the world. He should enjoy the ride. MC settled down on a bench and thought, well, maybe that's it. After some time, he arrived in the capital. He was delighted by this big city. Walking down the street, he said, as he thought, "It's lively here." Along the way, he saw an inn and wondered if they had hammock beds. Taking a closer look at the building, he noticed it was dilapidated. It hadn't been renovated in a long time, but at least no orcs were to be feared here. At least it was safe. After all, it was the capital. He thought about how the big small estate was constantly attacked by orcs from the great forest. So, everyone hoped he would gain fighting skills from the gods, and he was so enjoying his carefree life. After a while, he came to the church, greeted the priest, and introduced himself. The priest replied briefly, "Come in." Following the man, Noct thought he looks like his brother, and he even felt a little scared. The priest led him to a magic circle and told him to stand in its center. The protagonist obediently complied. Instantly, the floor where the circle was drawn became like a surface of water. The protagonist exclaimed, "Wow, he's standing on water. He doesn't understand anything." At that moment, the image of a goddess appeared in space. MC noticed in surprise, "Is this a goddess?" He bowed and thanked her for giving him life in this world. Noct continued, "Life isn't that simple, of course, but his brother is stronger than any demon, and his father is kind. Everyone adores him. All in all, it's a good place." And so, he asks her for anything, just not combat skills. He begs her for it. His brother inherits the estate anyway, and he just needs some kind of utility skill. But the goddess remained silent. He asked, "Is she even listening to him?" Then suddenly, everything disappeared. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" The priest said, "As far as he can see, he successfully acquired the skill." MC thought, "Is that true?" It all ended so quickly. The priest told him to come closer and stretch out his hands to the orb. With these words, he pointed to the sphere standing on the pedestal. Noct placed his hands on the orb, but the priest sternly ordered him not to touch it. He raised his hands above the sphere, and the priest looked closely at it and asked, "Perhaps he is the son of a nobleman?" The protagonist replied that he was. The man said, I see. He must be weighed down by the weight of other people's hopes. The protagonist asked what his skill was. A bright light suddenly emanated from the orb, and a magic circle appeared in space, with spells inscribed within. He said in surprise, Enlargement and reduction, is this skill usable in combat? The priest replied, No. That's clear from the name. MC lowered his gaze and said, I see. Well, no matter. He'll try to be useful. He apologized for bothering him and got ready to leave. The priest told him not to be upset. These two skills rarely appear together. Everything has a use. Noct replied, It's fine. He'll go his own way. The priest wondered in surprise. Was he actually happy? Sometime later, the protagonist was returning home, joyful. Lying on a bench, he chuckled occasionally. A woman sitting across from him with a child asked if something good had happened to him. He cheerfully replied, Yes, indeed. He can stay in bed for the rest of his life, and thank the goddess for that. He'd acquired useless skills. His brother would be angry, of course, but no matter. He'd even bought souvenirs to appease his brother and father. He laid out his purchases and continued. He bought jewelry for the maids, for his father a small figurine of the capital's tower. And if he can convince his brother to wear an eye patch, he'll be the coolest. The carriage stopped, and his companions dismounted. The child waved and said goodbye. The woman asked where he was going. The protagonist replied, To the big small estate. She suddenly gasped, raised her hand to her face, and asked again, Big small? She's so sorry. He looked at her in bewilderment. Sometime later he arrived at the estate, but a terrible scene met his eyes. The entire estate was burned out, everything destroyed. MC looked at the ruins in bewilderment and noted that he apparently wouldn't be able to lie down for long. At that moment, Joseph called out to him and said, He's back. The butler ran to him, followed by Mir. Noct turned to the man and asked, What happened? Joseph apologized in a trembling voice and said, Orcs attacked them. A huge army poured out of the great forest. It all happened so quickly, he exclaimed in bewilderment. Orcs? But where are his father and brother? What happened to them? The butler said sadly. They still haven't found them. They bravely rushed to defend the estate, but they hadn't seen them for 4 days. The protagonist grabbed the man by the shoulders and exclaimed in alarm, What is he saying? They couldn't possibly lose. Joseph bowed his head and said sadly, He didn't even want to think about it, but something must have happened. The protagonist, confused, asked, How could this be? The butler, nearly in tears, apologized and said, However, it's hard for him to talk about this, but while they're gone, he'll have to take over. The MC looked at the ruins in confusion. Joseph asked, What skill did he acquire? Their fate depended on it. The other servants looked at him expectantly. He thought for a moment and then exclaimed, Exactly. Let them just see. He picked up a small stone from the ground and asked, Can they see this? This stone can become the size of a horse if he uses his skill. It's tiny, like an ant. With that, Noct tossed the stone in the air and, using his skill, increased its size. Then he asked the servants, How convenient, don't they find it? The butler asked, perplexed, And how will this help them? What should they do now? The protagonist thought he was right. In this case, his skill was useless. Still, he should have asked the goddess for combat skill. After some thought, he suggested that perhaps they should temporarily go to the neighboring estates. Joseph said, considering how many of them remained, it was possible. However, the estate owner's flight is unforgivable. He faces the death penalty if he does so. The protagonist thought deeply, then told the entire staff that he wouldn't blame anyone for their decision. They were free to do as they wish now. Let them decide for themselves whether to stay or go to the neighbors. After a while, the servants left. Joseph spoke, and only they remained. MC tried to cheer the old man up, saying he didn't think his father and brother's pursuit would last long. They'll be back soon. The butler burst into tears, and Mayor also looked dejected. He thought only he had dreamed of a carefree life awaiting him. What the hell? Without his father and brother, it was simply impossible. He remembered his father's words to him. As soon as he felt that this was his land, let him defend it with his own means. Yes, it was his land. The butler asked, What would they do? Noct, purposefully walking towards his bed, said, Well, first of all, I need a nap. With these words, he lay down in bed and covered himself with the blanket. Both Mir and Joseph looked at him in confusion. Then the old man exclaimed, Is he joking right now? How can anyone sleep in a situation like this? He's just pretending, right? But the protagonist remained silent. The old man approached him, and after observing him for a moment, said with amazement, They say saliva production decreases significantly during sleep. It didn't look like he was swallowing. He was actually asleep. The protagonist muttered in his sleep, He can't handle this alone. The butler clutched his head and ruefully remarked, It looks like this is the end for this estate. Mare looked at the protagonist with resignation. They left the room, and she left the can by his door. Sometime later, sitting near the front door, Joseph sadly said, The young master has already slept for 12 hours. He doubted the young master understood the situation they were in. The man turned to Mare and said she should go to the neighboring estate. The girl asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. The old man said that nothing remained of their estate except the manor. There were no human resources, no food. Their walls were destroyed, and monsters could attack at any moment. No one would blame her. She was about to object, but at that moment the front door opened, and the protagonist emerged from the estate. He stretched, wished everyone good morning, and said that a good night's sleep relieves fatigue. It was as if he had been reborn. The butler, perplexed, called out his name and asked what he was talking about. Mayor let out a hysterical laugh. The old man noted that this was not the best situation for laughter. After some time, The protagonist told them both he wanted to thank them again for staying. He wanted to restore life to their lands, and he needed their help. Until his father and brother returned, would they agree to be his support? The girl happily replied, "Of course," Joseph said in surprise, amazed that he could even think of such a thing in their situation. Mare turned to the old man and said that she still wanted to help the master. After a while, when everyone had calmed down, the MC remarked that at least the mansion remained safe and sound. That way, they could have a safe night's sleep and lunch. Sipping his tea, he continued, "According to Mir, the well is fine too. They can still take baths and do laundry. But speaking of pressing matters, they have nothing to eat, right?" His stomach rumbled with hunger. Mare said yes, he was right. The butler also admitted they hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. The girl set down a basket with a small amount of provisions and said she had collected everything edible. Joseph praised her. She was so good. Knox stretched out his hand, looking at the basket. So little. The butler replied that the surviving villagers had practically taken all the provisions with them. He replied, "I understand." The servants fell silent, and an awkward pause ensued. Then the girl said, "She's on a diet, so they should both feel free to eat." Joseph said, "As a butler, he can't touch his master's food." The protagonist said, "It would be selfish to eat it all himself. Therefore, they will split it between the three of them. It won't be enough, but it's better that way." Suddenly he exclaimed, "He can make it bigger." "Use the skill," Mare exclaimed. "Exactly." He did mention that he can make objects bigger or smaller. The protagonist placed a small piece of the supply in front of him and activated the enlargement. The piece grew right before the astonished eyes of everyone present. Mare exclaimed, "Incredible." The butler declared, "This is simply marvelous." The protagonist thought, "Excellent. He's done it." But it still wasn't enough. He wanted to feed to the brim those who believed and stayed with him. His father and brother should have been in his place, wise and courageous. This world is mistaken if it thinks he's fit to rule. Meanwhile, he continued to increase the supply. Mare anxiously asked him to stop. Suddenly, MC fainted. The maid caught him and tried to revive him. He opened his eyes and she said, "I think he overdid it with the Mamortica." And indeed, the supply had grown to incredible proportions. Sitting on it, he looked out over the vast expanse and thought to himself that he was an extremely lazy person, and he would bring back a world where he could continue to be lazy in peace. Mare turned to him and joyfully said that thanks to him, they would be able to eat their fill. He smiled sheepishly, thinking he'd have to figure something out. The girl pointed into the distance and said, "The neighboring estate looks so small from here." It was simply unbelievable. He wondered in surprise, could he even build such an estate from scratch? He'd simply die from overwork. The big small estate, currently inhabited by the owner and 2 residents. The land had fallen into disrepair, and only the 3 of them remained. And to survive, they had to toil. After some time of work, the protagonist straightened up, leaned on his hoe, exhaled and said how pleasant it was to sweat while working. And after that, he slept like a baby. Joseph, rubbing his back, remarked, "Yes, that's true. Understanding the spirit of the common people is a sure step in becoming a ruler." The butler surveyed the protagonist's work and expressed indignation, but he'd barely dug anything. Even his old body was doing better. At that moment, Mare called them to lunch. She added that now was the perfect time to take a break. When everyone sat down at the table, MC remarked that the lunch was bursting with greenery. There was so much of it. The girl replied that she'd prepared various recipes so they could eat their fill. She could bring more, but first, let them try the Mamortica Namwol. Nock noted that the sesame oil accentuated the slightly bitter flavor. Joseph said that Mamortica helps lower blood glucose levels. Then Mare offered them some of this product, deep-fried without batter or breading. The protagonist remarked that the seeds were crunchy and bitter. The butler added that Mamortica also helps recover from exhaustion. The maid remarked, and after a generous consumption of oil, you can refresh yourself with pickled Mamortica. The protagonist, having tasted the dish, noted its still bitter taste. Joseph struggled to pronounce the words. Spicy food is good for the liver. MC placed a hand on his shoulder and admonished him not to choke so much. The old man sheepishly said, "With your permission, I don't want to eat anymore." Mare sheepishly apologized and said that if her culinary skills were better, they wouldn't be reacting like that. Noct hastened to reassure her, "Don't worry so much." She had nothing to cook with. How long would the vegetables in the field grow? Joseph replied that arugula takes a month to ripen, but even after 14 days, its leaves are still edible. The protagonist concluded, meaning they'd have to make do with Mamortica for at least 2 weeks. Only 2 days had passed, and he was already afraid to look at it. The taste is bland, the food is nutritious, and afterwards he still feels hungry and has no desire to do anything. He needs something with iron. He's sick of this Mamortica, Mare said thoughtfully. With iron, they have a solution. She drew her blade and held it to her throat. They both exclaimed in unison, "What is she doing?" The maid replied, confused. "She wanted to be useful to the master." The butler indignantly said, "She should give it up. There's enough iron in Mamortica, and the master is just being lazy." Then he turned to MC and whispered, "Hasn't he thought she's been acting strange lately?" Noct remarked in surprise. "He thinks so? Hasn't she always been like this?" Rising from the table, he said, "Well, lunch break is over and they finally managed to eat something. Now it's time for bed." He quickly climbed into bed. Joseph indignantly told him, "They have more than enough work to do." But the protagonist no longer heard him. He was fast asleep. After a while, he woke up and went out to the servants. The butler said he'd come just in time. They needed his help. They were currently sorting out important issues for their domain. The protagonist looked at them and asked, What's stopping a person from achieving success? The servants looked at their master in bewilderment. He replied, food. For a person to perform at their best, they need food. It's the foundation. If you don't adhere to this, the quality of your sleep will significantly deteriorate. Looking at their to-do list, he asked for a pen. He added one more item, something other than mamortica. After that, he said, the most important thing is that they can no longer eat mamortica, right? He gives this item top priority. They need to split up and search for food. Have Joseph inspect Lawrence's plantation, and have Mayor check Sammy's fields. The butler noticed, Sammy? Yes, those fields were properly tended. The girl said so they have a chance. MC gave the go-ahead to begin work. He himself decided to further explore the capabilities of his skill. Not far from the estate, he saw a jelly slime, which, according to its characteristics, was omnivorous, calm, and weak. He touched it, saying that this monster had eaten an important product. His hands sank into the creature's body. Without thinking, he activated the enlarge skill, and the slime grew in size. Noct happily rested his head on the slime. He thought so. It was so springy and comfortable, and it gurgled like a water pillow. I wonder why it smelled like that. Had he eaten a strawberry? He was just born to be a pillow. At that moment, the slime enveloped his head in its slime, cutting off his oxygen supply. The protagonist jumped up and shook the slime off his head, catching his breath. Then he shouted at the monster, "Is he kidding me?" Activating the shrink skill, he made the creature small. He thought, feeling a slight revulsion. Perhaps the skill wouldn't work on stronger monsters, but who would have thought it would work even on a living creature? In that case, he needed to try something else. He activated the shrink skill again, but this time on himself. His amazement knew no bounds. The protagonist thought, this is simply incredible. He shrunk himself. Looking around and noticing that the grass has grown tall and there's trash everywhere, he's surprised. Is this a jungle? Suddenly, a bird of enormous size emerges from the bushes and comes towards him. MC thought, what? This bird wants to eat him? Sounds crazy. But the bird turned out to be friendly. It was a long-tailed kiwi. This species was on the verge of extinction, and it could fly, albeit with difficulty. Noct settled comfortably on its wing and admired it. It was born to be a futon. Such soft plumage is incomparable. At that moment, the long-tailed kiwi took off, and the protagonist exclaimed his futon was flying. But mid-flight, he fell off the bird and began to slowly fall. Looking around, he thought, if you fly on a bird, the scenery would be quite nice. But now is not the time to think about that. He'll die. He's falling after all. The protagonist caught something soft and fluffy and settled down. He wondered, where is he? Such a pleasant, lulling sensation. The world is full of new sensations. It was grass with shaggy inflorescences. MC thought blissfully, his new bed. The world is simply beautiful for his tiny self, but the ground is too far away, and yet it had been so nice. At that moment, Mir approached him and said admiringly, he's so cute. What is he doing? Noct replied, he's learning a skill. And what is she doing? The girl replied, because of the broken fence, all the fields were overrun with monsters, so she thought it would be better to team up. He asked if she would help him a little so Joseph wouldn't find him. Mir laughed and replied, it will be done. The protagonist added, and could she please turn off the sun? The heat is simply unbearable. The girl looked around and said she would be happy to serve her master. Was he very hot? She came closer to him, lifted her dress, creating something like an awning, and asked, is this better? He looked at her in surprise and thought, and yet, she is strange. He said out loud, this is not normal. He can see everything. At that moment, Joseph approached and indignantly asked what she was doing, and who is she talking to? Seeing the protagonist, he blushed with indignation and exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? Why is he forcing her to show her underwear? MC replied, he didn't ask her to do this. The butler continued, his father would be displeased. Mayor told him not to blame the master for this. The old man shouted at her, and she should cover herself. Finally, the maid said, she was only trying to shield the master from the sun. Even the grass swayed from the screams and indignation. Noct grabbed the inflorescence tighter and said, he's asking you to be quiet. There's an earthquake here. Unable to hold on, he fell. Mayor didn't manage to catch him, and he landed on a rock. The girl cried out in alarm, but he reassured her, it's nothing serious, he just has a scratch. The butler fell to his knees, began bowing to his master and begging for forgiveness. He exclaimed, it's unacceptable that he got hurt because of him. The protagonist assured him, yes, everything is fine. The maid asked him to show her the wound. Placing his foot on her lap, the girl used cell activation, and the scratch healed. The protagonist thanked her and said, he's as good as new now, not even a trace remains. By the way, what skill does she have? Mayor replied, she activates cells, which accelerates the natural healing of wounds. He mused, cell activation. Could this skill work on vegetables? The girl tried using her skill, and suddenly a small sprout popped out of the soil. She exclaimed joyfully, just a tiny bit, but the sprout grew. MC remarked, it's not that simple, right? But she's doing well either way. Joseph said, just don't let him go to bed. They still have things to do. When night fell, Noct, lying in bed, heard a noise. Peeking out of the house, he saw Mare enthusiastically invoking concentration in all sorts of positions and using cell activation on the sprout. He thought, she's definitely weird. Maybe she ate something bad. Kneeling next to the sprout, she yawned and said, okay, it's 10. The girl addressed the plant and asked it to grow bigger. She added, their master mustn't starve. She must repay him for what happened 10 years ago. Then, a situation arose in which Sammy, the owner of the neighboring estate, was being stopped by the villagers. The man screamed, swinging his hoe, Who dared steal from his field? Let them catch this thief and lock him in prison, before he himself beats this vile man. Rutherford ordered his men to bring her. It was she, Mir. She was brought in, a collar with a chain around her neck, her hands in shackles. She was shaking with fear. At that moment, the protagonist turned to Sammy and asked him to stop. He pointed to her torn clothes and said he doubted she did this for fun. She had to do it to survive. Please, let him forgive her. Sammy asked in surprise, but how could he expect him to survive after what happened? He replied that he would compensate for the damage by selling one of the souvenirs his mother had given him. How did he like that offer? The man was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, okay. He understands. He doesn't have to do this. He can deal with his own problems. The protagonist bowed to him and thanked him for his kindness and understanding. His father placed his hand on his head and asked why he did that. MC replied that their family must protect those they consider their subjects, right? Wishart asked what he would do if she did something again. He said it was fine. From now on, she would be his personal maid. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. What did he just say? Noct turned to the girl and asked her name. She told him hers in a trembling voice. He apologized for asking so suddenly, but he had important work for her. She had to prepare his bed. Could she handle it? And now Mayor spoke. He, the young master, had saved a girl whose days were practically numbered. So now, it was her turn to save him. Looking at the sprout, the girl continued sadly. So why couldn't she do anything when he needed her help so much? Her existence was simply useless if she couldn't help him in any way. She jumped up and began activating concentration again, trying to grow a sprout. The protagonist remembered his father's words to protect his subjects the way only he could. The protagonist decided to study the capabilities of his skill further. It activates cells that accelerate the natural healing of wounds. Enlargement and reduction even works on living beings. He approached the girl and told her to try again. She looked at him in surprise, used cell activation, but the sprout only grew a millimeter. Mare was frustrated and tried again. The protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder and activated enlargement. Her power increased, and in that very second, the sprout grew into a full-fledged plant. The surprised MC noted that he had thought so. God had blessed him with the perfect ability for his needs. Now he clearly saw the path to using his ability. Enlargement and reduction can manifest the full potential of an object. When combined with other skills, the possibilities of this ability are simply limitless. Mare exclaimed in surprise, "How did that happen?" He replied, "He combined the increase with cell activation." True, he wasn't sure it would work. His suffering wasn't as great as she imagined. Yes, his family was missing, and they had neither money nor food, but he was happy just thinking about having people like her and Joseph by his side. So, he relied on them as always. The girl's eyes filled with tears from the emotion of what she had heard. He extended his hand to her just like when he had saved her. She shook his hand with a smile and replied, of course, he could rely on them. They entered the house, and the butler came out of the room and noted in surprise that the young master was awake. Even he was acting strange. Noct replied that they had solved the food problem. The old man exclaimed in surprise, "What?" After a while, Mare called them to dinner. She happily announced that today they were having fried avocado and arugula without breading or batter, and also fried asparagus, beans, and peppers, and also vegetable soup. It has maximum nutrition. The butler, having tasted the food, admiringly remarked on its perfect balance. The healthiest food of all time. MC also exclaimed, delicious. The girl, holding a pyramid of cups, said, there's more. Noct wondered in surprise. Wasn't it too much? The girl sat down at the table with a book. Joseph said, she's not behaving appropriately at the table. She replied, it doesn't matter. They've got plenty of ingredients now, so she has no right to make excuses anymore. She must study. The old man asked the protagonist, he's not forcing her, is he? He replied, of course not. He told her not to overdo it. After a while, Mare slammed the book shut and said with a smile, yes, she will try harder and better in the place he's provided her. The protagonist thought, no big deal. Out loud, he said, vegetables are good of course, but I'd like some meat already. The maid exclaimed, meat? It will be done right now. She grabbed a knife and was about to cut off part of her leg. The butler, horrified, jumped up to her and took the knife away. MC remarked, could she please stop making such jokes? After a while, Noct activated an earthen shield. Mare tirelessly carried water in buckets. He recreated a stone stove from the shield. It occurred to him that in addition to skills, there was also magic in this world. There were 6 elements: fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. He was gifted with earth and fire magic. The protagonist tried activating a fireball, and it worked. He ignited a torch from the fireball, increasing its heat, and managed to light the wood in the stove. Mare exclaimed admiringly, as one would expect from him. He was the fire god's favorite, no doubt. He agreed and said, let her rely on him. When everything was ready and the desired heat was reached, he carefully stepped into the hot bath and said, about half a month has passed. Finally, he could enjoy himself. Settling into the bath, he blissfully exclaimed, what a spiritual delight. The butler, wiping his fogged-up glasses, remarked, this is a real desert for him. The protagonist scooped up some water in his palms and uttered blissfully, the sparkling surface of the water, the endless blue sky. What more could one need for happiness? Mare, holding towels, asked if he really needed anything else. She wouldn't refuse some chamomile fragrance. She loved to be enveloped in a sweet, fruity scent. Joseph remarked, examining his glasses, but he would prefer to see without them. They'd never fogged up this much before. If only he could wipe it off with something, MC asked in bewilderment. What are they even talking about? Stop dreaming of the impossible. It'll only get worse. The servants immediately stopped dreaming. Joseph, putting on his glasses, said matter-of-factly, perhaps there'll be a sale tomorrow. Noct exclaimed in surprise. What was he talking about? The old man replied. To be precise, the merchant Rail would arrive tomorrow. He had a good relationship with Rutherford. The girl added, he's an incredible man, from whom you could order anything. Upon his arrival, he, the young master, always took a midday nap. The allies crossed their arms and took turns voicing their wishes. The protagonist said, a memory foam pillow. Mayer said, chamomile scent. Joseph added, a white for eyeglasses. The friends smashed their fists, and MC exclaimed, their lives will become so much more pleasant. The next day, the merchant Rail arrived. He was horrified by the state of the estate grounds. The protagonist took his suitcase and politely said he must be tired after a long journey. Mayer, who sat down in front of the comrade who had arrived with the merchant and asked if they would like to have lunch, or perhaps a bath. When the merchant was briefly briefed on the situation, he looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked, is he the new owner of the land? MC replied that he was and told him his name. The merchant knelt before him, politely kissed his hand, and said his name was Rail, and he welcomed him. Noct thought shyly, so nice. This was the first time he'd encountered anything like this. The merchant said they'd gotten along well with his missing father long ago. Even trading now, he still relies on his father's advice. The protagonist thought he smelled minty. Rail caught himself and sheepishly remarked, he apologizes. He only talks about himself. Well, it was time for them to get down to business. Opening his suitcase, the merchant asked if he'd like to buy anything. The protagonist was amazed at how elegant it was. Rail said, let him ask for whatever he wants. He has everything his heart desires. MC remarked in surprise, what's the stuff in such a small suitcase? He thought, it doesn't look like he has the pillow he wants. Joseph sheepishly asked, does he have a cleaning cloth for his glasses? Rail turned to Pico, who solemnly began beating the drum. To the sound of the drum, the merchant pulled the requested item out of the suitcase and exclaimed, of course I have it, Mail exclaimed joyfully, chamomile fragrance. The merchant, also to the sound of the drum, pulled it out and handed it to the girl. Noct quickly ran into the house, grabbed his pillow, ran out and said to Rail, a memory foam pillow. This slime pillow isn't the most comfortable, Pico said in surprise. Memory foam? The protagonist's face sank and he thought, of course they don't have anything like that. Rail sighed and ordered Pico to beat the drum. He looked at him in surprise and quickly began pounding the drum. The merchant rummaged through his suitcase for a long time, periodically glancing at the protagonist. Everyone froze in anticipation. Finally, the man pulled out what he needed and exclaimed, we have it. Pico fell to the ground in surprise. The protagonist, surprised, thought, really? Rail said 5,200 gold from them. MC counted the coins and found he had 3,000 gold. He held them out, confused. Not enough. The merchant chuckled and offered a choice, either the pillow or the air freshener and a napkin. The allies were lost in thought. Finally, Noct made up his mind. He said, hiding his sadness, he is the owner and must take care of his subjects. Giving the coins to the merchant and taking the air freshener and napkin, he said, we have a deal. Sometime later, that night, he couldn't sleep a wink and kept thinking about his pillow. Sometime later, he came to the merchant's tent. Rail was surprised by his arrival and said he could have just called him. The protagonist replied, yes, it just happened. Would they like some vegetables? Pico thanked him. He asked the man, was he sure they could use the beds in the mansion? For example, for 3,000 goals. Rail replied sadly, they were already accustomed to such accommodations. The protagonist noted sadly, is that so? Then, how about the bath? They just finished creating it, so there's a special offer for them. The merchant asked in surprise, a bath? MC said, yes, they can use it for just 3,000 goals, or for a pillow. Rail looked at him carefully and asked, does he think creating a bath is his destiny right now? He drawled in confusion. His destiny? No, creating a bath is the will of heaven. The merchant, lighting a cigar, said, I see. If so, then they won't appear here again. Noct looked at him, confused. Pico ran up to him with a ladle of water, doused him and exclaimed, we need to turn off the light and the cigar too. Rail said, he'll excuse them, but they refuse to bathe. They're very tired. After leaving, the protagonist thought about his words that they wouldn't come here again. Why had he said that? Even here, he could smell the merchant's pleasant scent. Suddenly, it dawned on him. No, that scent was coming from a monster. The man had been acting wary. He'd said right about them being used to this kind of sleeping arrangements and refraining from bathing. If he entered the bath, he'd be defenseless. The protagonist walked toward the source of the smell and exclaimed in surprise, just a slime? When he informed his allies about Rail, Mir exclaimed in bewilderment. What did he say? The merchant won't come again? Joseph asked in confusion. But why? MC replied. They've seen monsters in their fields, haven't they? And they have practically no inhabitants. Their land is incredibly dangerous, and they don't even have a fence. No one will come here to trade. Let them forgive him for misplacing his priorities and building a bath. The butler said it would be too bad if Rail never visited them again. He was a vital link. If the exchange with him ceased, their lands would cease to develop. Noct added gloomily, and he won't be able to buy a pillow. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, they'll build a fence, so Rail will visit them again. Mayer remarked doubtfully, but would they be able to complete it before morning? He replied, let them trust him. He has a plan. With these words, he placed his hand on Joseph's shoulder, causing the butler to look at him in surprise. After a while, he was hauling large, heavy logs with all his might. The protagonist used his muscle-enhancing skill, and now the butler resembled a strong man with bulging muscles. Joseph pounded the logs as if they were feathers, sharpened the ends, and tied the wood together. The protagonist, looking at him, thought, with his help, they build 10 meters of fence an hour, but they won't have enough time or resources before morning. He thought his plan was good. Mir asked MC if they could help him. She thought he'd appreciate a bath, especially after so much sweat. He asked in surprise, "A bath?" Noct looked thoughtfully at the girl and suddenly said, a perfect idea had struck him. At that moment, Rail woke Pico. His assistant wished him good morning. The merchant handed him an item and said he'd dropped a drumstick. Pico was surprised and hid it. Rail, packing his suitcase, said, Rutherford has done a lot for him. If only he could help in some way, but that's impossible. Things are much worse than he thought. And why is the protagonist building a bath in such a situation? Is he trying to escape reality? The burden of being a ruler is too great for him. Without fences, this place can hardly even be called a domain. He looked at Pico and apologized for bringing him to such a dangerous place. But when the merchant emerged from his tent, he froze in surprise. The estate grounds were surrounded by a sturdy, high fence. The merchant exclaimed in amazement, "Impossible in one night?" He and Pico tested its strength and were even more amazed. The protagonist was dozing on Mare's lap, who was fanning him with a branch. She nudged her master and announced in a surprised voice, "Rail has arrived." The merchant looked at him in bewilderment. MC explained with a smile that he had combined his skill with earth magic. They were lucky they had made it before morning. Pico exclaimed in admiration, "Too convenient a skill." Rail countered, "No, it's not as simple as it might seem. The effort required for something like this must be colossal. How could someone create something like this in one night? Such a large scale in such a short time?" Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he asked if he'd rather put it off until tomorrow, for example. MC replied that tomorrow might be too late. Thank you for teaching him that. It really was very dangerous here. He didn't even want to think about not being able to protect them. With these words, he pointed at his assistants. Rail smiled and said, so he understood his purpose. Noct said he wanted to show him something. He pointed to a specific spot and asked them to stand there and join hands. When all four of them did so, he placed a small part of the Mamortica in the center and used magnification. The Mamortica instantly grew enormous, lifting the allies into space. The merchant exclaimed in surprise, "A Mamortica elevator? Is there really still something to surprise them with?" The protagonist shrank the Mamortica, and the comrades descended to the ground. After that, the protagonist showed the guests a large open-air bath on the wall. The merchant remarked in surprise, "A bath again?" He replied, "They never got a chance to take a bath, but here they can feel completely safe." He looked at the merchant and said, "He really needs this pillow, so please let him come again." Rail looked at him and said, "A merchant must possess an important quality. He must be able to determine value." MC asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" The man said anyone could determine monetary value. In their case, they determine a much more important value. He showed him the precious stone in his palm, then covered it with a handkerchief and continued, he was thinking only about the safety of his domain. But he, Noct, wasn't thinking only about that. He was thinking about how to bring joy to someone even under these circumstances. And looking at the faces of his assistants, he understood his true value. He didn't want to sever ties with such a person. Removing the handkerchief, he revealed a rose in his hand instead of the stone. Giving it to the protagonist, the merchant said he would come again next time. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed, "Yes." Pointing in one direction, he added, "Over there is the safest park for napping, where you can laze around as much as you like." Rail, taking off his clothes, replied, "That's all great, but first, a bath." MC was surprised by how muscular he was. He looked at Noct and said, "With your permission, I'll use the bath." After a while, the allies watched as Mare played with Pico in the bathtub. The main character threw off his towel and remarked, "Why are they covering themselves at all? This isn't a swimming pool." The butler indignantly replied, "What is the young gentleman thinking, undressing in front of a girl and guests?" After a while, everyone was swimming in the bathtub. Pico asked the merchant about the protagonist. "What is this guy doing? He's so weird." Rail replied, "He's right. He's nothing like Mr. Rutherford, but that's precisely what makes him interesting. The new owner of these territories, what kind of place will he create?" After a while, MC mentally turned to his father and thought about how a month had already passed since they'd begun restoring their holdings. Thanks to his joint efforts with Mir, they'd managed to solve the food problem. Using earth magic and his skill, he'd managed to rebuild the walls. Rail continued trading with them. His next step would be human resources. At that moment, Mir, looking through a telescope, exclaimed, "Rail's making a sign. Looks like he's got migrants with him." Noct was delighted and thought about how they'd ask the merchant for help with this matter. Using his skill, he'd increase the gems, half the proceeds of which Rail would receive as compensation. He was so happy about this. But perhaps he shouldn't abuse the skill's capabilities. Joseph joyfully declared, "Now their revival can be considered complete." "That's so great, right?" The protagonist replied, "Of course." He thought, now he too could finally be truly lazy. A short time later, he was already meeting a merchant, asking him how things were going. Rail replied that he had brought 4 migrants. With these words, he turned to Pico. The boy began to beat his drums again. The merchant, as usual, reached into his suitcase. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. What was he doing? Were they in the suitcase too? At that moment, a cart pulled up behind him, from which the migrants emerged. The merchant laughed, took an item from the suitcase, and said, "This is a souvenir from the capital." MC, looking at the new arrivals, noted in surprise. Beastmen? Rail answered, exactly. But he shouldn't worry, they weren't former slaves. He believed they were subjected to various condemnations due to inequality. However, they chose this path themselves. Noct, looking at the eldest, said that her eyes were full of sadness, like her apron, reflecting everything they had to endure. Welcome, what is her name? The girl answered, Olivia. She told her daughter to introduce herself. The girl timidly said her name, Kuklua. The protagonist said, nice to meet you, and told them his own. At that moment, Jelena, sitting with her brother on the roof of the carriage, looked at the protagonist and said, he's too short for a feudal lord. Rog replied, he was born for this. She grumbled, she doesn't like children. He replied, let them come down, it's dangerous up there. When they jumped, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Why, they're dwarves. Despite their size, they were already adults. Rog noted that they had only recently become adults. They had turned 121 this year. Jelena told him her name and introduced her brother. The protagonist, looking at their feet, noticed in surprise that the ground had sunk. Jelena replied irritably, they're of normal average weight. Joseph indignantly told his lord, you can't speak to girls like that. Where are his manners? He sheepishly apologized. Jelena threw down her hammer, saying, this weapon is so heavy. Rail told MC, there were plenty of people wanting to migrate to the capital. These dwarf families were involved in the construction of the capital's tower. They are first-class carpenters, he noted in surprise. That very tower? And why would such excellent craftsmen want to move here? Rog wanted to answer, but Jelena hit him on the head with a hammer, making it clear he shouldn't say anything. Then she said, they want to see the world around them. He thought, they seem to have their own reasons, but thanks to them, they can rebuild their homes. Rog, his head simply sunk into his collar, muttered to his sister, why so cruelly? Noct told them he'd seen the capital's tower, so tall and beautiful. The dwarves replied that they might be small, but their deeds were divine. Jelena remarked that big was the same as divine. Dwarves love everything big. Rog said that the design for the capital tower was created by his sister. He wanted to see the model? His sister made it. The protagonist took the model and said admiringly that the model was so detailed. Looking at Galena, he noted that she was delighted. He added out loud that he was very impressed when he saw the capital tower in person. So huge and impressive. He looked at Galena's displeased expression and wondered what kind of reaction she was having. The protagonist continued, recreating such a huge tower using such a small model, that's something. Jelena hit Rog on the head again and said irritably, enough already. The MC didn't understand why she was angry. He said fine, let them do it again. He expressed his deep gratitude to them for choosing to stay with them. Also, let them brief them on the situation and explain the guarantees. He handed the sheet of paper to Olivia. The girl glanced at it and was surprised to see that it mentioned food reserves. Noct answered, that's right. He used an apple as an example to demonstrate how his enlarge skill works. After that, he added, however, that he apologizes for the fact that it's mostly just vegetables. Kuklua's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he wondered in amazement, she has fangs! What's so excited about her? Suddenly, the beastwoman rushed forward. The protagonist wondered, where is she going? The girl ran to the garden, pulled out the vegetables, and brought them all to him. He noted in surprise, she was so strong. Kuklua asked if he could enlarge them too. Olivia told her daughter that she shouldn't do that, but the protagonist smiled and enlarged the vegetables at the girl's request. Kuklua greedily began gnawing on the root vegetable. After that, she touched MC's sleeve and called him father. He stared at her in confusion. Olivia said she loved vegetables. They were lucky the owner was such a nice person. He looked at the girl, at her happy expression, and thought, she's just like a little fox. Olivia asked how they could repay him. Noct said, the most important commandment of their lands is that only those who want to work, and there's no point in doing something you don't want to. He turned to the girl and said, for example, she loves vegetables, right? Maybe she could try growing them. Kuklua exclaimed delightedly, she will. He patted her head with a smile and said he was counting on her. Rog asked Jelena, what should they do? She answered, obviously. They would lie down on the ground every day. With these words, the dwarf lay down and demonstrated how they would do it. The protagonist looked at her in confusion and said, but how could this be? He was counting on them to restore their lands. Jelena remarked in surprise, what's wrong? He himself said, only those who want to work. The protagonist thought, confused. Yes, but if they don't work for him, then he won't be able to be lazy. He exclaimed out loud, what is she talking about? They have such talent. He can't believe they don't want to work. They want to create, right? Let them not give up. Jelena looked at him in amazement, then nudged him with a hammer, growling, stop talking already, and make him answer for his words. Is he the owner, or what? At that moment, Kuklua approached him and told them not to make fun of her brother. Jelena grumbled. Children shouldn't interfere in adult conversations. The girl reasonably replied. So let them work, since they are adults. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Then the dwarf muttered. Not a bad attempt for a dog. Kuklua responded by calling her lazy. The dwarf was indignant. What had she said? She was a complete idle person. The girl replied that she was a real pest. Those who do nothing but accept gifts as a matter of course are nothing more than walking corpses. Olivia, confused, asked her daughter what she was saying. The girl replied that she couldn't stand it anymore. She was tired, and so every day she heard different excuses from them. All they could think of was drinking, and where would they get the money for this? Olivia yelled at her daughter. Enough! Jelena suddenly burst into tears and said, Okay, she'll work. MC thought it was so touching. He stroked Kuklua's head and thought, she's so smart. He thanked the dwarves out loud and asked if they would forgive him for being so hasty. But could he ask for one more thing? Jelena replied, let him do what he wanted. Just don't tell him it's time to start building a house. He said, no, of course not. He led them to his father's study and told them a crack had appeared in the wall. Couldn't they fix it? Jelena asked, what? Even without breakfast, Rog wanted to say something, but she interrupted him, saying, he can go to bed for now. Then she looked at Noct and added, and he should get out of here too. He'll only get in the way. The confused protagonist bowed to her, thanked her, and left the study. He thought the cracks were starting to bother him. He ran his hand along the door, along the walls, and turned to his father, brother, and mother, saying that the master who built the capital's tower himself would handle the repairs. This house, the only place where their family memories are kept. Suddenly, a terrible roar echoed throughout the house, and everything shook. The protagonist rushed to the study and heard Rog's alarmed voice addressing his sister. MC peered into the study and smiled, wondering if it was too noisy to patch up just one crack. What he saw shocked him. The wall with the crack had completely collapsed, revealing their property in the gaping hole. Jelena, looking outside, thoughtfully said, since things have taken this turn, they need to finish it off. With these words, she smoothed over the cracks and asked, or even here? Everything in the study had a sad look. Everything was upside down. He couldn't even pronounce her name for a moment, astonished. Rog immediately buried his head in his collar. She turned to Noct and said in fear, she didn't do anything. The wall fell on its own. The protagonist's legs buckled, the pendant fell from his hands, and he fell to his knees. A thought occurred to him. His father's office was more than just a workspace. At that moment, he remembered coming here as a little boy and turned to his father. Rutherford exclaimed joyfully, he's come to see his father again? The man sat him down in his chair, and the protagonist joyfully declared, his father's chair, as always, is the softest. Wishart, with a pacifier in his mouth, said, you can't do that. He will sit in his chair when he grows up. His father corrected him when they both grow up. He patted MC on the head and said, you need to help your brother. He replied, okay. Rutherford turned to Wishart and remarked, it's time he weaned himself off the pacifier. This office was where the three of them had spent so much time together. And now, what is this anyway? Jelena, looking confused at his sluggish state, spoke, her hand shaking. After that, she sat down on the floor and began making a sound like a howl. At that moment, Rael appeared in the doorway and asked what the noise was about. Stepping inside and assessing the situation, he said, I see. Hunters were among those willing. They agreed on the condition that they would have a roof over their heads, but then there would also be meat. Noct's eye twitched, and he thought, what does it mean to be a feudal lord? He should never turn his back on his people. To be able to understand their strengths and weaknesses and make sure they are happy. Coming to his senses, he looked around and noted with surprise where Jelena had run off to. Looking at the crushed footprints, he wondered what the average weight of a dwarf was. He went to look for her. After a while, the protagonist found her and said, there she is. Let me sit next to her. Jelena asked in a frustrated voice, did he come to scold her? He said, everyone makes mistakes. As the local owner, he too makes nothing but mistakes. Her hand simply trembled, right? She looked at him sheepishly and blurted out, what? Is he stupid? To believe such an idiotic excuse. The thing is, she doesn't know how to build. She can't even hit the right spot with a hammer. She can't control her strength. Building something great is the highest goal for any dwarf. So she ran away from home. All she can do is create models. With these words, she immediately demonstrated her skill by creating a model of two fortresses, with a bridge between them. The protagonist exclaimed in confusion, wow. What do you have to do to make this bridge even sway? Isn't that too cool? She replied with a timid smile. Well, it's a bridge, so it should sway, and besides, it's made of sand. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she liked large buildings herself. He understands that these are generally accepted dwarven values, but doesn't she enjoy creating small models? Just look at those two palaces. She replied that it's strange for a dwarf. MC pointed out that it's really so bad to be different. He wants to create a place where everyone can do only what they love, and by the way, he wants to sleep all day long. Jelena exclaimed in surprise. What? He added that he can fall asleep in 3 seconds. Incredible talent, right? What was that smugness she noticed? In that case, even her talent was far more useful. Let him see. In the blink of an eye, a model of a house appeared in his hands, beautifully crafted, down to the smallest detail. Noct exclaimed in amazement, such exquisite work. Even the windows and doors opened. She laughed sheepishly and answered naturally. He mused, what if I use my skill on this? The protagonist immediately activated the model's magnification, and it grew to an incredible size. Jelena spoke in confusion. Her model had become so enormous. He said he thought so. They could use his magnification. As she had just seen, even her model could become a full-fledged house. Everyone present looked at this structure in amazement. Jelena suddenly remembered how her fellow tribesmen had laughed at her. Was she a dwarf? Or what? What kind of trifle was this? It was simply pathetic. The protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder and declared she was able to build a house. At that moment, Kuklua screamed, she's going to live here. Olivia remarked with a smile, apparently loving it. Mare happily remarked, the interior decoration is simply incredible. Joseph was busily winding the wall clock. Jelena, surprised, repeated MC's words. A place where people do what they love. Rog spoke to her and said, it's good they came here. She agreed. Rael, looking around, was amazed. And this is a model. And even this, a model. Nock thought, so where's the bed? A few days later, the protagonist was chasing a rabbit through the forest. Pulling out a knife, he shouted, gotcha. And with that, he hurled the blade at the animal. The rabbit hopped away safely, and the knife stuck in a tree. He went over to retrieve the weapon, and an apple fell on his head. But no miracle happened, as it had with one of the scientists. Greg and Luz exclaimed, what is he doing? The protagonist rubbed the bruised area and said with resignation, addressing them by name, he's relying on them. The girl activated her enhanced vision skill, drew her arrow, and calling on a precision shot, fired it at the target. Meanwhile, Greg, using his knives, also brought down a rabbit and a bird. Afterward, he exclaimed, excellent. 2 birds with 1 stone. Luz remarked, not exactly one, of course, but he's a good man. The guy, twirling the knives in his hand, replied, everything went exactly according to plan. MC looked at them in surprise, then said what one would expect from hunters. Excellent work. Suddenly, he spotted another animal and said in confusion, a deer. Just as he was pulling his knife from the tree, not only an apple fell, but also a beehive. And now, at that very moment, when he saw the deer, the forest bees pounced on them. Luz began shooting arrows at them, and Greg used his fireball skill. Noct said, well, he'll leave it to them. He thought, thanks to Jelena, their domain had instantly become much more beautiful. 2 new residents appeared, Luz, an elf, and Greg, an adventurer. Meanwhile, Luz told her partner to get the sticks ready. The hunters had fashioned a sort of horizontal stretcher out of wood, on which they placed the gutted carcasses. Greg exclaimed, what a catch today. The protagonist thought with a smile. After a month and a half, they'll finally be eating meat, Greg said. Well, it's time for them to go home and cook something delicious. MC thought, confused, and followed them, hoping they'd cook and eat it right away. He asked, maybe they could eat here? And the view was beautiful. The adventurer agreed. He was probably right. The scenery here is truly beautiful. He'll call the others. Nock told him to stay and start a fire. He'd call the others himself. After a while, everyone gathered around the fire, admiring how beautiful the fire was. Olivia and Mare busied themselves with the poultry and vegetables. Joseph and Greg skewered pieces of meat, and Rael opened the wine. As the dishes began to cook, the protagonist thought, this is the height of bliss. When the meat was ready, Mir, licking her lips, reached for it and declared, excellent. The meat is medium rare. The protagonist stopped her, used his enlarge skill, and enlarged the cooked dishes. Mir and the butler fell to their knees before their master. The girl exclaimed, he's simply wonderful. Joseph, dabbing his eyes with a napkin, declared, he will follow their dear master anywhere. Luz exclaimed in surprise, looking at the enlarged dishes. How strange, Greg exclaimed. What a huge piece of meat. Jelena asked, perplexed. What was all the fuss about? Joseph handed him the meat on a platter and said, the biggest piece for their beloved master. He addressed the butler affectionately and took the plate from him. Looking longingly at the meat, he thought, finally. MC swallowed, his hands trembling with anticipation. Suddenly he screamed, hot! The plate shook in his hands, and the meat slid off the platter and flew forward. Nocked, unsure how he'd done it, swiftly placed the plate under the meat, but surprisingly, it continued its trajectory. He lunged for the piece, trying to grab it with his teeth. The butler shouted, be reasonable. Mir cried out in alarm. He mustn't expose himself to such danger. But the protagonist, trying to catch the meat, thought, even if he dies, he won't regret anything. Suddenly, he began to fall and crashed onto something soft. He thought he hit the ground. He didn't even feel pain. There's another gorge beyond this one? But it feels so good. Yeah, this is paradise. At that moment, Verdina opened her eyes and asked in surprise, why is it tickling? The protagonist, seeing her, tried to get up in confusion, exclaiming in amazement, where is he? Or is this not paradise but Mother Earth? He looked at the girl in bewilderment, wondering if all he'd been thinking about was meat, which is why he fell off the cliff. But thanks to this girl, he managed to survive. But why is she so big? At that moment, his allies screamed, is he okay? Verdina, with MC perched on her shoulder. The giant looked at the people in surprise. They all simultaneously screamed in amazement. A giant? The girl sniffed, saw the prepared food, and exclaimed in delight, meat! Reaching out, she easily pulled the food onto the table, and piece by piece devoured it all, to the astonished gaze of everyone present. Nocked, confused, thought, they're meat? The giant girl licked her lips and said, delicious! She wants more! He wondered in confusion, is she gonna eat it all? He wouldn't let her. The protagonist firmly grabbed her hand. She looked at him and asked, Is he as strong as she? He replied, no more. Everyone should enjoy the meat. Everyone should get a piece. His allies were upset and depressed. Verdina exclaimed in embarrassment, so this is their meat. Let them forgive her. She was so hungry, and the meat was so delicious. She knelt down, and half her body emerged from the abyss. So large was she. An idea occurred to the protagonist. He enlarged one piece and distributed it to everyone. Greg exclaimed in delight, as one would expect from their wonderful master. Everyone began to enjoy the delicious dishes. Verdina remarked, this water is so sweet. Mare, who had treated her to it, said it was a special fruit sauce. The giant exclaimed in delight. It was the first time she'd eaten something so delicious. Could she have some more sauce? MC was surprised. A first? What had she eaten before? She replied, all sorts. Animals, fruits, monsters. Confused, he clarified, she eats monsters? Rail said with a smile, she's a giant. The name lives up to its name. They're rumored to be very large and courageous creatures. Noct looked at Verdina in surprise, wondering if she'd been feeding on the local monsters. Even if she didn't realize it, she was protecting their domain. A small piece of meat remained on her plate. She asked him to enlarge it. The protagonist readily replied, of course. When he did, she asked, can I have more? He increased her food even more. When Verdina was full, she happily remarked, it was a wonderful meal. She couldn't take any more. Her stomach was simply full. He thought, why is he the only one tired? Mir, noticing his condition, asked anxiously, is he tired? The protagonist replied, it seems he overdid it a bit with the skill. He has no strength left. Greg said, it's time to go back. He answered, that's right. Turning to Verdina, he said goodbye to her. The girl sadly replied, yes, she understood. The allies left, she looked sadly after them and crawled after them. MC, hearing the sound, turned around and looked at her in surprise. Verdina said she wanted to go with them. He, stuttering in amazement, clarified, so she wants to live in his domain? He thought, it's not in his power to take care of her. He extended his hand toward her and said, you can't do this. Her family will worry about her. Verdina suddenly jumped to her feet, stamped her feet, causing the entire earth to shake, and exclaimed, she wants it. Everyone present simply jumped from the ground from the force of her stomps. Noct shouted, okay, just make her stop. The girl immediately calmed down and smiled sweetly at him. The protagonist noted that he didn't mind, but her size would be a ton of trouble. He would try to shrink her, let her relax and not resist. He succeeded in shrinking her down to human height. After that, everyone went home together. Upon entering the grounds and seeing the numerous buildings, she exclaimed in delight, they all live here? The protagonist replied, right, this is Big Small Land. She happily said, it's so great to be little. She could enter any house, so, after a barbecue in the mountains, they brought her along. MC wondered if he'd done the right thing. What about her family? When he used his ability, there was no rejection like with the slime. The point is, she didn't mind. Seeing her enthusiastic and curious attitude toward everything, he decided, okay then. If she wanted, he'd simply return her to her previous state. He said out loud, I'm tired and going to bed. At that moment, Verdina exclaimed, she wants a tour. He waved at her as he left the house and said, tomorrow. Mir told the girl that she could use a bath by then, right? Olivia noticed and she needed to change. Verdina asked in surprise, what's a bath? After a while, a sleepy Noct sat up in bed and without opening his eyes, wondered what kind of soft pillow this was. When he realized he was touching Verdana's body, he was horrified. He called out her name loudly, but the girl slept peacefully. After a while, she opened her eyes and sleepily wished him good morning. He uttered her name in confusion, and she replied, yes, it's her. At that moment, Mare entered the room, saying she had brought freshly picked fruit. The protagonist exclaimed, oh, Mare! The maid, seeing them both on the bed, angrily threw a knife and asked in a sinister voice, won't she even bother to justify herself? Verdana exclaimed, a plum. Mare angrily wished her bon appetit. The giant grabbed the fruit and dragged the protagonist along with her. He exclaimed in bewilderment, where to? Verdina replied, he promised her a tour, remember? When they went outside, Kuklua called out to him. Olivia smilingly wished him good morning. He said, Verdina, this is Kuklua's garden. MC asked the girl how the vegetables were. She showed him a root vegetable and exclaimed, let him see how big it is. He laughed and said, that's right. After that, he turned to Verdina and remarked, don't giants eat vegetables? If eaten in moderation, it's quite tasty. Kuklua added, that's right. Handing her the root vegetable, the girl asked, would you like this? Verdina took the vegetable, tried it, and said, sweet. Is that a fruit? The girl replied, no way. It's a vegetable, a daikon. Verdina said admiringly, these vegetables are so delicious. She replied, of course. Kuklua began plucking vegetable after vegetable and handing it to her guest. Verdana, laughing, obediently ate it. Noct asked if she liked the daikon that much. She replied, no. He remarked in surprise, what? The girl added, it's delicious too, of course, but eating with everyone else, simply wonderful. The protagonist remembered her delight in the meat and wondered, knowing nothing about cooking, her appearance too, was she really spending all this time alone? He told her back then, at the barbecue, that perhaps her family would be worried about her. She didn't respond. Perhaps he shouldn't have said that. Kuklua then said to her, well, let her try her pumpkin too. At that moment, a terrible howl rang out. Everyone tensed at the sound. The protagonist remarked in surprise, that howl, a silver moon? He was referring to a wolf with blood-red eyes and dazzling silver fur. This is an extremely dangerous inhabitant of the great forest, but this monster shouldn't have come so close to their domain. Luz and Greg are outside now. Kuklua crouched down in fear, covering herself with her arms. Verdina stroked her head and said, everything's fine. Then she turned to MC and said they needed to go. He asked in surprise. Where to? She silently grabbed his hand and quickly pulled him forward. Verdina said she sensed Luz and Greg's presence. They were under attack. At that moment, the hunters were indeed surrounded by wolves. They were both on guard, carefully watching their opponent's movements. Luz gloomily remarked, "Who would have thought the Silver Moon would be here?" Greg replied that they needed to distract them somehow and retreat to Big Small's domain. Verdina and Noct landed on the wall. The girl looked closely and shouted, "There they are!" At that moment, one of the beasts tried to attack Luz. The protagonist used Shrink on the wolves, but it didn't work. The wolf reflected his skill. The beast opened its mouth and roared with a terrifying voice. Greg anxiously called out his comrade's name. At that moment, Verdina, dragging the protagonist along with her, destroyed the enemy who was trying to attack Luz with a kick. MC was stunned, thinking, "Verdina is that strong?" Greg asked him if he was okay. The giant turned to Noct and said that she was moving much easier now than before. He replied, "Excellent. Let her have fun with the other wolves there." She smiled and said he could count on her. The girl walked towards the enemy, adding, they were always watching her. If it was time to end it, then she would. She activated her power, and the wolves, tails between their legs, scurried away from that place. The protagonist said in surprise, "They just got scared and ran away." The girl turned to him and addressed him by name. He praised her, adding, "That's only to be expected from his student." Verdina laughed joyfully, pleased with the praise. Luz wondered, but where did the Silver Moon come from? Greg suggested, maybe the orcs drove it away? The protagonist added, or something happened in the forest. If they don't figure out the reason, they won't be able to sleep peacefully. Verdina remembered something connected to the forest. MC stretched and said, "Thanks to her, everything worked out this time." "Time for a nap," she shouted for him to wait. She knew where a delicious fruit grew in the forest. Since she had scared Kuklua and everyone else, she wanted to give them some. He asked, puzzled. Why would that be? In the end, they followed her. When the allies arrived, Noct was surprised, looking at the cave. What a wild place it was. Verdina exclaimed, "There's fruit in the garden." "She'll bring it now, let them sit down for now." The allies entered, and everything was simply enormous. The protagonist muttered in confusion, "Where can they sit here?" Luz noted, "Well, there are chairs." He said 3. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist clarified, "He says there are 3 chairs." At that moment, Verdina appeared and apologized for the wait. She brought a large tray of an unknown fruit and exclaimed, "There, this is what she was talking about." MC touched the berries and thought they looked like grapes. He asked what this fruit was called. Verdina replied, "Fruit is fruit, either fruit or delicious fruit." Luz said, "It seems this has no name." He tried it and noted that it was slightly sweet. The giant snatched the fruit from him and told him to let her try it. After doing so, the girl said in bewilderment, "It wasn't as sweet as before." Noct thought for a moment and exclaimed, "Maybe it's the size?" He stretched his hands over the fruit and activated shrinking, making it smaller than it had been. After tasting it, Verdina exclaimed, "Delicious! Now it's just like before." The protagonist said that the large fruit has a low sweetness concentration. Squeezing it improves the taste. After eating one, he remarked in surprise, "Delicious." He'd never seen one like it. He thought he could even make alcohol out of it. There was the appropriate equipment in the mansion. He turned to Verdina and asked if she would be okay with it, right? The girl replied that she was. The others also tried it and confirmed that it was delicious. The protagonist smiled and said, "Thank you. Kuklua would be happy too." Verdina looked at him with a smile and replied shyly, "Thanks to him." They had only spent a short time together, but it had been fun. He looked at her sad expression and asked her name. She replied, "Those wolves. They always watched her, but never came close. And the last time their gazes met, they ran away." Most likely, the phrase, "something happened in the forest," implies her shrinking and disappearing from the forest. Therefore, she will stay here and protect them. MC looked at her sadly and enlarged her to her former size. She knelt down and noted with a smile how small he was. Noct laughed and replied, "She's the one who's too big." As they were about to leave, Verdina waved as they left and asked them to take care of Kuklua and the others. He thought that if she decided so herself, then he had done everything right. Looking back, he saw tears in her eyes, which she tried to hide, smiled, and waved again with a smile. The protagonist firmly said, "No, after all, this shouldn't be the case." The girl, perplexed, asked what he meant. He replied that if she didn't come back, Kuklua would cry. Verdina clenched her fists and said sadly that if she stayed with them, she would only put them in danger, and she didn't know if she could protect them next time. The protagonist declared that if there was danger, he would protect everyone, both she and all the other inhabitants. With these words, he extended his hand to her and continued, "So, they will go home together." Verdina, tearful, rushed toward him, wanting to hug him. The MC exclaimed in fear, "Is she kidding me?" He quickly used his shrinking skill, reducing her to human size. After that, he exclaimed, "Well, it's time to go." Verdina exclaimed, "Let them wait a little." She ran into her cave, brought out the fruits and said, they completely forgot about souvenirs. They needed to bring as many as possible. Noct shrunk the berries to make them easier to carry. She ate another fruit and exclaimed, "How delicious." He said, "By the way, since the fruit doesn't have a name, maybe they should give it one? It's still awkward when it has no name." The giant asked in surprise, "All together?" The protagonist said, "Since she found it, She can decide what to call it herself. Verdina thought for a moment and then said, Nadir. She decided to take part of her name. He noticed, not bad, so the fruit was named Nadir. When the allies returned home, the protagonist and Mir planted the fruit in the ground and began to grow it. The girl activated the cells and MC used the enlargement skill. As a result, a large tree laden with fruit sprouted from the soil. The maid exclaimed joyfully, "It's simply incredible. He could do anything with his skill." He replied, "Oh no, he doesn't feel like working. It's time they finished." Mare turned to him excitedly and said sheepishly, "She thinks they're a good match." He looked at her quizzically and then said, "Yes, indeed. But I should probably check the compatibility with the others too. For example, with Olivia." She was about to protest, but Joseph interrupted their conversation. The butler excitedly called out to his master and began whispering something in his ear. That's how Noct learned that a tax inspector had arrived. Mare exclaimed, "A tax inspector? They collect taxes, right?" The protagonist had noticed that they did. Even his father grimaced when they arrived. The butler declared that landowners must give a portion of their profits to the kingdom, and they came anyway, knowing about the orc attack. It is the tax inspector who sets the annual tax amount, and they have no right to refuse to pay. The protagonist said, "Don't worry about it. He's not going to pay a penny. Let him just watch." The old man looked at him in surprise. Mare remarked, "Their lord is simply wonderful." When MC entered the office, he joyfully greeted Rebecca and said, "Perhaps she's tired after a long journey?" After that, he told her his name and added that he would like to ask her for something. He suddenly fell to his knees, bowed low, and said, "He asks her to exempt them from taxes for this year?" The servants looked at him in confusion. Rebecca stood up and asked, "Can a lord really rest his forehead on the floor? Does he have no pride at all?" Noct replied that if it protects the peaceful life of his residents, then he doesn't mind. Suddenly he jumped up, grabbed a napkin and began wiping her shoes, explaining that her boots were a little dirty. She looked at him in confusion, unsure how to react. Then the inspector said she heard they were attacked by orcs. Perhaps she could find out more? After explaining what had happened, Rebecca said, "I see." Now she understood. They had done a great job, but there was something she couldn't understand. Where did such huge walls come from? The protagonist replied, "They built it all together." The inspector clarified, meaning the restoration was going well? He said, "Yes. However, they are not yet ready for export. They are currently focused on self-sufficiency." With these words, he placed a covered tray in front of her and continued, "But they are considering the possibility of supplying the unique goods of the Big Small estate." The protagonist opened the tray's lid and said, "This is Nadir fruit. Let her try it." Rebecca noted in surprise. She had never seen anything like it before. And what can you say about it, just by trying it? But when the inspector ate one berry, she was completely delighted. Embarrassed, Rebecca said, "So moist, so sweet, the taste seems to coat your tongue. This fruit seems to relieve fatigue and headaches." After eating a few more berries, she looked at it thoughtfully. MC added, "They're considering growing it and making sweets and also alcohol." She asked in surprise, "Make sweets?" The inspector thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "Very well. Considering their status, they are exempt from paying taxes this year." After a while, everyone came out to see her off. The inspector remarked, "There's one more thing. They could consider this a warning. Most likely, it's a matter of skill. Among the last to receive the skill, there was one person with an unusual skill." Noct thought she'd hit the nail on the head. Rebecca continued, however, "A country relying solely on the strength of one man will eventually fall." After which, the inspector climbed into the carriage and drove away. Mare remarked that she was a terrible person. The protagonist objected. No, she was kind. The servants looked at him in bewilderment. He explained that relying solely on his skill was wrong. If something happened to him, it would destroy everyone else. There were many more of them now, and if he were suddenly gone, the residents should be able to cope without him. Joseph burst into tears, wiped his tears with a napkin, and said he'd matured so much. He'd become so much like his father. The protagonist was embarrassed, stretched his body, and said with a smile, that way he could continue his peaceful life and sleep all day long. Suddenly he turned to Joseph and asked, "Did he say something?" The old man gloomily replied, "No. He imagined it." After a while, the MC thought about it. The hunting ban was lifted, and production began. Thanks to a steady supply of food, clothing, and shelter, the population of Big Small's holdings increased. Noct planted an onion flower and said with satisfaction, "That's it. Now all that's left is to wait." Mare replied, "Well, she'll go practice her whistling." She wished the flowers would grow big. The protagonist thought happily, "Well, he'll just sleep for now." But as soon as he lay down, Joseph approached him and grumbled, "He's been feeling ill again since lunch." Their population had grown significantly. What kind of example is he setting for them? What will his father think of him when he gets back? He responded indignantly, but he'd worked until lunch. They'd worked hard together with Mare. They'd worked to one day create the sweetest onions and tomatoes, even without his skill. Now, everything is in the pollination stage. Joseph snorted in displeasure and told him in a stern voice, "Don't lie to him." After some time, the protagonist complained to Olivia that the butler didn't trust him at all. "Doesn't she think that's cruel?" She replied that she was so sorry. Kuklua sympathetically patted him on the back and said, "Her brother is good." Olivia tried an onion and noted in surprise, "But this vegetable really is sweet," he exclaimed. "That's right." Yet Joseph doubts him. The beast woman leaned towards him and said, "That's right. He worked hard, didn't he? He's great." She patted his head and stopped herself, gasping, "You can't do do that. Olivia sheepishly apologized and noted out of habit that she had behaved like she had with Kuklua. He clenched his fists and mentally resented it. Then the protagonist said, "Look, there's also a tomato." Kuklua pressed herself against him and said, "He's so great." Olivia noted in surprise, "Onion and tomato? Right, maybe he's hungry? They have plenty of vegetables. Wouldn't he like some lunch?" Noct replied, "Of course he did. Are they cooking outside?" Olivia said yes. Cooking in the sun's rays is much more pleasant, don't you think? She activated the fireball, lit the stove, and began cooking. He thought, finally, he'll taste the food of a master. And most importantly, home-cooked food. The protagonist set out the chairs and, looking at Kuklua, who was bringing vegetables to her mother, lay down on the sofa. He thought, a midday nap to the sounds of cooking, and when he wakes up, he'll go straight to the table. This is pure bliss. At that moment, Verdina approached him and exclaimed, "She can smell him," he thought in surprise. "Is that her?" Rail approached after her and said, "They've arrived again." Was he dreaming? He wanted to ask to do it again. The protagonist looked at him indignantly, put his finger to his lips and replied, "This should be their secret." At that moment, Rock's voice rang out. He said he was so hungry. Seeing the MC, the dwarf asked what he was doing. Olivia looked at everyone mysteriously and set a Napoleon salad of sweet onions and tomatoes on the table. All the villagers somehow appeared nearby. Everyone bustled about, helping set the table. Noct wondered in surprise, "What's all the fuss about?" Olivia said it was like some kind of celebration. After tasting the salad, the protagonist exclaimed, "It's delicious." Everyone agreed. Joseph said that such a taste could be achieved using only onions and tomatoes. He was simply delighted. Olivia replied sheepishly, she's glad he liked it. In fact, this type of vegetable was their master's invention, without the use of a skill, so anyone could grow it. They're unique vegetables. Joseph exclaimed in surprise. Did he really try that hard? Placing a plate on the table, he added, "Delicious, onions and tomatoes." Then the butler bowed to his master and apologized for this morning. The protagonist asked, perplexed, what happened this morning? Joseph looked at him in surprise. Olivia said it was always so noisy and cheerful around him. MC responded sheepishly, "Not as much as it was around his father, of course." The beast woman countered, "That's not true. They had been to many different places." Because of this, Kuklua had become very timid. But when they came here, they were finally able to find a place where they could breathe freely. She was glad they had come here. All the villagers were very grateful to him. He looked at her, confused, and thought it was he who should be thanking them all. He would pray that this would always continue. He would try to ensure that history did not repeat itself. A short time later, the hunters reported disturbing news to him. When he arrived with them, he saw orc tracks. After examining the tracks and their direction, Noct said, "They stopped here and turned around. Was this reconnaissance? But why? So his father and brother really were dead?" He remembered the conversation with the butler on the day he returned from learning the skill. He had exclaimed then, "They've been gone for 4 days, but his father and brother couldn't have lost." Joseph replied that he didn't want to think about it, but they were probably no longer alive. Suddenly, he sensed the orcs were coming again. They could attack again. No, they would definitely come. What should he do? If it were his father or brother, they would have found a solution right away. Returning home, he told his comrades about the tracks. Everyone was confused. Joseph asked if the orcs had gone out to scout. Mayor remarked in surprise, "How could they even think like that?" Luz replied that there were huge tracks on the ground. They have a leader. They are divided into ordinary orcs, leaders with high intelligence, a general with high intelligence, huge, and a king, an unusual species. Most likely it was a general. Verdina agreed. Yes, orcs are scary. She saw them eat animals, and only a little at a time. And then their children came, and they also ate a little. The protagonist thought, like cattle. Verdina looked at him, surprised. Had they really already attacked him? Joseph, adjusting his glasses, said, "That was terrible." The giant exclaimed in bewilderment. "What is he talking about? They will all die for this." The protagonist asked, "How?" She replied, "Like this." With these words, she tugged his arm, pushing him out the window, and was about to follow him, but Greg stopped her and said, "Their lord must decide." Mir called out to MC anxiously, then began healing the bump on his head with cell activation. He said, "Let everyone decide for themselves whether to move into the forest or not." He wondered if they would abandon everything. They had done so much, but he couldn't give orders like his father or brother. He couldn't, and that was that. Mir, seeing his confusion, placed her hand on his, encouraging him. Luz asked, what was their Baron's plan? He remained silent. The maid called out to him and said everyone wanted to hear him out. He remembered his father's words about protecting his subjects with his own methods, and he thought, yes, as his father had bequeathed to him, he would protect them. After all, he could speak. MC turned to his allies and honestly admitted that he was incapable of anything alone, so let them help him. Together, they would protect their home, their families. Everyone expressed their agreement with their looks and appearances. Pico remarked he was strange. After a while, everyone was busy with their own affairs. Noct, along with Joseph and Mir, was writing something intently, periodically consulting with them. At that moment, Verdina called out to him. He asked, what happened? Was she going for meat again? She had just eaten. The girl objected. No, not for meat. She wanted him to make her big again. That way, she would be much stronger. He remarked in surprise. That would be great, but is she sure? She wants to be with them, right? The girl replied, it's important, but more importantly, everyone's safe and sound. So, she's asking him to do it. The protagonist looked at her gratefully, patted her head, and said, she's so cool. The giant blushed with praise and laughed sheepishly. He activated the enlargement effect on her, and Verdina returned to her normal size. The protagonist tossed her the device and told her to take it and run along the wall. She replied, "Okay." After that, Verdina rushed to carry out the order. Mare approached MC and asked him to make her big too. She wanted to fight too. He wondered in surprise. What was she saying? If she suddenly became big, it would be hard to control herself, wouldn't it? And he should also touch her heart. The maid exclaimed in irritation. What did he just say? How far have they gone? After that, he rushed toward Verdun with her. Seeing the giant's wariness and feeling the change in the aura, he said, "They're coming." And indeed, orcs appeared from behind the forest. There were a great many of them. The allies joined Noct, arriving at the wall. The orcs advanced, shouting loudly. Ahead of them walked a gigantic orc who had uprooted a tree and held it aloft. Rael marveled at how enormous he was. The protagonist, appraising his appearance and seeing the swords of his father and brothers adorning the enemy's neck, exclaimed in confusion, "That's not a general, that's the Orc King," Rael muttered. "A monster, but at the same time, a supreme being with intelligence and divine protection. They were wrong. Who would have thought such a monster was here?" The protagonist countered. No, he had expected this outcome. Now he understood why his father and brother hadn't returned. The merchant began counting the enemy and exclaimed, "There are over 500, and there are only 28 of them." MC said there was no reason to fight them all. If they killed the king, the orcs would lose their fighting spirit. This time they would win, without a single casualty. It was good that he came to them himself. Of course, everything wouldn't go smoothly, but they needed to act according to plan. This would delay him for a while. The orc king approached the fence and let out a surprised cry at the sight of his opponents. With one blow, he broke the fence and entered the territory. Pico shouted. They were advancing through the gap in the defense. Noct turned to Verdina and said that he was counting on her. The girl assured him that she understood everything. He thought, there are so many monsters. He had seen them before. He told his allies, everything is fine. They have a backup plan. It's a trap of stakes. This will make it easier for them to deal with them while they are in confusion. The Orc King gave the order to the front flank to clear a path for them. The orcs fell into the trap, dying. The others walked over their bodies, impaled on the stakes. The protagonist wondered in surprise. What was going on? Of course, they were intelligent. Watching his opponents prepare to leave the trap, he thought, individually, they weren't so dangerous. But when someone appeared who commanded them, they became like the most powerful army of predatory ants in the jungle. But even so, he wouldn't abandon his home. Let them devour him. He quickly descended and began picking off the orcs as they emerged from the trap one by one. Greg asked what they should do. At that moment, Galena called out to the protagonist from the wall, tossed him a small sack and shouted for him to take it. At first, he didn't understand what it was, but inside the sack were small models of a fence made of sharp spikes. He understood everything and thought, yes, now he would do everything in his power. He quickly placed dummies in the enemy's path and fell to his knees, resting his head in the sand. Joseph exclaimed in confusion. What was he doing? He'd fallen to his knees in front of the orcs? Meanwhile, MC waited for the right moment and prepared his enlargement skill. As the opponents began to step over the dummies, he used his ability, and the enlarged stakes pierced the orcs who were ahead. Jelena shouted at him. She can do as much as she wants, he replied. Let her continue. Greg and the others engaged the opponents. After a while, Mare shouted, all the injured should come to her. Then she called out to her master, telling him to retreat too. If something happened to him, even victory would be meaningless. He replied, she's right. Turning away, he took off his jacket, tore the fabric, made a headband for himself, and shouted to the Orc King, let that monster come to him. He wanted to tell his allies to protect him, but he couldn't. Taking up his sword, he activated both skills simultaneously, enlarging his weapon. He swung his sword, and several orcs instantly lost their heads. The villagers exclaimed in delight. Like this, Noct declared. The villagers must not follow their master. He rushed forward, and Mier called his name in alarm. Watching the protagonist deal with the orcs, Rael noted in amazement that he only enlarged his sword for the duration of the slash. This allows him to maintain balance while increasing his power. He expends considerable energy using the skill on complex objects. But it's a perfectly ordinary sword. With minimal effort, it achieves maximum effect. So the young master has mastered the skill to perfection. The butler, holding a broken slingshot, pronounced the protagonist's name in surprise. Pico counted the enemies. 89 to go, and now it's 84. They'll succeed. But at that moment, something incredible happened. The Orc King appeared behind MC. Mir called out to Noct in fear, warning him of the danger. He turned to face his opponent, but was too late, and the king struck him in the gut with such force that the protagonist doubled over. Verdina, seeing this, furiously rushed forward to help, but the remaining orcs began to pound her legs, causing her considerable discomfort. Despite this, the girl rushed forward and attacked the Orc King with all her might and fury, but he was ready for her attack and kicked her away, sending her flying a considerable distance. The protagonist, lying on the ground, activated the magnification on his sword and attempted to pierce this formidable opponent. But the Orc King grinned maliciously and parried the blow, breaking the sword. Confused, MC thought, is he kidding? He stopped his weapon with just a press. The orc leaned towards him and grabbed him with his powerful hand. Rael exclaimed in horror, is he torturing him? Noct screamed in pain and fell into unconsciousness. He thought he'd passed out from the pain. He was so tired, he was so sleepy. He'd done enough. He tried so hard, hadn't he? He apologized to his father for never returning the cloak. A vision of his father, holding him and his brother on his lap, surfaced in his fading consciousness. Now another lesson before bed. As men, they should know about monsters. Castellacea is a plant that causes hallucinations with pollen and devours all people and animals. However, if you pour water on it, the plant becomes harmless. Rutherford asked what the orc's weakness was. The protagonist answered, fire. They're afraid of fire. His father praised him and remarked, yes, he remembered after all. His father slammed the book shut and said, well now, time to wake up, the protagonist asked in surprise. Wake up? Rutherford placed his hand on his head and turned him to the side. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw Verdina and Luz attacking the Orc King, while Mare was healing her master. Seeing him awake, the maid exclaimed with relief. He was alive! She was so happy about it. Verdina also joyfully called his name. He thought in bewilderment, rising with Mare's help. What on earth was he even doing? Sleeping in such a place was no fun. You can only sleep after working hard. MC, watching the giant attack the Orc King from above, activated a fireball. The enemy looked at him warily. Knocked, holding his hand outstretched with a magical circle of fire in front of him, addressed his father and brother. He said that thanks to them, he remembered who he was. He was the fire god's favorite. He was a flame summoner. With these words, the protagonist activated the fireball's multiple magnification, creating a raging flame of incredible proportions. The Orc King stared at him in confusion. All the orcs and the protagonist's allies were amazed by his power. He magnified it several more times, creating a simply unimaginable fiery whirlwind. The Orc King suddenly turned and broke into a run. Rael cursed and shouted, he's going to run away now. At that moment, Verdina launched broken fence posts after him, digging into his opponent's legs. She grinned and said, she's repaying him. The Orc King shouted to his warriors in his own language, and all the orcs rushed after their king, forming a barrier in front of him. Joseph remarked in surprise, he's using his comrades as a shield? Jelena scornfully remarked, how very royal. MC continued his magnification. At that moment, the Orc King pulled off his kerchief, wiped his tears with it, and removed the sword Wishart from his necklace. Then he grabbed a nearby girl and lifted her up. The villagers cried out in panic, no, not her. The monster squeezed the child so hard that blood spurted. Then he hurled the sword Wishart at Noct with all his might. The weapon, flipping in mid-flight, flew straight into the protagonist's hands. He confusedly thought, this is his brother's sword. Mael shouted at him to move his hand, but he knew that if he did that now, all his efforts would be for naught. The sword approached the hand that held back the fiery whirlwind. The maid screamed in fear, be careful. He began to dodge the weapon, maneuvering his body, and finally, the sword fell and sank into the ground. The protagonist, wasting no time, directed his fiery attack at his opponents. The force of his attack left a deep furrow in the ground. The fire consumed both the orc shield and the king himself. The remaining orcs simply fled. Greg and everyone else watched, their mouths wide in amazement. MC swayed, his consciousness swimming. Mare caught him, and everyone rushed toward them. After a while, when Noct opened his eyes, he couldn't understand what had happened to him or where he was. Seeing the vague outline of someone's silhouette before him, he wondered, what's going on? Then his consciousness cleared, and he saw Mare above him, tearfully calling for the activation of her cells, trying to bring him back to his senses. The protagonist weakly called out her name. The girl jumped up and joyfully shouted his name. He asked, how long had she been there? At that moment, the door to the room burst open, and the butler rushed in, shouting in fear, what's wrong with their master? When everyone had calmed down, the servants told him what had happened. He exclaimed in surprise, what were they talking about? He'd slept for 3 whole days. He thought, he's simply a sleep genius. Joseph said that while he slept, Mare continued to use her skill on him. The protagonist told the girl she needed to rest, but the maid, armed with a comb and scissors, quickly began to tidy him up. Suddenly, she felt weak and used her skill on herself. MC was surprised. Self-healing? After that, Mare perked up and exclaimed, she's his maid. The work is just beginning. He smiled and said, well then she'll have to pay for the 3 days she missed. But first, let her get some proper rest. Moving to the edge, he added, here, let her lie down in his bed. She simply collapsed into bed and instantly fell asleep. Noct looked at her warmly and said, thank her for everything. Getting out of bed, he headed for the exit. Joseph, surprised, asked where he was going. The protagonist replied that he'd check on the others. And also, we need to find whoever did this. With these words, he pointed to his brother's scarf, which was now around his neck. Leaving the house, he inhaled the air with pleasure and walked across the estate. Kuklua, seeing him, turned to him in surprise. He crouched down in front of the girl and said that consciousness had returned to him, all thanks to her, as a doctor. The girl said in bewilderment, but she wasn't a stone. He laughed and corrected himself. Not a stone, but a doctor. Greg was practicing his magic. Luz turned to the protagonist and remarked that it was high time to get the best meat. The villagers rejoiced at his awakening and began launching fireworks into the sky. Verdina, seeing this, understood everything and rushed headlong towards the estate. The earth shook. Greg grabbed the MC and exclaimed in bewilderment, An earthquake. Verdina, shouting Noct's name, ran toward him as fast as she could. The protagonist, with a frightened cry, quickly activated shrinking on her, but before he could, she literally crushed him, repeating his name several times with tears in her eyes. He told her to forgive him for leaving her in her large form for 3 whole days. The giant exclaimed, "She's hungry." He grabbed a vegetable, enlarged it, and remarked, "Well, here's a snack for now." The girl, eating it, apologized. He suffered because she was so weak. She would become stronger, she promised. The protagonist shrunk her, knelt before her, stroked her head, and said, "If she weren't here, he would have died right there. By the way, where's Galena?" The dwarf appeared instantly, as if she'd been waiting for him to ask about her. Rog spoke matter-of-factly, "I have a request. The grave cross needs to be enlarged." The dwarves led him to the memorial site where the cross stood. He enlarged it and thanked Keelan, sticking his brother's sword into the ground next to the cross. He also thanked Vishard for saving him. Then MC took his brother's torn and blood-stained kerchief from around his neck, enlarged it, and tied it to the cross. He declared, "After it's enlarged, it won't remain the same. Let him forgive him for returning it to him like this. He's weak, so he had to fight at full strength. Since childhood, he'd never even seen his father sleep. His father always turned him down when he felt lonely and wanted to sleep with him. Their villagers are their family. He must work for them." So their father said. It was lonely, but everyone respected their father, and his blood flows in him. Therefore, he will protect what their father protected. He will protect them, as the baron of these lands. At that moment, Verdina and Kuklua approached him, holding flowers. The giant put an arm around his shoulders in support. The dwarves looked at him with respect. Sometime later, the villagers and allies held a feast in honor of their beloved lord's flawless victory and his successful restoration. Rael clinked a glass with him and said he was glad everything had ended well. Moreover, he had managed to defeat the strongest orc. He was certain there were no more dangers left in this forest. The protagonist replied, "It was all thanks to their efforts, and thank him for everything." The merchant said that since it was safe now, perhaps they would do their job. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. What was he talking about? Rael told Pico to prepare the glasses, grabbed MC by the hands, and suggested opening a shop. Noct was dumbfounded by his proposal. The merchant continued, saying that thanks to his efforts, these lands were simply overflowing with opportunity, and to develop, they needed to start trading. The protagonist panicked, thinking, no, he'd already worked hard enough. But Joseph was interested. "A sale in the big small lands?" The protagonist, seeing his genuine interest, sighed and remarked, "Yeah, right," as if he was getting off easy. At least he needed to make his father and brother proud. He said out loud, "Okay." MC enlarged the paper, picked up a pen and exclaimed, "Now they'll record the history of the first shop in the big small domain." Jelena said loudly that it should be a tavern, because alcohol is a panacea and a savior of lives. He remembered his past life and thought it made sense. A drunk man falls onto a bed, warmed by alcohol, covers himself with a blanket and sleeps. That's wonderful. Luz said that wasn't true. They needed a farm. They would catch rare and tasty animals and then breed them. If they had meat, they would have everything else. He began to imagine it and thought there was nothing to say. Eating until you're full and sleeping, that's also wonderful. However, what would be the best choice for sleep? To wake up to a beautiful servant and a healthy breakfast. He said they should open an inn. Everyone who suggested options became indignant and began to attack him. Kuklua approached them, eating a vegetable, and said there was a feast to be had. The invisible hand of God follows a desire that has overwhelmed the mind. He turned to her, not understanding what this meant, but after thinking it over, he understood. He patted her on the head, thanked her, and said that it was an excellent idea. Big Small's first establishment would be a trading post. The villagers looked at him thoughtfully and said that it was too simple. More importantly, was it acceptable? They could buy everything they needed from Rael themselves. What was he even planning to sell? They even shared their food with each other. They had nothing to sell. He apologized and said that he didn't quite mean it that way. All he wanted to say was that they should start a gold coin circulation in these holdings. For example, she brought in the loot and sold it to the store, receiving the proceeds. Then the store would sell it to those who needed meat, thereby reviving the economy. Mayer looked at him admiringly and said that, in other words, their holdings would return to the original system, as it was before the orc attack. He agreed and said that they should bring back those times. They would restore the free market. They will sell exclusive goods, thus increasing their appeal. Gradually, traders from neighboring lands will come to them, bringing their coins. If necessary, they will build an inn. On the ground floor, there will be a dining room, which will use unique ingredients for food. Everything that they valued before, they will divide equally. Everything will be communal. They had to work hard in the fields, but now they have a carpenter, a hunter, and a cook. They have real craftsmen. Using their skills, they will be able to achieve much, and when they make a fortune, they will introduce a land tax. They were surprised by what they heard, and Noct said that they had avoided paying this year, but they will have to pay next year. Otherwise, they will not be able to all live together. To protect the big small holdings, they must restore the economy. He noticed that all the residents were upset about this and asked, "Are they so reluctant to do this?" Kuklua dropped the vegetable she was eating, grabbed the hem of her robe, and tearfully asked if they could no longer eat together. He stroked her head and said that of course they could, anytime. Rog called his sister and said that they should build a tavern. Galena, looking sad, asked, however, if she could manage alone. He remembered what she had said earlier. Luz had said that besides, they had no money at all. He thoughtfully said that she was right. They needed capital. He called Rail, took him a little to the side and said that the time had come for that very thing. Immediately after, they poured several large bags of money onto the table, and the protagonist said that he had received this money for some service for him. There are 50 million goals here. Each of them will receive 1 million. As originally agreed, this should be enough for their plans. If they needed anything, they should turn to him. He would provide his full support. He called them and said that they all came here for one reason or another. Perhaps among them there were those who had escaped. All this time, they had tried to get to today. They even overcame the orc attack. Unlike those who lived peacefully, they, having gone through much suffering, had become much stronger. 1 million is a lot of money, but do they know what he thinks? Each of them deserves this money. These words inspired them. Their spirits lifted, and they decided that it wasn't such a bad idea. He said that in a normal situation, he would never have managed it. However, he still managed to convince them. He raised his hand and said loudly in a decisive tone that from today on he declared their domain a free market. They all happily supported him, and Joseph said that he didn't even have to think about shirking. He became a little tense because of this, and said that they would praise the free market. After some time, at the house, MC said that they had to decide where the construction would take place. Julina ran up to him and said that he should take a look. She drew a current map of Big Small's holdings. She showed it to him, and he looked at it and said thoughtfully that this was what his city looked like. She said that he should remember it. He thought that he was glad that he had visited the capital, even if only for a short time. He wouldn't copy it exactly, but it would do for reference. He would build his own city from scratch. He picked up a quill and said with a smile that he would do it. Later, she came up to him and asked how it was going. Did he come up with this? He showed the map and said joyfully that this was the best option. She sighed with displeasure, looking at the map, and said that it was so small. Why did he draw it so small? Was he poor? Besides, it was too far from her house. He thought that they had agreed that the first store would be a rail branch, so he thought the best place would be near the mansion and the gate. However, she was right. It was quite far from the residential area. If only the place where the first field was built were free. He drew a house in another place and asked what she thought about it. She happily said that it was perfect, and not far either. He thought it over and said loudly that it still wasn't suitable. It was too far from Kuklua's house. Olivia would have to take turn after turn. She quickly drew new maps. He marked different places, but he couldn't decide, and said loudly that it might be convenient now, but they needed to think about the future too. How difficult it was to decide. A man came to them, picked up one of the abandoned drawings, and said that it seemed like the best option. He turned around, looked at it, and thought that this was his first decision. He saw the man's face behind the drawing and wondered, who was he? He extended his hand, apologized, and asked, however, who was he? He didn't answer this question, and someone started to open the door to the room and said that he wasn't allowed to mock the residents. It turned out to be Pico, who said with a cheerful look that the new resident of Runor was not dangerous at all. He would be a new employee at the rail branch. He approached him, hung small drums around his neck, and said that the boss would finally open his own store in the city. He also promised to advertise the Big Small holdings. He appointed him as the main one in this. He snapped his fingers, called him to start playing the drums, and said that this meant that he was the director. Noct was surprised by this and asked if they were sure about this decision. Based on experience and age, he looked more suitable. He took out a horn and said that it didn't matter. The only truth of a merchant is earnings. Perhaps he has knowledge, but he has never been able to sell anything yet. He looked at him and thought that his face was too scary. He looked at the drawing that was handed to him and asked, however, why did he consider this place the most suitable? He stopped playing the instruments and said that it was considered essential to open a store where people gather. This place is suitable for both locals and visiting guests. He had thought about this too, hadn't he? He agreed, thought about it, and said that, however, he would like to recreate a city similar to the capital. So, he didn't know if he should think only about current plans. Runor said that the capital was also built over years, and only after several decades did it turn into what it is now. It seemed that the residents would also agree that it was necessary to think about current needs. He agreed and thought that it seemed that he was only ugly in appearance, but his words were full of wisdom. He said with a slight smile that if development goes well, one should be prepared for reconstruction. However, it certainly sounds problematic. He said that there was no need for this, because he had heard about his skill from the boss. If you reduce the size of an already constructed building, it is quite possible to move it to another location. The protagonist was surprised by this, and thought that it was like in one of the games of a past life. He looks intimidating, but he's full of ideas. Pico is reliable, but he's also very charming. Together, they make a great team. Later, they all went outside together, and he said that since he can move by shrinking, there's a perfect option for the first store. This field, he felt sorry to remove it, since it was their first field. He thought if he needed to reduce the area, maybe try imagining a block. He used the skill and managed to reduce this field. He carefully picked it up, moved it to another place, put it down, and enlarged it to its normal state. He said with a happy expression that they should continue in the same spirit. He thought that the object was simple, so it took very little energy. After some time, he used the enlargement skill on the store. They went inside and looked around with a smile. Kuklua ran to him, called him and said that his store was already open. He agreed. They came to the store. He picked up a vegetable and asked Pico if he could take it. He said that as the first visitor, he could take it for free. He started eating it. He liked it, and she said that she tried very hard when growing it. He was a little surprised by this and said that this is how she sold it to Rail. This way, mutual circulation will be established. From now on, more and more people will visit them and enjoy the taste. This means economic recovery, she said, with an enthusiastic look that she would try. MC raised his hand with a smile and loudly announced that the first Big Small store was declared open. Later, when many customers had gathered outside the store, he said that the first store on their land was enjoying immense popularity, even though the visitors were only local residents. Under normal conditions, selection takes about 10 years. However, thanks to his and Mayor's skills, they were able to go through the process that takes dozens of generations in just 7 days. They managed to reproduce many products and establish stable production. Rail ate fruit and said that even in the capital, you can't find vegetables containing so much sugar. That's a success. He will sell it in Ciora. He rode off on a cart and he waved and wished him luck. He said with a smile that in the coming days they can expect an influx of visitors and merchants wanting to buy their products. This means the time has come for this. His cherished wish is to create an inn. Galena asked, looking a little displeased. So this was all he had been trying for. He turned around and said that if they had built this first, Joseph would have started grumbling. But in this case, he simply couldn't be against it. She said that she meant that it would be difficult on the free market. He said that he had warned her that he would support her. Besides, who would sleep without him? Although, that's what he wanted to say. He needed her help. He wanted her to build it. She turned around and asked if he had forgotten that they were dwarves. They built houses, not boxes. However, that only applied to ordinary dwarves. She would also make furniture, since that was what she was good at. He said with a smile that he knew about it. She said loudly that they would do it. Noct said with a smile that, first, they had to decide who would run this place. Otherwise, keeping track of the accounts would be somehow tiring, and he needed more time to sleep. She said with a displeased look that he was the worst of all, Mir or Joseph. At that moment, she looked out from behind a bush when she heard her name being called, and loudly agreed. He turned to her and asked what Joseph was doing now. She said that he was watering the fields. She said that she did not have enough training for this role. She would have to call him later. Maybe there were people on the territory who met the requirements and were currently free? She brought a list and said that she had made a small one. Later, they came to Olivia's house, and she was happy about this, and asked if the Lord had come to visit them. She was so glad. He should wait a minute. If he had come a little earlier, he could have joined them for dinner. Although it was still early, maybe they would have a snack. She brought cake. They began to eat, and he thought that there was a solid sweetness in it. But the fruity notes were refreshing. It was a delight not only for the stomach, but also for the soul. She looked at him and asked if he wanted her to become the inn manager. He agreed, and asked if it wouldn't be too much of a burden. Kuklua said she would take care of her mother. The protagonist said he had seen her busy with something before. She agreed and said she was just making medicine. There was currently no doctor on their property. If something went wrong, they couldn't rely on Mare alone. She was thinking of opening a pharmacy when she had everything she needed. After that, they went outside, and she said that if he needed someone suitable to manage the inn, it seemed he should introduce him to someone. They came to the house and met Hannah, Felicie, and Levi. He greeted them and told them his name. Olivia told the Lord that his family used to run the inn. He patted his daughter on the head and said that it was a long time ago, even before she was born. MC happily said that was good. He's coming to manage the first inn in the land of Big Small. Galena said he was overreacting. In fact, the only real work they'll be doing is reception and cleaning. They both turned to her and asked what she was talking about. The good inn is the face of the land. They were surprised that their thoughts coincided and looked at each other silently, and she asked, since when is an inn the face of the territory? He said that all's well that ends well. Work, alcohol, travel. In all these events, people remember well the last thing that happened. Levi said that an inn marks the end of a traveler's day. They simultaneously said that, in other words, the quality of an inn is an assessment of the Big Small territory itself. He lit a cigar, called him over and asked if he understood him, right? He smiled and thought that he knew exactly what he was talking about. He asked if she knew what makes a good inn. Service from the heart. They also added their options, but Noct said a bedroom, and he said a place to eat. They were confused by this, looked at each other, and he wondered if he had just misheard. During the discussion about what the best hotels need, they again named different options, and simultaneously thought that he didn't know what he was talking about. He thought that he didn't understand, but he was clearly crazy. However, Olivia introduced him, and he didn't want to upset her. However, he couldn't leave it like this. He needed to show him whose side is true justice. He clenched his hands into fists and said that then he would have to prove it. They came to the square, where the residents had also come and held a presentation competition to find out which hotel they wanted to stay at. Joseph also came to this event and said that they were planning something strange again. Levi asked what they were going to do here. The protagonist said that Jelena would make models that he would enlarge with his skill. This way, they would be able to create the hotel of their dreams in less than an hour. On this piece of paper, he should describe his ideal hotel. He took the quill with a smile and said that it looked like it would be fun. He also took a quill and said loudly that they should figure out whose dream hotel is the best in the world. After some time, he said loudly that here is his version. The layout is how it should be. All the rooms are bedrooms, except for the reception room, and here is a place to rest. He followed him, looked around, and asked if everything here is too monotonous. Besides, why not use multi-layer mattresses? If the mattress has shock-absorbing properties, sleeping here will be much more comfortable. MC said that people tend to think that the most important thing in a bed is the mattress, but this is a mistake. The springs that distribute the weight are more important for a good night's sleep. There are 1,500 springs here, so the beds here are comfortable and durable. They went outside, and Levi said that they will look at his version next. Inside, it is half bedroom, half dining room. He looked around the room and said it was ridiculous. If you take into account the kitchen, the food area takes up 2/3 of the entire space. It's no longer an inn. He said confidently that when a person wants to rest, they think they need to sleep, but that's not entirely true. You have to look at it from the other side. Pleasant memories, good drinks, food, and a lot of fun until the end, and only then do they go to bed. He understands that, right? That's fair. In business, some win and others lose. The winner takes it all. They went outside, and Jelena said with a smile that finally, the last model, Noct, turned to her and asked if she had decided to participate too. He started using magic, and she said that it didn't matter how good the beds were if a person didn't enter the inn and didn't want to stay the night. That's why it should look like a beautiful castle from the outside. He was surprised by what he saw, and she asked with admiration. They would sleep well and feel rested in a place like this, wouldn't they? He said, looking a little confused that he didn't think he could sleep there. He shrank her building back down and said that, more accurately, he would get even more tired while wandering around there. She was indignant about this and loudly asked why he had shrunk it back down. He ignored it, turned to him, and said that they seemed to understand each other's ideas. How about a draw? Levi loudly refused and said that the one whose hotel has the most residents staying in it would win. It would be a competition for the best hotel in the big small territory. Sometime later, the protagonist was sitting in his hotel and said that 12 of the 43 residents of the territory had currently checked in. There were already 14 people in the other hotel. So far, the competition was going quite evenly. He said loudly in a decisive tone that there was nothing cool about his hotel. They couldn't lose. They should go and find out how things were going with him. They changed clothes, entered the hall, and Mayor said with a little surprise that it was quite lively here. He sat down at the table, they brought him a dish, and he loudly said that eating within 3 hours before bed is prohibited. He must have gone crazy. How could this even be approved? He tried the dish. He really liked it and said loudly that he knew it. This is a cafe or a restaurant, but definitely not a hotel. What is this anyway? This is simply unacceptable. He quickly finished eating, picked up his empty plate, and asked the cook for more. After some time, he woke up in bed and a worried Mayor called him. He returned to the hall and said that he was so sleepy. Joseph noticed him and said that it was because he ate too much. He said loudly with a displeased expression that he had only eaten 1 plate. He looked at him and said that, in fact, he had eaten 3. She was surprised by this and loudly asked if there was poison or sleeping pills in the food. He denied it and said that all the food here was gentle on the stomach. Some foods are good for digestion, and some are, in general, the best thing to eat before bed. The spices, the quantity, everything was calculated and thought out. This gentleman said that in business there is a winner and a loser, and he thought of everything down to the last detail. He showed his ideal hotel not only in words, but also in reality. It's amazing. He hung a star on his opponent's board for voting and said that he admitted that he completely lost. Levi noticed him and said that they needed to talk. After some time, Verdina entered MC's room, called him by name, and happily offered to sleep together. She looked around and asked confusedly, "Isn't he here today either?" At the same time, he was sitting in the hotel, finished eating, thanked him for it, and asked if there were any other free rooms. Levi grinned broadly and agreed. He led him to the room and said that the mattress here has exactly 1,500 springs. The first floor was his dining room, and the second and third floors were for his use, a paradise without a single flaw. He placed beds like these in every room. He lay down on the bed and asked why he did this if he won the competition. He said that when he looked at it, he remembered himself from the past. Without thinking about losses and gains, he only sought to take care of the bodies of travelers. However, because of this, he only created a lot of problems for the people he really should be protecting. He was only foolishly pursuing his dream, which was unattainable. At that moment, Verdena and Mayor entered the room, but were surprised by what they saw when Levi asked if they could be more quiet. He poked his finger at his cheek with a smile and said that he had such a contented face when he slept. After some time, Noct lay down in the bath, and with a contented smile said that a private large open-air bath was wonderful. Mayor came to him with a drink, and said that it was the new natal juice. She held a glass for him, and he said with embarrassment that he could drink it himself. She entered the bath and said that then she would give him a massage instead. He drank the juice and said that it was so quiet here, as if time had stood still. Far from the hustle and bustle of everyday life, it was wonderful. He imagined a big city, looking into the distance, and said that people need such time alone. She massaged his leg and said that she was here too. He was about to say something but saw Verdina, who was hiding behind a column. He looked closer, became worried when he saw her, and thought that Joseph would be angry with him again. He hoped that she would not come closer, called her and asked what was the matter. Was she hungry? She quickly came closer, took the juice and began to drink. He called Mare and she brought him a tray with another glass of juice. He threw the tray into the distance and said that she should catch it. Verdina quickly returned with the tray in her teeth, but when she realized what had happened, she became angry about it. She told him in a displeased tone not to play with her. He asked with a puzzled look what was wrong with her. She was acting strange. She looked at it, raised her hand, and with a happy expression said that she wanted to work. He was confused by this and said that she already worked as a huntress because she loved meat. She said that she wanted to do something else. He, with a confused look, said that she was very strange to want to work so much. She said that she wanted to be useful. Do they have a job that she would like to do? Later they came to the estate, where she changed into a maid's dress, and with a slightly confused look, said that she could not move. Mir politely called her and said that work and fashion are patience. After that, she came up to him and said that she thought that for him and one maid would be enough. He said with a smile that children want to imitate everything. She should let her try to be the same. Verdina, with a displeased expression, said that she was not a child after all. He agreed, and she said loudly that then she would give him a massage. The protagonist called her stupid and said that he would not allow her to do that. After that, he lay down on his bed and said that now he would ask them to master the basic skills of a housekeeper. Mare brought a tree branch and said that let him sleep in the forest with crystal clear air. She agreed with a determined look and said that she would do it. He couldn't sleep because she started waving the branches, got up, and loudly said that they should stop making noise. Later they went out to the garden, and she said that they needed to get water from the well and water the garden. Verdina took 2 buckets filled with water with a determined look and agreed. She immediately poured a large amount of water in one place and washed away all the crops. He watched what was happening from the side and said that she could not even do such a job. A mandrake emerged from the ground and screamed loudly. He was surprised by this and said loudly that the mandrake thought they were attacking and was getting angry. It began waving its roots and tried to attack him. Verdina ran to him very quickly and stopped the roots with her hands to protect him. She pulled the mandrake closer and loudly said that if it harmed the master, this cannot be done. Did he understand her? It nodded in agreement. Greg came to them and asked for forgiveness, and MC said that he must not let this monster escape again. She looked around and said that her skirt was torn. She can't work in clothes like that, right? He called her and said that he found a job for her. She will be his bodyguard, protect the good guys from the bad, and in turn, stand guard over the order. In short, she will be his bodyguard. How does that sound to her? She happily agreed and said that she would do it. He said that, however, she must not do anything reckless. All this is admirable, but it is for the greater good. Mare began to use magic to heal her hands, and she asked, "Is it for the good of everyone?" He looked at her and asked, "Is this what she wanted to work for, right?" She denied it and asked, "Does he have to go to the mountains for meat, right? And she needs a job where she can spend more time with him." He became confused about this, started to leave, called Mare and said that she should take care of the rest. She called him and asked where he is going. She waved her hand and said that he is going back to bed. He was walking through the city and thought that maybe she should learn some common sense instead of doing her job. She's just a child, after all. He doesn't know for sure, since she's a giant. However, she's not exactly wary or anything. Kuklua ran out of the bushes, jumped on his back, and called out loudly with a worried look. He picked her up and asked what happened to her. She said with a worried look that some freak was following her. He was surprised by this, immediately remembered Joseph, and thought that he was the only one he could think of. He can't forgive him for something like this. She pointed to a silhouette in the bushes and said that he was watching her. Noct called his name loudly and said that he had crossed the line. Hannah climbed out of there. He was surprised and thought that it was the innkeeper's daughter. He approached her and asked what she was doing. She said with embarrassment that she wanted to make friends with Kuklua. He said with a smile that she should make friends with her. She said with a slightly worried look that, however, she ran away so quickly. He said with a small smile that she was just scaring her. He called her by name and asked her to come closer. She immediately ran up to him and he thought that she was so nimble that it was easy to lose her. She was a little shy. They would have a lot of people here and she should get used to them. He called her and said that it was Hannah. She wanted to play with her. She was still shy and said that she didn't see a problem with it. He asked if she was sure they were going to play something special today. She immediately plucked up her courage and said that she was ready to play. He thought that while they were here, there was something he would like to try. He asked them both to relax and began to shrink them. He thought that everything was fine with her, but there was a repulsive force acting on Hannah's side. He called her and said that she should stop being afraid and accept it. They both shrank, and Kuklua said in a sad tone that she had become a child. He said that he would return everything back later. He shook the tree. Something fell to the ground and they both got scared because of it. He brought them a plum and said that he was sorry for scaring them. Hannah said with surprise that it was sweet as sugar. Does she want to try it? They started eating, and she said with surprise that it was delicious. She stood nearby and with a joyful look said that the master's skills were simply amazing. Kuklua turned to her and asked if she understood what she meant. He was very cool. She agreed, and the protagonist began to use magic on himself and said that then they should start playing. He shrank and said it was just a different view of the world. There are a lot of interesting things around, aren't there? They started jumping on the leaves. He lay down on the bird's back and thought that what they have in common is that they are children, but they have different abilities. Although it doesn't matter, she's very alert, even if she is a child. Later, he returned to the estate, saw Verdina sleeping, covered her with a blanket, went to sleep on another bed, and said that she was definitely a child. After some time, Rael came to his room, called him and said that he finally woke up. Joseph stood next to him and said that he was tired because he worked too much yesterday. However, it feels like he is older than him. MC started to get dressed and said that he was sorry that he was meeting him like this. Did something happen? He said that they found a good person for him. He was happy to hear and asked, "Is this a wizard?" He thought that even in this world, wizards are valuable. They must be loved by their bloodline and surroundings. They must receive the blessing of their lineage, or gain the wisdom to handle magic, absorb the knowledge of the Book of Magic, undergo training at a magic academy, and earn the trust of a mentor. He is the descendant of a noble family, so this is to his advantage. He left the room and said that he asked to be allowed to greet him right away. They came to the hall, where several people were already standing. Juno greeted my lord, and Seto said that she had heard from Lord Rael that he was looking for talented people. Lyonne stood next to them, saying nothing. Mare offered them a seat, but he refused, and she said that they were part of the Royal Magic Army. He was surprised by what he heard, and thought that they were precious and elite people. She looked away and said that she had some free time for various reasons, so she was looking for a job. Noct took her hand with a happy expression and said that they would like them to work for them. She was about to say something, and Lyonne approached them and hesitantly said that they were an elite unit and were willing to work with them. He noticed how she was trembling and wondered if she was trembling because she was cold. He should calm her down. He asked what kind of magic she used. He was about to say something, but she took out a note and began hesitantly reading it out loud. They were going on an expedition to establish a base of operations in the city. Her allies asked her to stop, but she did not listen and said that she also understood the terrain, which means their unit is called Father. They leaned towards her and said that it says land, not father. She was very embarrassed by this, and they were confused by it. He came closer and asked what their unit specialized in the magic army. She said loudly, her face flushed, that they were a group of farmers. Juno was ashamed of this, covered his face with a hood, and said that this was definitely not something to brag about. Seto said that nothing could be done, but they weren't just digging in the ground. He didn't understand what was happening to them. When Rael approached him and said that mudbloods were what earthbenders were called, maybe they wanted to keep it a secret. The protagonist said that they were digging in the sand like children. Lyonne indignantly denied this, and he calmly said that this was good. That's exactly what they were looking for. They were surprised by this, and he said with a smile that their motto was to live by what they love. With their passion and experience, could they help them maintain the roads in this territory? She calmed down and asked then, first of all, shouldn't they build a wall? He was surprised by this and asked, did they want to build a wall now? She refused and said that she quickly glanced at their walls when she entered, and they were in extremely poor condition. Seto said that the defense was extremely low. If they were attacked, they would be instantly destroyed. Juno said that it was like a piece of foil. It would not help in a war. She said that she would not ask who built it, but she did not have time to finish because MC raised his hand and said that it was him. She was worried about this, and her squad members said that it was a lie. It was a joke. It was nice to hear such words from him. He reacted calmly to this and said that he was very grateful for it and they would do them an invaluable service. She was touched by these words. She began to cry and said that she had never heard such words before. Juno called her and loudly said that they cannot show their tears in public. She should stop crying. She noticed that he was crying too, but he loudly said that it was because of the pollen in the air. He looked at them with a small smile and thought that they must have suffered a lot. Lyonne approached them and asked if he could ask them to build a wall. She said with a thoughtful look that it was a big job of defending the territory. Was he sure he wanted to entrust such an important job to random people? He said with a calm smile that back then, between them, he was as good at observing and understanding people as anyone. These words touched her. She began to cry. and he thought that she took it so seriously that she cried. They left the organization and came to the border. Results are more important than efforts, and people who delve into the essence of the matter are valued more than results. A similar feeling had happened to him in a past life. She wiped away her tears and told my lord that she would carry out his task. Former members of the elite royal magic army. They will be able to build the perfect wall that no one can pass through. He had an idea and said that a new wall, it seems that they too will be able to do something. Later they came to Greg, told him about it, and he said with a joyful look that the walls for the patrol, they will finally have it. When orcs attack them, he always lets Verdun deal with them. Noct thought that he too always relies on girls. He said that there is no need to worry about it. He said loudly with a very displeased expression that she does not know the value of things, tramples demons into the ground so that it is not even possible to collect anything from them. He turned to the mages and said that he was going to borrow the wisdom of her elite squad and would like to entrust them with the creation of walls for the patrol. Lyonne raised her staff in front of her and said that if such is the master's wish. After that, she shook Greg's hand. Juno stood nearby and asked, "But there are only 4 of them?" Seto turned to him and asked if perhaps they could divide into 6-hour shifts. Mandrake started to emerge from the ground, and he said that they shouldn't worry about it because they had working hands. He pointed at them and said that they had all of them. He became worried about this and asked loudly what they were all doing here. "I wish Verdina were here." She hit one of these monsters on the head with her staff with a serious expression and killed it. He was very surprised by this, loudly called the mandrake by name and asked what she was even doing. After all, he was growing them. She was surprised by this and said that she was sorry, but they were disgusting. He pointed his finger towards the forest and said that they were their friends, even he. He asked not to kill them. He began burying the slain mandrake, and the mages were still worried about being surrounded by monsters. The protagonist was surprised that he had become a monster tamer and said that in any case, he hoped they would all get along. After some time, they were sitting on the floor and drawing something, and he sat next to them and asked with a smile, "Is he really a former soldier?" Joseph said that it reminded him of his master Wishart when they were little. Lyonne stood up and said that everything was ready. She had several ideas for improving the walls. First, they should build double gates. They could trap the enemy. Juno showed his drawing and said that he suggested putting pikes on the walls and digging moats. Then they would be able to attack the captured enemy unilaterally. Seto said that they should build a suspended scaffold with water underneath it, with a pile of pikes underneath it so that they would never be able to walk again. MC looked at this and thought, "This is too much. Did they really serve in the army?" Greg said loudly that they don't understand anything. They don't even have a clue what they're proposing. They have to dig ditches between the walls. Water affects both people and demons. Mandrakes drown quickly. He was surprised by this and thought that he seemed to love them. A few days later, he was lying on several mandrakes in the courtyard with a satisfied smile. Joseph came out of the estate and asked, "He lazes around from time to time, doesn't he?" He said that it's important to be consistent. He came closer and asked, while he was lying like that, "Will everything be okay with the security of the area?" He's not worried about that. He calmly said that he conveyed that he will leave it to their discretion. They should trust them. If they really have problems, he is sure that they will be informed immediately. Besides, it seems to him that it is better to let a person do what he wants with a purpose than to try to remake him in a certain way. That way, they will be able to get better results. He said that it sounds good, but more attention should be paid to the territory. He stood up, started to leave, and said that he would go and look around. Later, they went out into the city, started to look around, and he said that everything was going great. Noct said with a small smile that they had so many strange things that Rael bought from everywhere. He is sure that the citizens will be interested in looking at all this. Mayor said that there are so many unfamiliar faces and new merchants here. He said with a small smile that more and more people are coming here from other domains. It seems to him that it is not only because of the strange things that he brings. There are a lot of things here that cannot be found anywhere else. The berries are in the allotment, their territory, and with their skills, it will be possible to buy all the out-of-season vegetables here. A great combination. He also mentioned this in advertising, and he has another plan in development. They came to another place, and he said that he increased the glass and built a greenhouse. Joseph began to examine it in surprise, and said that it was so wasteful to use precious glass. She asked with a smile, "It looks beautiful, doesn't it?" He stood nearby and said that it lets in sunlight and maintains a high temperature inside. If they make several such structures, then even without skills, anyone will be able to grow vegetables out of season. He went to the exit and said that they must return this territory to its former glory. He began to cry and said that he could not believe that he thought of this. They came to the balcony, looked at the city from above, and the protagonist said that the seeds they planted were finally starting to sprout. Magicians came to them. Lyonne called him and said that the last section of the wall was ready. He thanked them, picked up a small structure, surprised by its weight, and wondered how heavy could it be for such a small structure. She said that the 3 of them had made it using materials infused with deadly magic. Seto said that they couldn't make a large section, but even this was enough to enlarge it. He wasn't sure it had turned out well, and she said that they had developed different methods of killing. He wanted more information. He raised his hand and said that he didn't want to hear it. He would ask her when the time came. They had to look at it. He enlarged the last section using his skill and placed a gate into the city. She said with a smile that now no threat could threaten his territory, because with this it had become an invulnerable fortress. He was very surprised by this. Residents came to them and admired it. Greg said loudly in a joyful tone that now they didn't have to be afraid of demons. Juno said that with such a wall, anyone could try to attack them. At that very moment, a huge dragon was flying over the city, raising a very strong wind with the flapping of its wings. MC looked at it in horror and thought, "This is too much, isn't it?" The next day, he was sitting in the library and reading a lot of books. Joseph entered the room and asked with a surprised look if he had really worked all night. He continued reading and said that he was busy with his own means. As soon as he decided, he would immediately go to bed, so he shouldn't complain. Mayor called him with a worried look and said that he should rest, at least take a nap. He said that in most cases, even the residents cannot sleep peacefully. He wants to deal with this dragon as soon as possible. If they don't deal with it as soon as possible, things will only get worse. They cannot afford to make mistakes. In Master Rutherford's library, he found no information about the dragon's weaknesses. They are so legendary that there was no information about them, let alone their weaknesses. Julina ran into the room, called out to him loudly, and said there was no choice this time. They had to build a tavern. With alcohol, he would forget everything. He turned to her with a tired expression and asked, "Is that what she was saying? It would be better to take some action instead." She took his hand, pulled him along, and loudly said that this was nonsense. They went outside, and she loudly said that everyone was already drinking outside. Because of the stress, people started drinking right on the street. They needed a bar so that no one would catch a cold outside. He was very surprised that all this happened in one night and thought that they should hurry. He returned to the estate and loudly said that they should gather for reconnaissance. Noct compiled a list of people suitable for this mission and said that they needed to choose who to take with them. If you think about it, Greg has combat experience and is good at taming, which could be useful. He will definitely contribute to the success of the mission, although there's also a high chance that his character will get him into the worst possible situation. Besides, the city guard could come in handy if things don't go according to plan and citizens have to be evacuated. He chose 3 people and later met with them, calling Juno and saying that he would be responsible for communicating with the squad during the mission. He agreed to this, and Verdena happily said that he should try his best. He called Luz and said that her reconnaissance skills were key. This was an important mission, but he was counting on her. She said with a calm expression that she had already seen dragons and that it would be accomplished. He found this attitude excellent with a smile and said loudly that once again they should be careful. After some time, he was very tired while they were walking through the forest and wondered if she drank so much water because she was nervous. Although she always needed to cool down, she, who had fought many different monsters but with such an opponent. Later they found this dragon, watched him from a hiding place, and said that he was eating Nadel. Juno couldn't believe it, and he was standing next to him and asked, "He looks like a predator, but is he an omnivore?" He called Luz and asked what they should do next. They were drinking something from her wineskin again. The protagonist snatched it from her hands and loudly asked what was wrong with her. He sniffed it and said that it was alcohol. She took it back and said that it was so delicious, it made her forget about everything. She fell asleep, and he caught her and apologized for scaring her. Juno, looking worried, called him loudly and said that the dragon noticed them. He was surprised by this and loudly asked how this happened. His goal wasn't Noddle. Verdena stepped forward and loudly said that he was eating her berries. She won't let him escape. He was surprised to think that there was a special black Iberian pig. If you add acorns to its food, its meat would acquire a special flavor. She had been eating Noddle since she was a baby, and her body was filled with the scent of berries, which attracted the dragon. The monster approached them and let out a very loud roar. He realized that the monster was targeting her and immediately stood in front of her. He closed his eyes in fear, but unexpectedly for him, the dragon was distracted by Luz and began to sniff her. He became worried about this, but suddenly the dragon said that he was sorry for scaring them. He didn't mean to. MC was surprised by what he was saying and asked, "Can dragons talk?" She said that higher magical creatures can use their speech, but she encountered it for the first time. He laughed and said that of course, dragons can talk, and so loudly that they will not be able to sleep. They were very surprised because of this, and he asked, "Are they okay?" He was surprised, thought it was interesting, but he did not seem harmless. He called the dragon and asked why he came here. He really scared them by saying that he came to rob their lands. They do not need to worry, he is only here for the purple berries. The Titan's daughter loves this, and he has always been interested in trying it. He asked if he was so interested, why did not he try it then? The dragon said that she looked so happy when she ate it. It would be a shame to take it away from her. Verdena pointed her finger at Luz and asked loudly, "Doesn't he feel sorry for her? Does he even understand how scared she was when she saw him?" He apologized and said that the smell of alcohol caught his attention. She looked at her wineskin and he said that, by the way, he had a favor to ask of them. Could they please allow him to take one sip? Noct looked at him with a smile, poured alcohol into a plate, and asked the dragon to wait. He used a skill and enlarged the plate, which surprised him greatly. They began to eat berries, which he also enlarged, and they all drank alcohol together. He looked at him and said that it seemed he had two skills, the one he had just seen and, for example, the shrinking skill. He was surprised by this, and the dragon called Verdina and asked if she was the giant who ate the berries. Wasn't she? He was waiting for her. With his shrinking ability, it seemed they would become friends. She raised her hand and said that they could become friends with her too. After all, she was his bodyguard. The dragon grinned and asked, however, wasn't he the one covering her? He waved his tail, patted him on the head, and said that he was a good boy. He was very surprised by this, and remembered his childhood, when his father patted his head. They finished eating, and the dragon called her and said that it seemed she really liked these berries. He looked at him and asked, is he going somewhere after he eats these berries? She was worried about this and asked, is he going to go somewhere? He raised his head and said that he wanted to do so, but changed his mind. He released a strong stream of energy and transformed into the form of a human. The main character was surprised by this, and he said that one of his abilities is turning into a human. He looked at him in surprise and thought that means there are others. It turns out that abilities are not necessarily related to magic. He asked if he can live in his domain. Juno closed Verdin's eyes, and she happily asked, will he join them? He said that he thought he would be bored alone. Besides, he hadn't drunk alcohol for so long and missed human-cooked food. However, at first he was interested in him. This surprised him, and he came closer and said that, in general, people with such amazing skills have interesting lives. He wants to see what he is capable of. He was confused by this, and he said, with a calm smile, that he thought they should have fun. He thought about his family again, and thought about how many times he had been told these words. He extended his hand, introduced himself, and said that he was glad to welcome him to his home. He extended his hand in return and said that his name was Grab. MC's hand hurt a lot because of this handshake, and he apologized and said that he accidentally misjudged the strength. Later, they came into the city together, and he thought that his territory had a new friend, somewhat similar to his father. At the entrance to the city, people crowded together, and Leonie loudly asked him, have they found the dragon? He said that he was no longer there. The residents calmed down because of this, and he thought that it was better not to say in front of the residents that they had met him, otherwise they would worry. He leaned towards them and quietly said that they had brought him with them. She was very surprised by this and was about to say something loudly, but he covered her mouth with his hand, asked her to calm down, and said that all conversations were in his office. Later, when they had gathered in his office, he said that they had found the dragon in the forest. She slammed her hands on the table and loudly asked, where is he now? He said in a calm tone that he was in the same room with them. They began to search in different places in this office, not understanding what he meant. Grab transformed his hand into a dragon's and asked, maybe that way they will believe? She was very scared because of this, and Noct said that he used his skills to disguise himself as a human. He turned to him and asked if he should maybe return to his original form. He loudly refused and said that he would ruin everything. She grabbed his hand, called his master, and said that they should step aside for a second. They stepped aside and she quietly asked, is he sure that everything will be okay? He thought whether it was okay or not, he could not say for sure. How could he even know that? The dragon examined Greg and said that he had an interesting activity. He was surprised because of this, and he said that there were scratches on his armor, the smell. He is a tamer, isn't he? These marks must be he breeds mandrakes. He became worried about this and wondered if he might think badly of them because of what he does. He came closer to him, took his hand, and with a happy expression on his face said that it was so familiar. He used to breed them too. He was happy to hear this and said that this couldn't be true. He finally found a friend, but the occupation still requires knowledge. Grab said with a cheerful look that the activity still requires knowledge. Depending on the soil and how it is grown, a mandrake can grow to any size. He flew all over the world in search of the best soil. He showed the approximate size with his hand and said that it seemed that in the end he managed to grow it about this big. Greg was surprised by this and asked loudly, can they grow 3 times larger than his? How did he do it? He said in a serious tone that he was still too young. He was a little surprised by this, agreed, and said that it was too early to learn the secret of the Dragon Master. He asked with a small smile if he wanted to become his apprentice. He immediately agreed, and the protagonist looked at this and thought that he got along better with the Dragon Master than he did. Lionne said that she understood the master, however. They did not listen to her, and Grab said that it was especially sad when the creature he cares for is killed. He said with a sad look that they were dying or sleeping. It didn't matter. The main thing was that they were in the soil. She sighed and said that they should stop at the fact that there was no one in the forest. He thanked her, and she said that, however, she still couldn't believe that they had become friends with this dragon. He laughed and said that they should let things take their course. Later, he said that the information about who Grab was would be known only to them. For the rest, it was a secret. Otherwise, it would worry the townspeople. People left his office, and he turned to him and said with a smile that he hadn't been among people for a long time. Maybe they should take a walk? Maybe he was in a bit of a hurry. MC understood him. agreed with a smile and said that it would be better to do it as soon as possible. They went to the exit and he asked if they could leave right now. He opened the door, pointed to the side and said that he asked to allow him to introduce him to this city. He was glad about this and he suggested starting with the market. They came to the market and he said that it was the busiest place in his city because all the people of the estate come here. Rail buys everything they need for them. He can find anything here, including alcohol. This caught his attention and he asked, "Is delicately prepared alcohol so delicious that it relaxes the whole soul, don't you think?" He thought about it, took him by the hand, led him along and said that, however, the vegetables they grow in the greenhouse are no less delicious. He brought him to the greenhouse and said that they built it with the help of his abilities and the delicate work of carpenters. This is a greenhouse. Using enlarged glass, you can grow any crops regardless of the season. Grab tasted the grown vegetables and said that he uses his abilities so pragmatically. He really is an interesting person. They went further and Nock said that now here they have a berry garden. He was surprised by what he heard and said that these are the berries from which the alcohol he drank in the forest was made. Was it his imagination, or did he smell something delicious coming from there? He looked in that direction and said that there was nothing interesting there. It was just a winery. He dragged him away from that building and said that they should go see something more interesting. Later, they came to the bath and he said that he could enjoy it for 500 gold per visit. It was a heavenly bath. He said with a disinterested look that there was a magnificent view. However, when it comes to hot springs, he can't stand it anymore. He said that he apologized for teasing him until now. He wanted him to enjoy the best drink. Grab was worried about this and said that he was sorry for getting on his nerves. He said loudly that it was not so. By the way, about the baths after bathing, it was cold to the bone. Cold coffee, made by Levi. He looked at it and said in a disappointed tone that this was not it. He did not hear it, but he abruptly stood up and released very strong energy. He was very confused about this, and Jelena hit him on the head, called him an idiot, and said that he had every right to be angry. The protagonist was surprised by this and said that he had not even taken a nap and was just trying to introduce him to the city that they all built. It seemed to him that the sooner it was done, the better. She said that the only thing they wanted now was to drink alcohol. That was obvious. He turned to him and asked, "Is that really so?" Grab nodded in agreement, and he said that then he asks for it to be brought to them. She refused and said with a happy look that she just wanted to have a drink in a place that could satisfy this good desire. He agreed with this, and he looked at them with a puzzled look and asked, "Does it make a difference where you drink?" She asked, "Does he really not know this?" He said that drinking at home or in a dive is completely different from drinking in a bar. She said that a fairy tale that exists on the sidelines of everyday life. The best place to spend your leisure time is a bar. MC was confused because of this, and he called him and said that he should take them there. She fell on her knees, started crying, and said loudly that they don't have a bar. He was shocked by this, couldn't believe it, and she said that they should build one. He also fell on his knees out of sadness, clenched his teeth, and said loudly that they have to build it and take back their fairy tale. Jelena was touched by this, and said loudly that he was her friend from the bottom of his heart. After that, they started planning the building, bought alcohol, and later the first bar appeared on the big small property. When the construction was finished, he received a letter saying that they had reserved a spot for him and asked him to come. He walked into the bar without queuing and thought that he didn't expect this. He had never been to a bar in his past life. He went inside and saw Grab in his work uniform, who said, "Welcome." He sat down in front of the bar, and he placed a towel on a stand in front of him. He took it and thought that it smelled nice. He also handed him a large book and said that here is a menu for him. He opened it, became nervous, and thought that he didn't know what to choose. There is a legend that exists on the margins of everyday life. He wiped the glass in front of him and asked what he would like to order. He asked for something tasty with a confused look and thought that he had said the worst thing that could have come to mind. He smiled because of this, and said that if he said that he wanted something refreshing, everything would be fine. These words calmed him down, and he said that then he needed something that would make him want to sleep. After that, with a calm expression on his face, he began to make a cocktail for him and handed it to him. He took it, sniffed it, and said that it smelled delicious. He said that he was grateful that he showed him the city recently. This cocktail is based on nattle wine. It adds sweetness with notes of lemon. Nock said with surprise that it was very tasty. "What is it called?" He said that they have not decided on a name yet, so they are going to name it after these lands. An original cocktail from Big Small. Could they name it after him? He was surprised because of this, smiled, and said that he did not know that one could come to such a place so easily to relax. He pointed his hand at Jelena, sitting next to her, and said that he asked her to give that lady the same cocktail. She smiled because of this, and asked if he really understood the charm of bars. He thought that drinking at home or in a cafe was one thing, but drinking in a bar was something else entirely. A fairy tale that existed on the outskirts of everyday life, called a bar. Later he came to the bar with Olivia. They raised their glasses and he said that he proposed a toast to her beautiful eyes. She asked what a beautiful bar it was. Could she come in there? He said that this place was at her disposal. He snapped his fingers, asked for another drink for the young lady, and Kuklua, sitting on his legs, also asked for one. She was given a large glass of milk, and they continued drinking. He looked away and was surprised when he saw Rael sitting next to her. He was confused by this and said loudly that he had misunderstood. He did not intend to interfere in the affairs of his subjects. He said with a smile that everything was fine. Wouldn't he like to try to get something for himself? He was confused by this, and he said that he was talking about the underground mines. He thought that there was one mine that lay between Big Small and Hadlet. In the past, they mined jewels and minerals there. After the orc invasion, it was abandoned due to a lack of labor. He said with a smile that, like in the old days, they could bring wealth back to Big Small, so he would do just fine with minerals and jewels. He still agreed and said that if they found new materials, it seemed that Jelena could make something interesting. Later, the protagonist thought that sometimes he thinks that by talking to him, he reached the point of no return. He came to his office and Mayor greeted him. Greg stood next to her, who said that he asked her to try again. If she received cell activation from Kabusuke, a terrible monster could result. She was nervous about talking to him. He came closer and wondered what he was even talking about. It looks like Big Small is in danger of a biohazard. Later, Joseph listened to him and said that with his skills, he would get rich in no time. He said with a small smile that Rael also expected the same from him. She poured tea and asked who he would entrust the extraction to. He said that before that, everything needed to be studied. The mines had been abandoned for a long time. Everything needed to be checked and the monsters killed. After securing the mining site, workers needed to be sent. He would go to inspect first, so it was up to him to decide who would go with him. Verdena would definitely go because a fight was inevitable. How many more people should he take with him? She said that he should take her too, because if there was a battle, she would definitely come in handy. He agreed and said that a healer would definitely come in handy. Greg slammed his palm on the table and said that he would go too. He had to collect all the new monsters. MC said that if he brought another strange creature, Leonie would definitely kill him. He was surprised by this and knelt down, begging to be taken with them. He thought with a thoughtful look that he had said some strange things. Had he really created the tyrant Mandrake? He sighed and said that he could go too. Then they would also take Juno. She said that they were together when they went to the dragon. He often looks around and helps with small things. You can rely on him. He remembered how earlier, when he came to him and said that he was grateful for the help, and apologized for entrusting this to him alone. He turned to him and said that he enjoyed doing it, so everything was fine. He does his job silently, but he always pays attention to him. He is happy to work under such a man. After some time, they gathered at the city gates. Noct approached him and asked what kind of hood is this? Is he really shy? He was very embarrassed and politely asked him not to do that. A tired Seto stretched and said that they were finally taking turns. Lyonnaise approached him, called the master, and asked what he was doing with Juno. He turned to her and said that they were going to the subway mines. He also turned to her and said that he would borrow it. She became indignant about this, called him, and said that he was at it again. When they went after the dragon, was it exactly the same? He began to get nervous and said that the master had assigned him. She remembered how they had connected during the last expedition, and he told her what had happened. He stood between them and said that people like him were known for being gloomy. She took out her staff, used magic, and created a pit in front of Juno's feet, into which he immediately fell. They called each other with worried looks, and she, with a small smile, said that this was a dangerous adventure. From now on, she from the squad of magicians would accompany them. Mare thought about it, but they could lose. But how could that be? Verdena raised her hand happily and said they shouldn't worry. She would protect them all. Greg said they shouldn't let her get hurt. They were friends, right? The protagonist thought they would definitely have to fight this time. Juno would be the best choice. However, he couldn't help it. She was really motivated. He said he looked forward to working with her then. It was a long journey, so they had to make sure they were prepared for anything. Lyonnaise asked how far it was to the mine. She was very surprised when he said about 5 hours walk each way. Mare approached them and said that everything would be different if they had a carriage. He smiled and said that she shouldn't worry. He threw a small cart on the floor and enlarged it with magic. He called Verdena and said that she should stay here and climb up the mountain. After that, they got into the cart and it pulled them very quickly. The cart bounced on the bumps, causing Greg's mandrakes to fall out of the cart, which he held from behind. Later, they reached the mountain and began to look around. She said with surprise that it was bigger than her home. Leonie, with an interested look, said that it was a beautiful place, worthy of pioneers. Verdena ran ahead and said that they should go there faster. MC asked her to wait and said that they needed to check the nearby objects. They went to a building standing nearby, and he said that it was an office used by mine workers. He walked up to the door, noticed the lock, and Greg asked, he doesn't have a key, right? He remembered the past and said that he once lost the key to the whole area, and he didn't know where it could be. Verdena came up and asked if maybe she could open it. He patted her on the head and said that the way she was going to do it was called property damage. If you make the door a little smaller, it seemed like the only way. Lyonnaise came up to them and asked them to wait. She used magic, waved her hand, and created a small key. They were surprised by this, and she walked up to the door, opened it, and said that now they could go in. They looked at her with a confused look and thought that she was just like a thief. She was confused by this, and in a worried tone asked loudly, "What's wrong?" She called him and asked with embarrassment what he did with Verdina. He won't pet her? He asked with a worried look if she could do the same with the private house on his territory. She happily agreed and said that she would not allow anyone to block the gentleman's path. They went inside the building, where it was very dusty. Mare covered his and her own noses with handkerchiefs and said that this house had been left unattended for almost half a year. Verdena followed them and sneezed loudly, and Greg said that it was quite spacious here. Noct looked around and said that this was a bedroom. He looked around with a smile and said that it looked like this building could be used the same way if everything was tidied up. Lyonne said that the door was also not broken. He noticed something and said loudly that it was no good. He pointed to the bed and loudly said that this bed is not for staff. What's with this bedding? It looks like a wet rice cracker. First of all, they need to improve everything here. Mare admiringly called his behavior cute, and Verdena pointed her finger to the side, called him and asked, "What is this?" She approached the box and said that these were beautiful stones. He came closer and said that this was a photoluminescent stone that glows in response to magic. This one glowed dimly because of the magic in the atmosphere. He took it in his hand. The stone began to emit a bright light, and he said that if they pressed it hard enough, it would turn into a lamp. He put the stone on the floor and asked her to break it. She struck it hard with her fist, and Lyonne asked, "Isn't this a very valuable thing?" They needed more pieces to light the mine and the estate. He came closer, began to use magic, and said that they needed to shrink it even more. They should take mining tools. She looked at it with a confused look and said that this was truly absurd. They went into the mine. He called Verdun and said that she should go ahead because she is very sensitive to signs. If they are attacked, they can count on Greg. These two have already fought the Orc King. They can be relied on. He turned to them and said that even then, his skills were amazing. The protagonist said that however, this time they cannot rely on him. He will not be able to help in this small room. Zooming in and out are not compatible. Lyonne called him and asked, "What about her?" He said that she will deal with the enemy when he enters the territory. She agreed, and he thought that despite the fact that she is a former loyalist, she is still an engineer. They cannot force them to do anything. They stopped when they saw several monsters running towards them. Everyone prepared to fight and took fighting stances, but suddenly crystals emerged from the ground and pierced the ants. It was her magic in action, and she said with a small smile that this was their territory. He was surprised by this and thought that this was what the Royal Magic Army meant. They went further, and he thought that this mine had been abandoned for a long time. This confined space had the worst compatibility with his enlargement and reduction skill. This place should be teeming with monsters. Many monsters ran towards them, and he said loudly that there were more of them than expected. No matter how many times they killed them, they would still reappear. Mare grabbed his clothes because of severe pain, and Mare, with a worried look, asked loudly what they should do. He saw a huge ant and was very scared because of it. Verdena quickly ran up to this monster and delivered a very strong kick to its head. She started laughing after that, and she, with a worried look, called out to him and asked, "She really is strong, isn't she?" He fell to the ground and said that they should just look at these ants. He felt bad. Greg stood next to the mandrakes, called out loudly to her, and told her to stop wreaking havoc. MC looked at him with a slight displeasure and thought that even at a moment like this, he realized he was an adventurer. Verdena continued on, killing monsters along the way, and Lyonne helped her using the Earth Spear spell. Later, she happily said that it was such a pleasure. Every time they killed a monster, the world became a better place. Mare extended her hands to him, called out to him, and said that if he wanted to return, he should take her hands. He thought, with a slightly displeased expression, that it seemed like he was the only one who was serious. A huge bat flew towards them and let out a very loud cry. He was surprised by this and thought that, of course, vampire bats live here. But this is strange. This monster is simply gigantic. The monster landed nearby, crushed the mandrake, and Greg was very upset, called its name, and said that the monster ate him. Noct, looking worried, said loudly that if he was caught, he would be eaten too. The bat knocked Verdun to the ground, and she, looking confused, said that she couldn't hear anything. Lyonne began to attack with earth spears, but the monster quickly flew forward and dodged all the attacks. He ran up to the monster, cut off its head with one blow, and avenged his mandrake. Immediately after that, he used the Earth Shield's skill and shackled the monster. She was surprised by this, began to examine what he had done, and said that there wasn't a single crack here. What precision and speed! Where did he learn this? He said with a small smile that it was worth it to continue taking regular baths. She said that to think that there was a bat king in such a place. He denied it and said that it didn't look like a king. He had absolutely no skills. Maybe it was a simple mutation? They reached a dead end, and Mare noticed a light in a small crack and warned them about it. He widened the crack and they entered a hidden cave and said with admiration that the entire ceiling sparkled with jewels. He asked with a confused look, "What was it?" Greg looked at him and asked, "Did he really forget?" Lyonne said that it was ordinary manatite, that's all. He remembered hearing this name before and asked what it was. He said that manatite ore is very compatible with magic, and if you make a staff from it, the magic will increase significantly. Also, if you use it as a weapon, it can become a magic sword that increases strength and endurance, and also imparts special magic. It is a very rare resource that is worth quite a lot. The protagonist said that such a large sum can make a good profit for it. He thought Rael seemed to have something to do with it. She said that if they worked on extracting this resource, they could use it to improve the territory. He said that he would be glad if he could show it to Galena and the others. More importantly, now he could pay the annual tax. Mayor was also happy about this and said that he did it. He said in a cheerful tone that they needed to report this to Rael. Verdina grabbed him by the collar, pulled him along, and he asked in a confused tone what she was doing. She pointed her finger into the depths of the cave and said that he should look there. There were people there who loudly asked, "Is this manatite? What a huge vein this is." They came closer to them and Lionel loudly asked who they were. He looked at them, remembered, and said their names, and they were surprised and also said his name. She turned to him and asked if they knew each other. He agreed and said that they worked at the metro mine. They were former citizens of Big Small. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. How were they? They remembered what happened, asked for forgiveness, and said that he was getting up from that situation, and they did nothing. MC bowed to them and unexpectedly for them asked for forgiveness. They were confused because of this, and he said that he apologizes for not being able to protect them back then. However, he is glad that they met again. What are they doing now? A man approached them, grabbed Alton by the hair and loudly asked if they were messing around here. He loudly called them idiots, threw him to the ground and said that there was manatite right in front of them, so they should stop messing around. He noticed the other people nearby and asked who they were. Mayor approached him, used magic to heal him, and Noct introduced himself and said that he was the lord of the Big Small territory. He thought that judging by his behavior, this was their boss. The man was surprised by this and asked, "So he's the lord of the neighboring territory?" The miners were trembling with fear, and he came closer and said with a smile that it was an honor to meet him. "By the way, sir, could he be so kind as to leave this place? The metro mine itself is located in such a way that it is part of the territory of 2 cities. However, this particular point is their property." Mayor was surprised by this and asked, "Do they want to monopolize manatite?" He was very surprised by what he heard, fell to the ground and asked, "How so?" "They won't be able to pay taxes now." He apologizes to Rebecca. The man said with a smile that he sympathized with him very much. Lionel looked at the map, approached him and said that he should wait a little. Could he please justify his rights? Judging by the map, this point is on neutral territory between 2 possessions. They should properly discuss who should own the manatite. He approached her, grabbed her by the cloak, and said in a frightening tone that she was not allowed to speak. He looked at her with an angry gaze, and she calmly asked, "What does her gender have to do with it?" The protagonist got angry because of this, and thought, "How dare he? He is not a gentleman at all." He looked at her and said loudly that he spoke with the Lord. He approached them, pushed his hand away and said that he was absolutely right. This issue should be decided between the 2 lords. He asks to let him speak with the ruler of Hadlet. Now they will both take the manatite with them. He must convey his request to the authorities. The man spat and left with the miners. Mayor was indignant about this and loudly asked, "Did he just spat in the presence of the Lord?" Lionel smiled, called him and said that she was grateful that he stood up for her. It was very brave. Unexpectedly for her, he fell to the ground, began to beat the ground with his hands, and loudly said that they had added a headache. She sat down next to him with a worried look and said that he should behave decently. After some time, at the estate, Joseph listened to him and said that in the past, when there were signs of an imminent attack of monsters from the great forest, his father sent them requests for help. Among the lords of the harsh virgin lands, helping each other is a general unspoken rule. However, Hadlet never sent its troops to them. At most, this is a very modest amount of resources, and that is where their help ended. Mayor ran into his office, called him and said that he had received a letter from Hadlet. He took the letter and loudly asked, "Did they write to come tomorrow afternoon? They should discuss this at his family estate." She was very angry about this and loudly said how rude it was towards the Lord. Maybe she should kill him? Rael said thoughtfully that it would be better if he came here. If he underestimated his strength, they would be finished. It seemed that it was not worth going there. MC refused and said that he would go there. For the sake of their future, they needed to talk face to face. The next day, they rode in a carriage. Mayor waved a fan in front of him and said that he was magnificent this morning, getting up so early. He lay with a calm expression on his face and said that it was simply bad to be late. Verdina waved the curtains and asked how much longer they had to go. He asked her not to play with the curtains and said that today, they were leaving for important negotiations. They arrived in the capital of the Hadlet territory and were surprised by what they saw. They looked around and said that what a big bell, simply enormous. He said with a calm expression on his face that there was nothing surprising about it. Although it was the same plane as in the Big Small territory, everything was flourishing here. Verdina said with admiration that the house was so interesting. He said that it was because Hadlet was a multinational country, hence the mix of different cultures. He called Jelena and Rog and said that they should take a look around. Would they be able to do the same on their territory? They started looking around, and he called Luz and said that there were elves here too. Did she happen to know them? She said with a calm expression that she didn't think so. She was the only elf from her village who had gone on the journey because it was closed. He was a little surprised by this and wondered why she hadn't joined them then. He should ask about it next time, but right now he was thirsty. Verdina called him loudly and said that this dirty ground smelled very nice. It was somehow strange. Noct approached her, looked around and said that it was curry, that it existed in this world too. They ordered this dish, the waiter brought it, and she asked with a shocked look, "Is this dirt?" He said that she should stop and start eating. She said indignantly that even if it smells good, it is still dirt. He did not listen to her. Let her try the dish, and she immediately said that it was so delicious. The others came up to her and asked in surprise, "Is this really delicious?" They should let her try it too. They all started eating, admiring the taste, and she pointed her finger and happily said that he should reduce this store so that they could take it home. He also ate and said that if she wanted to use it later, it should be big. He would make the curry himself. He came to a shelf with a lot of spices and said that it was, of course, expensive, but they needed to buy the spices needed for curry. They would make real curry at home. They were surprised by this and asked, "Can they feel this taste even in Big Small?" He happily took the plate with the dish and said that for some reason, this curry reminded him of a blanket. They should eat and have fun. Someone asked loudly, "But what about work?" Sometime later, when they finished buying various things and came to the estate, a servant met them, led them to the study, knocked on the door and said that Baron Big Small had arrived. Having received permission, he opened the door and allowed them to enter. The guy sitting on the sofa said that he apologized for calling them to such a distant place. He was Norvis II Hadlet, lord of this territory. The protagonist approached him, bowed, introduced himself, and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He sat down on the chair in front of him, and he said that they should get down to business. It would be about the rights to mine manatite. He looked at him and thought that he had checked all of his father's archives, but there was no material about where the manatite was found. These negotiations, 40% will be enough. He said that they were appropriating all the rights to mining manatite for their territory. He was surprised by what he heard and asked on what basis. He waved his hand and said that everything was written in the documents sold to their family. He said that all territorial documents were supposed to be handed over, but they did not have such documents. He took the documents that were brought to him and said that it was strange. He handed him these documents when MC said that he asked to let him verify them. He took this document and thought that there could be no mistake. He had gone to great lengths, but it was a fake. However, he needed to prove it somehow. Norvis said that not long ago, monsters had attacked the Big Small territory. Maybe they lost this document then? He denied it and said that the mansion was not damaged then, so loss was impossible. This document was a fake. He asked in a calm tone if he had any proof. Did he really want them to give up what they originally had the right to? It's their mistake. Now only war can resolve everything. He was a little surprised by this and thought that this was one of the noble customs for settling conflicts. Two lords station their troops on a predetermined territory and fight. A pseudo-war. He prepared forged documents and suddenly called him here, so he wouldn't have time to obtain evidence. In the dialogue, he immediately issued an ultimatum and declared war. He had planned everything long ago. A lord shouldn't risk his life for some resources. However, if he caved in now, he'd spread the rumor that Lord Big Small was a weakling who retreated at the mere mention of a pseudo-war. He'd start treating him that way, and then he'd be tempted to take not only their manatite, but their other resources as well. Noct asked if his territory had recently come under attack and was now depleted. Didn't he think it was dishonorable to demand war now? Norvis, with a calm expression, said that in that case he swears they'll only send 100 soldiers, and he can field as many as they want. So, what will his answer be? He apologized to the girls standing nearby, then slammed his palm on the table and loudly declared that in the name of Lord Big Small, he accepted his challenge. He looked at him with a calm smile and said that then they should decide on a place, date, and time. Sometime later, they were riding back in a carriage, told him what had happened, and apologized for it. Rog calmly said that he shouldn't worry so much, since he'd probably pissed him off. He sighed and said that when they returned home, they needed to apologize to the others. Galena said that if anyone objected, they would help him explain. Later, they returned to his mansion, where his comrades met him and asked if they would fight. He picked up Kuklua and was surprised by their calm reaction. Juno showed the blueprint and said that he had invented a new deadly trap and asked to see it. Greg loudly said that he had upgraded the mandrakes even more. Seto showed the magic stone and said that she had warned everyone in advance. He said that it looked weak, so it would often pick fights, but they would never have a dull moment. What will they do in this war? The protagonist said that, firstly, they would not use deadly traps. The duration of the pseudo-war was 10 days. It would be held on the plain between their territories. The weapon is defined by regulations, non-lethal, without the possibility of seriously injuring. The one who knocks out the opposing lord wins. They gathered around the map, and Liane asked what their chances were. Mir said that thanks to the lord's miraculous negotiating skills, they managed to reduce the enemy army to 100 in advance. He agreed and said that in addition, if he helps them. Later, he came to the bar, bowed, and Grab asked what happened to him. Why was he bowing so suddenly? He said that he had a favor to ask of him. A pseudo-war between Big Small and Hadlet would soon begin. Could he lend them his strength? He had to agree to the war. The fate of all the inhabitants of Big Small depended on these negotiations. He knows that he is very kind and probably hates battles, but they need his strength. He put the glass on the counter and said that these lands have only just begun to develop, but are already filled with light, and he does not want to lose that either. If they are in danger, he will always come to the rescue. He was very happy about this and thanked him loudly. The girls said that they would come to the pseudo-war with the Red Dragon. It seems that this has never happened before. How does he manage to do this? That's just the way their lord is. Later, everyone began to prepare for the battle in their own ways. Mir came to MC's office, called him, and said that a second from the kingdom had arrived. Rebecca entered the office, which surprised him very much, and he asked if she wasn't a tax inspector. Had she been fired? She said that she was an official. They have many roles, including seconds. He thanked her for her work and asked, however, wouldn't they usually send some secretary? She took the grapes and said that she came to find out the secret of such rapid development of his lands. Moreover, if this secret lies in his skill, perhaps the kingdom will ask him for help with some of their problems. He thought with a slightly worried look that since it was a secret, he would like her not to reveal it. She said with a serious expression that if she hadn't volunteered for this role, a person connected to House Hadlet would have become the second. He was a little surprised by this, bowed, thanked her, and called her his savior. She put the grapes in the basket and said that he shouldn't misunderstand her. She would make an impartial decision. He looked at her as she left and thought that despite the obvious difference in strength between them, they had prepared so much, even if Grab was on their side. After some time, he thought that they didn't know what skills the enemy soldiers had. He flew over the battlefield and said that there were 3 times as many people as they did. Noct thought he heard Rebecca's spell soaring into the hot sky. Thus began the great battle that would determine the fate of Big Small. A pseudo-war with the Hadlet territory began over a rare resource from the Manateet metro mines. Greg said with a determined expression that he personally believed that compared to the people of Hadlet, who enjoyed a peaceful life, they had a huge advantage, having survived the battle with the Orc King. He added thoughtfully that he wouldn't be so sure, since this time their opponents were humans. It was a battle of man against man. The war lasted 10 days, of which 4 days were spent preparing positions. There was no way to guarantee victory, but the best prepared always won. They opened the crate, and Seto said with surprise that it contained mana and healing potions and so many of them. He said with a small smile that Manatite was at stake, so it might as well be worth the expense. Besides, he had talked Rail into an excellent deal. Norvis watched them from his territory while supplies were stockpiled around him, and said with a small smile that it looked like he had used all available resources. He lit a cigar and said that one could say it was a wise choice for an idiot. If he's afraid to bet big, he'll quickly start thinking like a commoner, or worse, like a loser. However, even if he has the resources, he has 20 or 30 soldiers at most. A fortress can't be built without labor. The soldiers were constructing a building out of wooden planks, and he said they had 4 days to prepare. How could they possibly have a 96-hour shift? The soldiers were surprised by this and loudly asked, have they really ended up in hell? Rebecca, sitting in a tent a long way from both camps, watched the proceedings through binoculars and said that as long as he had a second, he wouldn't risk resorting to truly dirty methods. However, even without him, his advantage was too great. What will the ruler of Big Small do? Lyonne and her squad stepped forward a little and raised her staff. The 3 of them used earth magic, and the protagonist ran toward them and offered his help. She called him and asked if he would use earth magic like with the bathtub. He denied it and said that, like with moving the store, he was using his imagination to create a block of earth. He used the shrink skill, and his allies were happy about it. Norvis looked at it through binoculars and said that manipulating the soil on such a scale and at such a speed must be something an elite earth mage can do. The Lord himself is also an excellent magic user. If you think about it, their lands are right in front of a large forest. Of course, they are used to battles, cunning foxes. A soldier came to him, called him, and said that they had nothing to fear. He should take a closer look. At that moment, Juno became very weak and fell to the ground. MC immediately ran up to him and asked with a worried look, "Is he okay? Why didn't he say anything if he was so exhausted?" He said that he just wanted to try his best. Norvis watched this with a smile, took a glass of alcohol, and said that such magic shouldn't be used so much, and the potions tasted simply disgusting. Mayor approached Leona, began using magic, and said that it had to be stopped. Jelena came to them and said that they should switch, now it's their turn. They brought a small building. He used an enlargement spell and erected a large castle. Rebecca saw this and, surprised, loudly asked, "What is this, magic?" Norvis was shocked by what he saw, threw down the glass, stood up and asked, "Is this hypnosis?" "No, it's an illusion. To hypnotize so many people you need too much mana, and an illusion is enough to create in one place. However, first they dug a real moat to give the illusion more realism. This is a stupid plan, the thinking of the poor. Once they understand the secret, there is nothing to fear. However, they will build the same building, but a real one. He took out a whip, started hitting the soldiers, and loudly said that they should work until they died, and then he would get them from the other world. One of the soldiers brought food, called him and said that they would not build anything on an empty stomach. He started eating and said that they were such selfish pigs. So be it, they could eat his delicious dried meat and black bread. By the way, what do they have there? You can't get full with illusions. Noct said that they built a house, now they can eat. Kuklua brought a basket of fruit and said that these were her best vegetables. He looked at it with a small smile and said that it was also very sweet. She also brought some spices, and he used his magnification skill. Olivia began preparing the dish, and he used the skill again, enlarging the pot of food to feed all of his comrades at once. Norvis watched through binoculars and said it was like coming home. A warm dinner right on the battlefield. A feeling of calm from the hearth. Did they steal part of Hadlet culture, their curry? The protagonist called Grab, who transformed into a human and asked him to try the dish. He really liked it and released a very powerful energy as he loudly declared it was very delicious. The enemy soldiers smelled their food and began to drool. He was shocked by this and wondered if this was an illusion. He fell to the ground and a soldier brought him a cigar and asked him to come to his senses. He began chewing it and they became worried about it and loudly said that his stomach needed to be cleared out. A potion needed to be poured into it. After drinking, he vomited, and a soldier looking through binoculars called out to him loudly and said that Lord Big Small and company were there. At the same time, MC walked to Rebecca, called her, and said that they had brought her a treat. She, looking a little displeased, said that bribing her was useless. He said that it was gratitude for keeping order. She tried the curry and really liked it. Norvis noticed this and loudly said that they should also give her some delicacy dried meat and bread. The soldiers immediately agreed with him, and at that moment, something flew past his face. Several people came up to them and asked if this was really their Greg. Had he come once again to lose? He turned to them, saw that they were eating curry, and wondered when they had time to take the curry and start eating. He called him over with a confused look and asked if he knew these people. He said with a confused look that they were dragon slayers. Noct was surprised by what he heard, remembered Grab, and thought that this was their weakness. Norvis said loudly that Big Small was a tiny and weak territory. If there was anyone worthy of mention there, it was only the former Lord Rutherford and his eldest son Wishart. He thought that now that they were dead, he could win in no time. The Dragon Slayers returned to camp and asked if maybe they should move on to Greg's. The curry was really tasty. He'll have to go get more. He turned to the soldiers with a serious look and said that they must open the second vault. He repeated, they needed more money. The third and fourth vaults also needed to be opened. The advisor approached him and told the Lord that the money in the fourth vault was set aside to pay taxes for the year. He turned to him and said that they had raised the stakes. He could not back down. The Dragon Slayers approached him and asked if they could have curry here too. He turned to them with a smile and said that he would treat them to a curry like they had never tasted in their lives. The advisor approached him and loudly told the Lord that they could not spend any more on the war. Their lands would become poor. He said with a very serious expression that they would receive manatite, and there would be even more money than before. The games were over. The real war was beginning. The Dragon Slayers looked at him with a grin and asked, is he sure? Such words will provoke them. He said that they should listen to him. Is there anyone else strong among their acquaintances? They gestured for money, and he asked if he was sure he could handle their acquaintances. Norvis said that he would not be stingy. Hearing this, he agreed and said that then they would call their acquaintances. Later, the protagonist and his comrades were warming up, and Grab said that the Dragon Slayers meant he would like to measure his strength against them. He said that he couldn't do that because it was dangerous. However, the mercenaries were certainly dangerous, but they had already finished building the fortress and had warmed up properly. So, victory would be theirs. He noticed that at that moment, many carts with supplies had arrived, which were being stored next to the building under construction, and he said that meant that wasn't all. He also noticed several mercenaries who arrived with supplies, became indignant about this, and loudly said that they had broken the rules. He would go and tell them this, and Verdina would go with him. He came to the enemy camp and said that they had agreed that there would only be 100 soldiers on their side. A member of the Dragon Slayers said that this was still the case. It was just a player substitution. He indignantly asked loudly, what kind of demagoguery is this? It's obvious, it's unfair. He said the rules don't say anything about that. They started cooking meat nearby, and he said it seemed like it was time for a snack. He went over to his comrades, and they started eating the meat, which they really enjoyed. This immediately caught Verdin's attention. She ran up to the grill, and they gave her a piece of meat. Another squad member waved, picked up a piece of meat, and offered it to MC, but he declined. Later, they returned to their camp, and Joseph, looking worried, was about to ask something. They both ate the meat, and he said things were bad, although the meat was excellent. It was clearly worth a lot of money. They were getting down to business. Olivia came to the protagonist and brought him some food. When she saw him, she gasped in amazement and asked if the enemies had injured him. He answered gloomily that Jelena and Joseph had beaten him. She shook her head, opened the tray, and said, here's his dinner. The protagonist thanked her and asked to return to Big Small. She asked in surprise, What did he just say? After starting to eat, he replied that the fighting would begin tomorrow. The beast woman thought for a moment, then said she would stay with him and send Kuklua home. The girl looked at him and added, maybe she can't help him in any way, but she will be there and pray for him. MC retorted, don't let her talk about herself as if she's useless. She always supports him morally. It's not just the comrades who fight for him that are important. When he has people to protect, he'll do his best. He wants her to let him protect her. So, could she and Kuklua wait for him at Big Small? Olivia looked at him in surprise and agreed. It was the 5th day, the beginning of the battle. Noct peered through his spyglass at the completed Hardlet fortress. Turning to his allies, he declared that if they lost, they had no future, and the enemy thought the same. Rael suggested a change of strategy. Right now, the enemy looked down on them, so they'd probably launch a massive direct attack, seeking to crush them in a single blow. Greg exclaimed that they'd summoned so many Dragon Slayer adventurers that even this fortress might not hold. The merchant replied that he needn't worry. The winner of this war would be the one who slew the enemy lord. They'll trick everyone into thinking the protagonist is in the fortress and distract the enemy soldiers. Meanwhile, the miniature protagonist will infiltrate the enemy camp and defeat their lord. The protagonist said, confused, but then they'll have to take the hit. Rael assured them that if he handled it quickly, none of them would be harmed. MC was forced to admit, yes, he was right. Apparently, he had no other choice. He would try. After a while, Rebecca said, the time has come. They could give the signal to begin the battle. The assistant carried out her order. The allies, looking at the advancing enemies, said, well, it's time for them to go too. At this time, Noct was flying with Verdun on a bird. The girl asked cautiously, won't the bird eat them? He replied, she's their friend. He turned, looked at his allies, and whispered, he's asking them to hold out. The mandrakes stepped forward. Grim swung his sword, activated his Okabu and Kabusuke, and effortlessly cut through his opponents. He then ran up behind Grab, swung his sword, and bid farewell to his elder. But at that moment, he felt something happening to his weapon. He was astonished to see that half his sword was simply missing. Grab appeared before him and asked if he could please take his hands off his student. Grim asked in surprise, a student? Sniffing the air, he exclaimed, so he's a monster. Why the hell is he interfering in human conflicts? Grab sarcastically asked, what's he talking about? The opponent replied, well, if he's a monster, that means he can kill him, right? He regenerated his sword and lunged at Grab. The red dragon dodged his blow and activated his fire magic, directing the attack at his opponent. Grim, using a physical boost, leaped upward, dodging the blow, and then attacked Grab again, who had activated his defense. No matter how hard the enemy tried, he couldn't break through the red dragon's defense. At that moment, his allies asked, have you forgotten about them? Grim replied, I just thought I could easily kill such a dragon alone. At that moment, Lola activated her magic power. Grim continued attacking Grab, who was trapped within his protective dome, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, the shield dissipated. The red dragon, surprised, noticed what was happening. He looked at Lola and realized she had dissipated his magic. At that moment, Verdina, turning around, suddenly screamed in fear. There's a dragon. MC replied, let her be quiet, and better not turn around. Their fortress is already before their eyes. Every man has his own battlefield. Grab, lying in a magic circle and bound by the strong chains Lola had used, uttered the dragon sealing technique. Grim said his nose hadn't failed him. He truly was a monster. The red dragon remarked that he was surprised they were able to use it in the heat of battle. A spell usually intended as a trap. Grim replied that if you restrain a dragon in place, it's no different from a lizard. At that moment, Noct activated his skill, grew to enormous size, and began descending on his opponents. They stared at him in surprise. Descending to the ground, the protagonist activated a brief enlargement on his sword and cut the seal-binding Grab. His strike shook the earth. The red dragon asked, what's the strategy? The protagonist, straightening up, declared, Plan B, get big and give them hell. Grab remarked, how exciting. Grim raised his hand and asked Rebecca, who was watching their fight, that's unfair, isn't it? They're just going to leave it as is. The girl replied that no sharp weapons or other objects were seen, so there were no rules violations. MC placed his huge hand in front of the opponents and ordered them to back off. The guys scattered, away from him. He grabbed one after another by the collar and threw them into the trees of the forest. At this time, Rael said anxiously, after all, it was impossible. It was bait. Mare responded, but he did it. Suddenly, one of the opponents ran up to Noct and struck him in the huge leg with his weapon. The maid called out to her master in alarm. The protagonist yelped and exclaimed in surprise, it hurt. Leaning over, he blew so hard that the opponent was blown away by the wind. Two more opponents stood opposite him. One of them asked his comrade, will this work out? He replied, not with that size difference. Grim said, excellent, and attacked the protagonist. MC looked at him in surprise and shook him off with a finger. Grim flew back and slashed at him with his sword, cutting his finger. Noct let out a loud yelp and exclaimed, right on the nerve! Grim crashed to the ground. Lola tried to attack the protagonist with her magic, summoning stakes from the ground, but he didn't even notice. The protagonist walked forward, nearly trampling another enemy, but then the wonderful scent of roses caught his attention. He inhaled the scent with pleasure, and at that moment, Grim attacked him with a cry. That's it! Suddenly, Verdina jumped down from a bird above, right onto his hand holding the sword. The guy fell and grimly said, that's their main job. They're hunters who specialize in dragons. They're more used to fighting larger opponents. His companions eyed MC and the girl warily. Verdina, shielding Noct, cried out belligerently, "Let them not harm her lord and the dragon, okay?" The protagonist addressed her earnestly. Meanwhile, Rael, standing on the balcony, shouted, "The Lord is there. If they kill him, they win. Even the soldiers they brought to Big Small Castle are there." He called out the protagonist's name, warning them of danger. He jumped up, looked at the enemies surrounding the mandrakes, cursed, and waved his huge hand for them to get out of the way. After that, he covered them with his hand. Greg rushed toward him, he raised his palm, and the boy screamed, "Fur Cub!" The protagonist thought in surprise, remembering the incidents with the mandrakes. "Fur Cub?" He recalled the butler's words, "With great power comes great responsibility." He apologized to the fur cub. Jumping to his feet, he shouted, "No more advantages." Activating the shrink, the protagonist returned to his normal size. His allies joined the battle. Grab turned to him and said, pointing in the direction, "The enemy commander is over there." At that moment, Grim gave his comrades the order to attack. All of MC's allies took a fighting stance. Noct thought, if they do nothing, they're finished. But what can they do? He looked at Greg, who was fighting with the help of mandrakes, and noted in surprise, "What?" Verdina, perplexed, was sitting on his head. He removed her from his head, placed her in front of him, and activated the enlargement on her. After that, he asked his allies to cover them and told Verdina, on his signal, to take Furcub and run forward. Did she understand him? The girl clarified, "What's their target?" He replied, "The boss who smells good. Let her be careful." She replied, "Yes." He looked at Luz and Juno and thought, "Good. 2 more. No, if even one of them notices, disaster." Grim shouted to his comrades surrounding the protagonist's team, "They can do it." He began a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and shouted, "They need to crush them." MC activated shrinking and shouted to his allies, "Forward." Lioness summoned the Earth Ziblin. The allies lifted off the ground and rushed forward over the heads of their opponents. Upon landing, they ran with all their might. Grim asked in bewilderment, "What the hell?" Grab said with a smile, "So that's it." Grim looked at him in bewilderment. Looking at his opponents, the enlarged Joseph, he exclaimed, "The Lord has disappeared." He shrank and is heading for their boss. He commanded his comrades, "Follow him, quickly, quickly." They rushed after Noct and his allies. Grim quickly caught up with Verdun, who was holding a mandrake with the shrunken protagonist, and shouted, "What a shame." He reached out for it, but the girl called out to Juno, tossed the mandrake and the protagonist to him, and then engaged Grim in combat, holding him back. Juno looked at his lord with disappointment and uttered his name. MC assured him he was fine. Grim rushed forward and shouted, "This is nonsense. This is how they treat a lord." One of his warriors charged at Juno, and the mage tossed Noct onto Luz. The elf caught the mandrake and the lord and rushed forward. Grim tripped over a rock and fell. At that moment, Norvis said, "They're approaching. Where are the soldiers?" The maid pointed in one direction and replied, "They're all there." Norvis shouted, "Make them stop him." At that moment, Verdina took the protagonist from Luz and, somersaulting through the air, began approaching the palace. He said he was begging her, "Let her do it." The girls screamed and threw Furcab and the protagonist forward. They flew straight through the window. But the maid hurled a blade at them, which the mandrake took. MC anxiously called out his friend's name, and glaring angrily at the maid, flew swiftly through the palace window, shattering the glass. The maids were nearly swept away by the wave of his arrival. Norvis, removing his cigar from his lips, looked at him in confusion. Grim shouted to his comrades. He had broken through. Norvis, extinguishing his cigar on the sofa, approached Noct and looked at him carefully. The protagonist took a weapon from the wall, tossed it to the boy, and offered to solve everything with it. He wondered if the victory conditions in this war were to knock the king unconscious or force him to surrender. He knew they all thought they had a plan, and they'd lost it. But that's precisely why they would win. He took the weapon, looked at his opponent, and assumed a fighting stance. Norvis spat and exclaimed, "Can you even imagine how much they paid those idiots just to let them in here?" He couldn't believe they did that. Let them in here. He always had to do everything himself. Taking up the sword, he said, "It's been a long time since he's held a sword." The protagonist watched him intently. He thought, he'll end this all with one blow, just like his brother taught him swordplay. MC lunged at his opponent. Norvis instantly changed his position, lunged, and parried the blow. As they attacked, Noct noted the barely noticeable difference. Norvis lunged forward with such force that the protagonist barely managed to block his blow. But the boy's attack was so powerful that he lost his footing and flew to the side, breaking the table in the process. Norvis approached him and continued his attacks, which the protagonist barely managed to parry. He thought, powerful blows. His opponent is on par with his brother Wishart in fencing. It's hard to tell from the outside, but he's got some serious muscle. He's incredibly strong. Norvis remarked, seeming surprised. They were both born sons of lords, destined to become the next kings. He'd trained like hell since he was old enough to remember. The protagonist thought he should have tried harder. The opponent continued, "That's how it is. He had an older brother, so it's no wonder he's weak. Besides, he was also blessed with swordsmanship skills." He touched his weapon to MC's forehead, who immediately jumped to his feet and activated his magic power. Norvis, whose attack had been parried, thought in surprise, "What's going on?" He increased his weight. Looking at Noct in confusion, he lunged, and the opponents crossed blades again. Norvis said, "I see. He manipulates the dimensions of matter. He used this skill on the palace and the food. At the moment of impact, the sword expands and parries. The protagonist thought, so he's already noticed everything. The opponent said, in that case, how about this? With these words, he activated one of his abilities and strengthened his sword with blades. The protagonist, dodging his strike, thought in surprise. A vacuum blade around the sword. He can't parry that. Norvis prepared for another strike, activating an earthly shield, which proved no obstacle to the opponent. Norvis easily cut through his defense and rushed at him. MC tried to dodge, but his opponent grabbed him by the collar and growled, "It's no use." With these words, he threw him against the wall. As he fell, Noct thought, experience, strategy, magic. He's superior to him in everything. At that moment, the maid opened the door and called out to her master anxiously. Norvis replied, "It's all right, they can go downstairs and make toast." The protagonist thought, it had been like this since the negotiations. Cunning is a lord's quality. He can't surpass Norvis in anything. He jumped to his feet, activated a fireball, and directed this force at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The decorations tore off, crashed to the floor, and an incredible amount of dust and smoke rose. While Norvis rubbed his eyes, the protagonist thought, that's it. That's why, just today, only this war will he win. When everything cleared, and Norvis could see, he looked back and saw MC pointing his weapon at him and then attacking. Norvis fell to the floor in surprise, but quickly jumped up and struck back. Noct was prepared for this, so he dodged his attack and touching the floor summoned a shrink effect for both of them. The enemy was completely surprised. The protagonist immediately activated an earth shield and created a large sand block. Norvis collapsed, scattering chairs, and looked up. The protagonist was sitting on the block of earth, surrounded by barrels of liquid. Norvis screamed, "It can't be!" MC pierced a barrel and activated a grow effect. A huge amount of liquid gushed out. Norvis instantly found himself neck deep in a trap. Reaching the edge of the block of earth, he called out to Noct, who had him cornered. "Give him a hand." He fulfilled his request, and when the opponent emerged halfway from the liquid, the protagonist enlarged his weapon and struck Norvis on the head with it. The boy fell back into the pool, unconscious. After some time, all participants in the battle awaited the results. The protagonist emerged from the palace with Norvis slung over his shoulder. The allies joyfully rushed to their master, enthusiastically expressing their joy along with the mandrakes. After a while, Rebecca declared that, by right of the war's victors, all rights to the metro mine belonged to the Big Small estate. MC looked at the dejected Norvis and countered, no, they would renegotiate the rights to the mine and divide it evenly. Everyone stared at him in surprise, including Norvis. Rebecca exclaimed in confusion, what did he say? Is he sure about such terms? Noct, recalling his rival's might and strength, said, Lord Norvis will become a great man in the future. Better to help each other than to take, for the sake of their people and for the sake of their shared future. He asked his allies, was this acceptable to everyone? They greeted the words of their beloved lord with jubilation. Astonished, Norvis bowed to him and said, even if this is only half of it, thank him. He emptied the country's treasury. Thoughts flashed through the protagonist's mind. He's no good for anything. He'll become a great man. Norvis added, at least they'll take care of the road to the metro mine. The protagonist smiled, thanked him, and added, he has one more request. Could they please share some curry spice seedlings? Verdina grows them. They were delicious, weren't they? After a while, MC said, well then, it's time for them to go home. Everyone was laden with loot, barrels of wine, veal, curry, and so on. Norvis exhaled loudly, looking at this noisy group. Rebecca turned to Noct and asked if she could have a word with him. He looked at her in surprise and thought, what the hell? Those eyes were like rails when he made a bad offer. They built this castle. They ate good food. They won the war. They all think they have money, and now she's going to tell him they're collecting taxes. He exclaimed, it's not time to pay tribute yet. She looked at him in surprise, then smiled, and asked, will he come to King's Landing? The protagonist was taken aback by this turn of events, and exclaimed in surprise, what? Rebecca said they needed his help. He asked, he, and in King's Landing, what else is there? The girl said, he used his skills and everything he had. They defeated House Hardlet, who, by all accounts, were superior to them. But that's not all. He also has personal ambitions to lead the diverse tribe, the spirit to single-handedly restore a once ruined nation. That's more than enough. The kingdom needs him. He looked at her perplexedly, then laughed, noting she was the only one who could say that. Joseph, for example, always picks on people. Rebecca replied that she was simply stating the facts. The protagonist thanked her and said he was going to trust her. He could do everything possible on Big Small territory. The inspector asked, puzzled, what he meant. He told his allies they would return to their home. Everyone understood his message and ran forward. He shouted to Rebecca that they would see each other later. Joseph, carrying barrels of wine on his shoulders, asked him, is he sure? Mistress Rebecca might be angry. MC replied, it's okay. He's knocked Big Small. He's the master of his lands. Rebecca, watching them go, shouted, he did well to dodge that like a true politician without breaking her face. Now she's not so sure. She wants him more, and she's going to ask him to pay her a lot of tribute. The protagonist sped up his run. Hearing her words, the allies engaged the monster. Greg and Luz approached it. Verdina joined them. Greg's mandrakes were perched on her shoulder and attacked the enemy first. The monster began to dodge the attack, roaring terrifyingly. Verdina attacked it from above. The monster wanted to attack the mandrake, but the protagonist grabbed his kabanushi and shielded it. Suddenly, Norvis appeared and stood in front of the monster, attacking it with his magical firepower, burning it to ashes. Then he turned to MC and said, he again, and again he protects the subordinate monster. He's a funny man. After a while, Norvis's ally, sitting at a makeshift table, looked at the mandrake and remarked, these monsters here are pretty strong, aren't they? Verdina began to play with the monster like a ball, slightly, as it seemed to her. But Greg said irritably, don't let her hit them harder than necessary, okay? The girl protested. She only hit 3 times. Noct told Norvis. Thank goodness. He promised to clear the way. They even got rid of the monsters. The boy replied, he's just waiting for payback. The protagonist, having increased a small amount of food under the surprised glances of his unexpected allies, offered Norvis the fruits of the nadir. The boy said, earlier his father and brother wanted to help him, an outstretched hand, and he paid. The protagonist replied, the Oak King has now become something of a disaster. Norvis said, he left him for dead, and that will never change. He forged the border counterfeits, he deceived, and instead of harboring a grudge, he's drawn to him. Why? After a moment's silence he added, what he should have done for his father and brother, he swears he will do for him what he should have done for his loved ones. Does he believe him? MC considered this. Norvis was indeed stronger than him, and cunning, and smarter too, so everything was fine. Even if he deceived him, he said out loud with a smile, thank you, he believes him. Norvis returned the smile and extended his hand with the mug, a friendly sign of the agreement. After a while, Noct thought, thanks to cooperation with the Hardlet territory, the mine was up and running, ahead of schedule. Manatite production was back in full swing, but there was still much work to be done. Rail, doing calculations, suddenly laughed and called out to the protagonist. He shuddered in surprise. The merchant enthusiastically offered to increase his supply. The protagonist thought he felt vulgar again. After a while, he asked Jelena and Rog if the one he had asked for was ready. The dwarves replied that it was. Rog added, he's right on time. He thought, for the lords and ladies who played such an active role in the pseudo-war, he had a custom-made gift made of rare manatite. Taking the glasses, he handed them to the dwarves, saying, this is for them. Jelena exclaimed in bewilderment. Really? This is 100% pure manatite. It's very expensive. He replied with a smile. He had a bad experience with Mr. Rail, so it's all good. They like to drink, don't they? He shares with Grab. Jelena asked in surprise. What about him? He could share with her. She would prepare it for him. He remarked with a smile. And then they would drink. After some time, he confessed to Olivia that he survived that bitter and cruel war because he wanted to return to her. All thanks to her. So please, let her accept this. With these words, he handed her the manatite kitchen knife. She blushed with embarrassment, looked at the object and said, this is the most wonderful gift she's ever received. The protagonist smiled and said he wanted her to make him miso soup every morning. She asked sheepishly, what is this? Kuklua, overhearing their conversation, remarked that she also wanted a necklace like his. The protagonist, confused, said, it's called a choker. He placed it around her neck. The girl leaned out the window, called the butler, and said, her brother put a collar on her. Joseph gloomily told MC, he should be ashamed of himself for doing this to a little girl. Noct, running away from him, shouted, it's shameless to think that this is shameless. After that, he approached Greg and handing him the gift, said, the manatite watering can is for him, so that strong mandrakes can grow, right? The adventurer exclaimed joyfully, wow, it sparkles so much in the sun. He thought, the sparkle is worth it. He thought, if only the cubs had suffered the most in this war, so he's helping them. The protagonist turned to the mandrakes and whispered, thank you. The vegetables smiled back. Greg asked in surprise, is this cub alive? He replied, this one's dead. The guy asked about the next one, and this one. The protagonist replied, this one's alive. He thought, that's confusing. This mandrake? Grab asked the adventurer in surprise, why is he burying a dead person next to a living person? The guy replied, because it's fertilizer. After a while, MC, striding briskly, said, everyone was happy. He wasn't sure of his choice, but he was glad he made it. After all, no one likes it when those who work hard don't get rewarded, right? He shared his thoughts with Mir. The girl was indignant. If that's true, then he was the one who worked the hardest. He replied, very well. With these words, Noct handed her the package and said it was for her. The maid remarked in surprise, for her? But she hadn't thought. He smiled and said, it's for everything she's done. She always helps him with the cooking and restoration. The girl responded sheepishly, not thinking she deserved it. But if he said so, could she open the gift? The protagonist said, of course. Mir, unwrapping the gift, wondered what it was. A ladle or a knife? She would definitely cook something delicious. When she saw it was a necklace, she held it out in surprise. But why? The protagonist replied, he thought the jewelry would suit her. He would put it on her. When he did, he admiringly said, yes, it is indeed a very beautiful thing. Mir excitedly thanked him, adding that she simply adored him. MC smiled and replied, you're welcome. After a while, he lay down to sleep. At that moment, Verdina ran up to him and called out to him. He sleepily remarked, she just ate meat. Does she want more? The girl laughed and replied, he's talking about meat again. No, she wasn't asking him about that. She showed him her purchases and exclaimed, I want to try them out. Knocked. Without opening his eyes, noticed, exactly. She bought new umbrellas and wants to try them out, but for that, it needs rain. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Mayor brought a guard. The guy asked, is Commander Greg there? The neighborhood watch has a request. Destroy the monsters on the road to the metro mine. They destroyed them the other day. But Mr. Norvis thinks the monsters are attracted to the magic of manatite. He knows it's troublesome, but they need to be exterminated regularly. It's raining. After a while, the allies emerged from the estate, and Verdina joyfully shouted, we need to get rid of them. When the friends arrived, Luz was the first to attack the enemy, using her manatite bow. Greg joined her, fighting with the manatite sword, Glimmerfang. Verdina was next, using roaring forged manatite claws. She tore through the enemy's flesh with a single blow, finishing him off. Then she leaped onto the carcass of the defeated monster and exclaimed in delight, with one blow, manatite weapons are very durable. The protagonist called out to his allies in bewilderment and told them to wait. He too wanted to try his improved manatite sword. Then he looked at Juno, who stood silently to the side. The protagonist thought, it seems he's having a hard time. Manatite can't be used as a grimoire. Greg exclaimed joyfully, this kind of hunting brings joy. At that moment, one of the mine workers ran up to them and turning to MC shouted that they were in trouble. There was a suspicious person in the mine. He asked in surprise, suspicious? He thought that when it came to manatite, it wasn't just monsters that needed to be guarded. Thieves could show up too. He said out loud, fine. As the mine owner, he'd go himself. Greg asked him to leave half for them. Approaching the mine, Noct asked in surprise, where is this man? The worker replied, he asked him to stay here. The protagonist shouted, in the name of the law. With these words, he flung open the door to the mine and was dumbfounded by the visitor. The worker covered his face with his hands and said, he forgot to mention that the visitor was a girl. The protagonist thought, black wings? Rasasha turned to him and asked, so this is Lord Noct? The MC responded in surprise, yes, but what does that have to do with him? The girl sheepishly replied, it's fate. She stated her name and said, there's no doubt he's attracted her. The protagonist, confused, wondered, was he attracted her? He didn't even know what to say. Seeing her revealing outfit, he handed her his jacket and asked her to put it on. Verdina and Juno peered out from behind the door. The visitor chuckled in surprise and said she couldn't believe her master was such a gallant man. Putting on her jacket, the girl continued, as she had said, her name is Rasasha, an ancient alchemist. She had heard that a rare type of manatite could be found here. Verdina grabbed a piece of material and asked, this one? The guest replied, it's a stone of light, the kind that glows when magic is infused into it. Verdina showed her another material and asked, this one then? The girl replied, here it is. Exactly. The giant grabbed the boxes of material and exclaimed, they have plenty of this. Greg gloomily asked her not to boast. Rasasha enthusiastically declared, an environment where you can experiment with an abundance of rare materials is an alchemist's paradise. The protagonist asked Juno, his staff. The mage chuckled and replied, he spent 3 months' salary on it. MC laughed, he's using a mediocre staff. Juno looked at his weapon in bewilderment. Rasasha said, now she will show them her power. Touching the floor, she activated her magical power on Juno's staff, turning it into a true magical attribute, after which she said, let him use it. The allies went outside, and the mage pointed his staff at a tall mountain nearby, activating the attribute. A bright glow appeared, and a shockwave emanated from the staff, wiping out half the mountain. The allies stared in amazement. Then Noct asked Juno how it felt. Did it feel good? Patting his head, he added, good. The boy lowered his head, embarrassed. Rasasha said she wanted to make something out of manatite. Could she go with them to their territory? The protagonist agreed and added that he would also organize a gift to thank Juno for helping him. Verdina asked the guest what they would make, a sword or a spear. When everyone arrived at the estate, the guest created a cauldron and declared, done. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, a cauldron? The girl replied, a wonderful cauldron made of manatite, so durable. Its strength amazes even her. If you boil water, it boils in 30 seconds. You can make soup that won't cool down even after 6 hours. After a while, everyone sat down to drink tea. Verdina laughed. So it's not a weapon, that's amazing. MC said, that's great. Water boils quickly because of its high thermal conductivity. The reason water doesn't cool down is because of its low thermal conductivity. But here, these two properties are combined. This is a revolutionary invention. Rasasha exclaimed admiringly. She never thought she'd meet someone who could understand such higher matters. Verdina and Mare whispered, it's all clear. Their master has gone crazy. The guest continued. She'd always dreamed of opening a diner with a pot made of pure manatite. Verdina, misunderstanding the meaning of the word, exclaimed joyfully, a dinosaur? Noct corrected her. A restaurant, a diner. The giant and his maid began to rejoice. The protagonist, looking at Rasasha, remarked in surprise, but isn't she an alchemist? The girl replied that cooking and alchemy go hand in hand. Anyone can prepare food that only satisfies hunger, but only a true master can prepare food that tastes good. Real food can change a person's life. She activated a magical clot and placed her image within it. The protagonist stared in surprise and the girl continued, she doesn't run an ordinary diner. Hers is different from others. Her food, prepared in pure manatite utensils and using secret recipes, will transform anyone. MC thought he didn't understand how or what, but it looked amazing. The girl said their territory is nearby and she's now made connections among the lords. She thinks she could open here. Would they be okay with it? He replied, of course. Verdina joyfully rushed to her with a hug, calling her a friend. Noct thought, this will be fun. Sometime later in the morning, while the protagonist was still sleeping, Joseph came to him and said that his back seemed to be hurting this morning, and later he had to work in the fields. Could he turn him into a titan? The protagonist, without turning around, activated the enlargement, and the butler, having transformed into a strong man, said, sorry for bothering you. The MC remarked that he was very excited this early in the morning. At that moment, Mayor entered the room and announced that today was the opening day of their guest's diner. Noct jumped up in bed, cursed, and ran after the butler, shouting, so that's why he came. Sometime later, when he arrived at the diner, he saw a huge crowd of people waiting in line. The protagonist exclaimed, is he at the end of the line? He'd better go to bed. If he just waited, hours would pass. Mayor remarked, there were so many people here, and all thanks to him. He replied, it's just a good idea. The wait will be worth it. He went home and went to bed. After a while, he felt a weight on his body through his sleep. Mayor sat on him, insistently asking him to wake up. He opened his eyes and, pronouncing her name in surprise, asked, what's wrong? The girl, incredibly embarrassed, asked what he thought of her. The protagonist, confused, mumbled, she's a maid. The maid was indignant. He's judging her by her profession? Does he always do that? Mayor quickly jumped off him and looked down. He thought she was acting strange. The girl spoke awkwardly. She just thought, since he's always with Olivia, there must be something between them. Suddenly, she burst into tears. MC became worried. She's crying? He made her cry? Those were good times. When it was just the three of them, even if nothing happened, they had fun. Noct looked at her sympathetically and thought he made her suffer. He was sure he caused her a lot of pain. He said out loud that he should thank her for all the fun. Thank her so much. Mare exclaimed in embarrassment. She couldn't believe she was thinking about this. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He asked in surprise, did she eat something wrong? The maid suddenly changed her mood, smiled, and replied, no, she had a delicious breakfast at their guest's diner, and they even gave her flowers for the opening. He thought, it was all her. He had to fix everything. Running out of the house, he encountered the dwarves. Galena turned to the protagonist and asked him to hug her like a princess. Rog screamed, yes, that's right. A sister is always right. Jelena got angry and hit him on the head so hard that his head fell through his collar. Looking at the protagonist, she said, if he doesn't do this, he'll become the same. The MC grabbed her in his arms and hugged her, feeling the dwarf's great weight. Rog began a strange countdown. Having reached 8, he shouted, one more time, and began counting again. Noct could barely hold Galena in his arms. Finally, Rog exclaimed, that's it. The protagonist released Galena, causing the ground to sink slightly beneath her. Rog exclaimed, good job. Jelena asked, so what were they talking about? She was impressed. He's the one she always wanted to see. He looked at her in surprise, then threw his arms up and shouted, victory. The dwarves echoed his joy. Moving on, the protagonist said, I've burned a lot of calories. Now he needs to go to the diner. Suddenly, Kuklua flew out from behind the bushes and threw herself into his arms. He noticed with surprise that she had eaten there too. The girl looked into his eyes and asked, doesn't he want to marry her? Mayor tried to pry her from MC's arms. He let out a surprised breath and said, he's like a father to her, so it'll be hard. He thought, she's back to normal. Some people's personalities had clearly changed. What was this effect? At that moment, Seto approached them and said, she found him. Noct exclaimed, it's her. Thank goodness. It's hard for everyone, especially for him. Seto said it was as she knew it. It's always like this with Lyonnaise and Juno. After all, she always covers for them. He replied, that's right. The mage hugged him and said, but still, she was hunting him. The protagonist was dumbfounded by her gesture. She told him to bite her if these feelings made him uncomfortable. He wondered, confused. What was this? He had to activate shrinking on himself to slip out of Sato's clutches. She gasped in dismay and looked at him with a frustrated look. After some time, Joseph approached him and asked if he could have a word with him. The protagonist returned to his previous form with a skill and thought the butler had entered first. Joseph said it was a wonderful meal. MC replied he was glad to hear it, as he'd like to be alone for a while. The butler said he was glad the master had succeeded. Noct noticed, I wonder if he's getting closer to his father or his brother? The old man replied, not even close. In fact, he's glad he's not like his father. Despite his ideals, he considers him a more perfect person than his former master. Kneeling, the butler extended his hand and asked if he would allow him to continue serving him in the closest possible way. The protagonist, confused, replied, of course. He was very happy to be acknowledged by him, who had watched over him since birth. The old man rose from his knees and bowed to his master. The protagonist thanked him and added, in that case, he must go. After some time, he finally arrived at the diner and greeted the owner. She happily said, welcome. She had a manatite casserole. And how about some beef stroganoff to relieve the fatigue? He activated the shrinking effect on the casserole and, handing it to the slime, declared, confiscation. The girl gasped and exclaimed, no, her perfect meal. After a moment, he thought about the truth behind the mass hypnosis incident at Big Small. Apparently because the effect of Rasasha's enhanced dishes was doubled by this manatite pot. This was a magical buffing restaurant with magical ingredient mixtures. From now on, he'd mandate labeling of dishes with magical ingredients. At breakfast, MC remarked how nice it was to eat a regular omelet, but there were some people there who genuinely looked different and some who looked normal. What effect did she use? The girl replied, It's magic that makes people be a little more honest about their feelings. He remembered all his allies who had shown affection for him, and thought in surprise, so that's what it is. How could he forget that? Looking out the window, he noticed how pleasant the smell was. After a while soaking in the water, he thought, people feel more affection for those who give them the food they need to live than for those who give them the warmth they need to live. A bath before bed, that's love. Mare came to him, holding an envelope in her hand, and told him he had a letter from King's Landing. After reading the message, he noted with surprise, a social party for the nobility? After thinking for a moment, he said, it's currently under renovation, so he'll pass. The butler said his name meaningfully, making it clear he shouldn't be fooling around. Noct replied, he wasn't good at such things. He wouldn't even be able to try the food there. Joseph said, he didn't know what he felt. His father did all he could. The protagonist said, he understands. This man used to be a socialite. They were aristocrats. He'd only seen him respectable in the big small lands, and his father always bowed to people who wouldn't even look him in the eye. It was all so tiresome, but now that he thought about it, it was necessary to establish ties between the nobles. Joseph said, so that's it. I see, it's also important work for the lords. They clinked glasses, and the protagonist suggested going there and making a bad impression. Last time was fun. After a while, Leonie told MC she was honored that he'd nominated her for a trip to King's Landing together. Juno said, that's unfair. Sato added in a disgruntled tone, that's cheating. Leonie covered her ears and replied, she can't hear them. Noct said, there aren't two of them. The curvy squad is the defense squad. He knows Juno is a local, but he wanted to ask if he could study the sturdy construction of King's Landing again. After a while, the protagonist asked Leonie to show him the way. At that moment, Jelena jumped into his arms and screamed, no. He, tearing her away, asked why she didn't calm down. She was learning too. She screamed no again. Rog turned to him and said, there's their old man in King's Landing. He's very strict with her. She's always right. Let him give her a break. Jelena hit him on the head again and reminded him not to say anything unnecessary. He wondered in surprise, did she run away from her family or something? MC told the dwarf conciliatorily, okay, then he'll keep an eye on her, right? Jelena snorted and left. He thought, let her be confident. She's a great person. They built an entire house together at the big small estate. He thinks about her. At that moment, Rail approached him and asked to take him with him. His dream is to open a shop in the capital. He hopes he can use this opportunity to build a pipeline. Noct thought he was refreshingly practical. He said out loud, he understands everything. The merchant matter-of-factly asked when the social event was. He replied, the day after tomorrow. The allies looked at the map of the area. Verdana asked the Red Dragon if he could give them a ride to those mountains. Leonie said even a carriage wouldn't get them there in time. The protagonist said they could use the dragon. It would be faster than a white horse. In the blink of an eye, the allies were in King's Landing. He exclaimed how long it had been since he'd been here. Pointing to a tall tower, he told Leonie, Jelena designed this royal structure. After this, the protagonist looked at Rail and seeing his astonished expression, asked, is everything all right? The merchant replied, this is an amazing city. It is the center of the world. The merchants of this city stand at the forefront of time. No, they are the new generation of movement. Rail pointed in one direction and continued, there is a cape over there where men can come with their lovers and unite forever. The protagonist noted with a laugh, this has nothing to do with them. Where's the clothing store? Leonie looked at it and exclaimed, she knows a good store. When the allies arrived at the right place, the store employee exclaimed, bending under the weight of the dirty clothes, here you go. They haven't seen her for a long time. The girl asked if he could sew 4 ball gowns for her. The man replied, she should forgive him. They are just busy right now. It will be ready in about a month. The upset allies left the store. Leonie said, she is sorry. MC objected. No, he'll take care of it. She said it was a nice place. Grab asked, what's he planning on doing? Passing a display of children's toys? Noct saw dolls and ball gowns and exclaimed, isn't that wonderful? Leonie, appreciating them, said admiringly, he looks beautiful in this peach color. The friends purchased them, and the protagonist enlarged their outfits. When the companions changed into ball gowns, Leonie exclaimed delightedly, being able to wear doll clothes, it's like a dream. The protagonist called his friends, and they went to the reception. They were greeted with great pomp and ceremony and allowed into the hall. Those present, upon seeing him, began to whisper, big small territory, this child, the new owner? MC was embarrassed and thought he knew it. He was so confused and regretted coming here. Norvis was here too. He seems to be well versed in such things. Noct activated the shrinking effect on himself and hid under his cloak. Norvis approached him and asked what he was doing. The protagonist asked how he knew where he was. The guy replied, he has some curry. Does he want it? Having brought him food and seeing him devour it, Norvis asked, was it delicious? He replied that in his opinion, the strong red was better. Norvis said he was sure of it. The protagonist admitted he had never been to a place like this before. Good thing he was here. The guy looked at him quizzically and remarked, as he knew it, he was a real weirdo. When he fought him, he had this look that didn't break. Even when he was on the verge of giving up, he shouldn't worry about what the idiots present thought. He was strong. They knew about the pseudo-war, and he Norvis had lost here too. He should think about his position. Is he full yet? What else does he want to eat? MC rushed forward, activating his previous size, and said he'd bring it himself. And thank him. Norvis grinned after him. Noct approached the table and was about to help himself to some food when a girl suddenly caught his attention. They looked at each other, and he remembered how they were little. His father had taken him and his brother to a social event. Anise had approached him, asking if he would dance with her. They had twirled awkwardly in a dance, and now he called the girl by name. At that moment, a nobleman approached her and invited her to dance. Without turning her head, she scornfully told the protagonist, he's a baron, and he's talking to Viscountess Anise. He was exempt from taxes out of politeness. He's a man who doesn't know his place. She fell silent, letting him know his position. The protagonist thought, she's risen in rank. Yes, she's right. Such behavior is required in the world of nobility. He left and saw Rael surrounded by girls. One of them asked him to dance with her next time. MC smiled and thought about his friend. He's in great shape. One of the girls said, he's so handsome up close. The second asked, which one? Rael said, he's a humble peddler. The girl exclaimed, so he's a merchant. She thought he was a florist. The merchant served them nadir on a platter and said with a smile, he sells it as a signature product. One of the girls exclaimed, she knows this fruit. She eats it every night. Rael said, it's a signature dish of the big small territory where Mr. Noct rules. One of the ladies exclaimed in surprise, he's spreading the word about Nadir. He's a good man. He's so good at his job. But why does he prefer weak lords? If he allows it, she'll ask him something. Wouldn't he like to open his own shop in King's Landing? But on one condition, he would leave Big Small's territory. It would be awkward to be associated with a poor aristocrat. The protagonist, overhearing this conversation, thought sadly, opening a shop in King's Landing, that would be Rael's dream. But the merchant, to his great surprise, responded to the girl with a wonderful offer. However, the protagonist is one of his closest friends. He cannot work with someone who insults him. The girl glared at him, splashed wine from her glass all over his beautiful suit, and exclaimed, what a nasty guy. MC ran up to the merchant and called out to him anxiously. Wiping away the wine stain, he asked his friend, is he okay? Rael chuckled and replied, he's so ashamed that he saw him. Noct looked at him in confusion, then said, I'm glad he came here. The two comrades shook hands. Afterwards, the protagonist saw the black-haired girl and remembered her. She used to always peek at him and Anise when they were little. He approached her and addressed her by name, Kiara. She looked at him in surprise. He took the plate and glass from her hands and offered to share them and take them away. Anise watched them from the second floor. At that moment, other girls approached them, carelessly loading their dishes into Kiara's arms and dismissively telling her to carry these too. The girl, taken aback by the weight and surprise, nearly dropped everything. He quickly activated the cutlery shrink, grabbed her hand, and offered to get out of there. She followed him with a smile. Leaving the palace, they settled on the porch. The protagonist remarked how many years they hadn't seen each other, and yet she still remembered his face. She noticed, and so did he. MC smiled and said, she hasn't changed much. The girl jumped up in embarrassment, stumbled, and fell, laughing sheepishly. He noted with a smile, well, there she is, still reacting the same way. He remembered how he was a little boy lying under the table at that social reception, his brother sitting next to him. Kiara crawled under the table, saw him, jumped up, and painfully hit her head, landing on the floor. They all laughed afterwards, Anise, she, and he with his brother. After that, the four of them lay down on the table. Rutherford approached them and said that in aristocratic society, friends of equal worth are worth far more than precious jewelry. He hoped their friendship would remain unchanged forever. Now Kiara burst into tears and said she was sorry. Let him forgive her. When he was having a hard time, she wasn't there to help him. He asked, well, why was she crying? Had she already spoken to Anise? The girl answered, no, but she had seen her. There were so many people crowding around her that she couldn't approach her. He answered, I understand. He thought, court ranks. In the 5-level hierarchy, he and Kiara were baron and baroness, and Anise was viscountess. He said sadly it would be great if the three of them could get together again and talk. Kiara sheepishly corrected him, not 3, 4. Noct silently apologized to her. His brother couldn't come here. But still, there were still those who remembered him. There were still those who remembered him just like he did. Out loud, he said with a smile, she's right. At least they can talk about Anise. Kiara gasped in surprise. The protagonist added, they need to catch up with Anise. They'll become Viscount and Viscountess. The girl objected in surprise. That was impossible. He asked why. She said he might succeed, because he's incredibly cool. The protagonist exclaimed, they'll succeed. Her lands are on the seashore, right? They'll set up maritime production. That should attract someone like Rael. The girl replied, but her lands are poor, and there are fewer and fewer people on them, and her father is already in charge. He replied, well, yes, he's a feudal lord. Kiara said, no, he's a fisherman. MC was surprised. A feudal lord who's a fisherman? How could that be? The girl added sheepishly, there's just a shortage of labor. Noct replied, okay, he understood. They would establish diplomatic relations between their lands. Kiara, looking at him in bewilderment, suddenly protested heatedly. No, he drawled, surprised, but why? She said, of course, they share a title, but she's no match for him. The protagonist looked around and whispered to her, here's the thing. Since he's entered high society, he can't return without merit. They'll be angry with him. But she'll help him? Kiara looked at him in confusion and noted with a smile that he's changed a little. The protagonist replied, more on that later. As he was about to leave, he told her not to offend herself. Sometime later, MC announced to his allies a diplomatic trip to the feud to meet with the fisherman feudal lord, who's with him. All the allies rushed towards him, expressing their desire to go with him. Grab carried his comrades to the meeting. When they arrived, Verdina, surveying the surroundings, exclaimed delightedly, water, sea. Kiara came out to greet them, joyfully shouting, knocked, he really has arrived. The protagonist also greeted her joyfully. The girl spoke sheepishly, feeling a little awkward. He waved her off. What's wrong with her? Where's her father? She pointed toward the sea and replied, over there. He's pulling the net now. When the protagonist saw Kian hauling in a net with the other fishermen, he thought in surprise, a feudal lord, indeed. And he seemed to be enjoying himself. Kian, seeing him, shouted, welcome. He was tired from the journey, right? The man shouted to his daughter to set the table. When everything was ready and the allies sat down at the table, Verdana, looking at the dishes, said petulantly, but this isn't meat. Luz looked at her disapprovingly. Kiara, embarrassed, said, excuse me. He is, after all, a coastal feudal lord. The giant exclaimed, fried fish is a mummy. The protagonist was indignant. What is she talking about? The fish is dried after all. When Verdana tried it, she was absolutely delighted. Rael remarked, I never thought the fish would taste even better this way than simply fried. MC said that during drying, moisture evaporates, which gives it its texture. Also, the concentration of inosinic acid in the fish increases. Does he think such a dish could become popular? Would people like it? The merchant replied, it has an outstanding taste and spoils slowly. No doubt the product will be in demand. Noct thought with a smile, looking at his friend. There it is, the face that hit the jackpot. Kian turned to the protagonist and said that in maritime production, they have no equal in the entire country. However, trade here is too difficult. Large ships don't come here, so there's no hope for imports. The protagonist exclaimed that since there are no ships, they will build their own. Looking at the puzzled and sad expressions of the father and daughter, he added, or should I? The man said, opening the drawing. Lately, a magical monster has been haunting their seas, a sea god, a sea serpent. If anyone stumbles upon it, there's only one way out. Fight for your life and flee. For generations, he's been destroying their ships. The ship in this bottle reminds them of them. With these words, Kian pulled out a glass vessel containing a small model ship. Kiara sobbed, and her father said sternly, sea girls don't cry. The allies were taken aback by such words. After everyone had dined, MC took the bottle containing the model ship and asked, can I borrow this? Jelena approached him. While Kian was perplexed as to why they needed it, the dwarf shattered the bottle with a single blow. The man indignantly shouted, what are they doing? Noct reminded him. He asked permission. Jelena, handing him the model ship, said it would break. Kian exclaimed indignantly, he didn't give them permission. How dare they do this? Mir tried to calm the man and asked him to trust their master. The protagonist called everyone to follow him to the seashore. Placing the model on the water's surface, he activated the zoom, and in an instant, the ship model transformed into a fully functioning vessel. Kian gasped in amazement and declared, his ship. Jelena said the structure itself was strong enough to sail on water. She'd only made minor adjustments. Kian touched his boat with trepidation and said, they met again. The protagonist apologized for interrupting their reunion and said he had a favor to ask. He then proposed that the man combine their military forces and stop the sea serpent. Kian looked at him in bewilderment. MC told Galena, really? He'd also strengthen the ship with manatite. Kiara's father, confused, asked, is that the rare ore? The girl placed her hand on Noct's shoulder and protested. No, it's too dangerous. He assured her. They all wield manatite weapons. Everything will be fine. If it's a matter of danger, their team will never lose to a sea serpent. Kian looked at him in confusion, and finally, they shook hands to seal the deal. After a while, when everyone had set sail, the protagonist, looking through a telescope, said, the problem is this. How will they find this sea monster? Seeing a mandrake and a life preserver floating in the water ahead of the ship, he exclaimed, who came up with that idea? Greg replied, they were thinking of using the heels as bait for the sea monster. The protagonist thought, what a creepy guy. Kian said, they'll figure out the sea serpent's location by the black-tailed gulls. At that moment, Verdina cried out joyfully, birds, MC noted in surprise, black-tailed gulls right there. Suddenly, the sea became rough, heaved, and the ship tilted to one side. A terrifying monster with enormous, sharp teeth emerged from the sea, preparing to swallow the mandrake's bait. Noct instantly enlarged Kablaki, who was already caught in the sea serpent's jaws. The mandrake grew enormous and became lodged in the monster's jaws. The protagonist turned to the sea serpent and exclaimed, now, let it give them back their sea. The monster rolled its eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kian exclaimed in amazement, a mere mandrake holding back the god of the sea? Greg corrected him. Kablaki is no mere mandrake. When he was born, he couldn't keep up with his fellow mandrakes, but with constant watering with a magical fertilizer booster made from manatite water, he rose to the rank of king of the mandrakes. The protagonist shouted at Kablaki to tear the sea monster apart. The mandrake tried to rip the sea serpent's mouth apart, but the monster clamped its jaws tighter, squeezing Kablaki so tightly that he could barely breathe and could only squeak. Greg cried out in alarm. King Kablaki is in trouble. Kion asked MC what his nutritional value was. If someone ate something like that, it would be the end of the monster. Noct activated his shrinking ability and shouted at the mandrake to come back. When the little ally was saved, the protagonist hugged him and praised him for doing well. The sea serpent looked at its opponents in bewilderment, then opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The allies cowered from the force of the roar. Greg exclaimed, "Does it really need more of Kablaki's blood?" Kion cursed and asked, "Will they have no other bait?" The protagonist told his allies, "No one should panic. After all, their hunt has only just begun." At that moment, a red dragon swooped down on the sea serpent from above, sinking its powerful claws into the monster. The sea serpent managed to break free, and the dragon soared upward, telling its opponent to come to it. "They'll play." The sea monster looked at its opponent in fear and disappeared underwater. Kion exclaimed in bewilderment, "The sea god has gone underwater." Noct told Galena, "They've almost defeated the monster." The dwarf remarked, "He thinks they should fish it out?" Rog began waving his axe aggressively. Cannons appeared from the side of the ship, and Galena commanded to launch enormous manatite harpoons. At that moment, projectiles flew out of the cannons and attacked the sea serpent underwater. The protagonist praised the dwarf, exclaiming, "Excellent. She's a real hero." The dwarf blushed with praise and ordered the harpoons to return. The shells began to gravitate toward the ship, dragging the enemy with them. Juno gave the command, "Fight!" Greg exclaimed, "They'll definitely finish him off." At that moment, Kion screamed in fear, "Careful!" The sea serpent lunged to the side with all its might, ripping the cannons from the ship and retreating to a safe distance, nearly dragging Greg along with it. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe it." The monster had torn their cannons out of the water. Kion said bitterly, "If they continue to fight it, they won't come back. Just like when that monster took all his crew members." The man looked at his allies and said, "Thank you all for everything." They'd done enough. He was glad they'd wounded the monster. It was enough for him that they were alive. He couldn't endanger the people of his estate. Did they understand that? MC, releasing the mandrake onto the deck, exclaimed, "Really? Well, he understands." With these words, he grabbed a sharp spear and dove into the sea depths with a cry. He won't let the monster harm the people of his land. The sea serpent looked at the man approaching him in surprise. The protagonist leaped onto his opponent from above and began stabbing him in the same wounds with his spear, giving the monster no time to recover. Verdina exclaimed in admiration, "That's so cool." Juno noticed in surprise, "He's aiming for the wound." The protagonist, thrusting the spear deeper, shouted at his opponent, "He's finished." With these words, he wanted to magnify the spear, but the sea serpent wrapped its tail around him and began to strangle him, shoving the end of its tail into the opponent's mouth. The monster began to clamp him in its death grip. The allies on board cried out in alarm, "He's going to strangle him. Their master is in danger." MC found it hard to breathe. It felt like all his bones were cracking. But he found the strength, pulled himself together, and bit off its tail with all his might. The sea serpent lifted it high, appeared before the ship, and menacingly demanded why they were willing to go so far for those they barely even knew. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Then Kion fell to his knees, bowed to the serpent, and begged its forgiveness. He added that they had greatly wronged him, and that he should forgive them, and he begged at least not to take these people's lives. The monster declared angrily, "There will be no mercy. He will not forgive him." Mare, seizing the blade, exclaimed, "Didn't he mean to make sashimi out of it?" The protagonist shouted, "What about Kiara's tears?" Kion looked at his outraged allies in confusion, remembering how, while calming his daughter, he promised to return the sea to her. She'd responded admiringly, "Her father is so cool." And now, the man clenched his fists and wondered what he was doing. Why was he just standing there? How pathetic. Kion angrily punched himself in the face, his allies staring in amazement, and said he had a favor to ask. Tell them to load gunpowder into the ship's tail. Jelena, perplexed, asked what he'd said. After a while, the allies quickly fulfilled his request. He'd said, "Now they'll deploy a massive manatite drill. As soon as he gives them the signal, let them fire." Jelena asked, confused, "Is he sure of his actions? They would die." The man replied, "No, they would return in one piece." The dwarf smiled, liking his attitude and confidence. At that moment, the sea serpent's grip on the protagonist tightened. Kion commanded, "Hard left, open fire." The allies obeyed, unleashing a powerful salvo at the monster. The sea serpent immediately loosened its grip and roared terrifyingly. Kion leaped overboard, rushing toward the enemy, and shouted, "The sashimi is already half done. This catch will make first-class dried fish." The protagonist, without removing the spear from the enemy's body, activated the weapon's zoom. Ultimately, the monster was defeated, and the ship was destroyed. The allies drifted on the wreckage of the floating vessel. MC turned to Kion and said mournfully, "His ship is in shambles. Is he okay?" The man, close to tears, exclaimed, "No, of course not. The ship is destroyed again, and it was so dear to him. But despite all this, he regrets nothing." With these words, he smiled. Noct looked at him, confused. The man, bumping fists with him, continued, "Thanks to him, he remembered what it meant to be a feudal lord. Thank him for that." After some time, the allies returned to the shore on the wreckage of the ship. Grab carried a sea serpent in his mouth. Kiara joyfully greeted everyone. The fishermen shouted joyfully, "This is their leader and Lord Big Small." They had given them back their sea. The allies were greeted with great enthusiasm on the shore. The protagonist noted with embarrassment how noisy it was. One of the fishermen, who was shouting the loudest, slapped him on the palms and laughingly said, "That's what he's like, a sea lad." The fishermen immediately launched their vessel into the sea. The protagonist shouted for them to catch fish and more. After such a break, the fishermen rejoiced. Now there would be more fish. Suddenly, Kian dove into the sea, and Kiara called out to him anxiously. The man appeared on the shore a couple of minutes later, his bare hands laden with the catch, and said something like this in an important tone. The allies were amazed. This was so cool. How was this even possible? After a while, a large bonfire was lit on the shore. Kian thanked the sea for its gifts, and turning to his allies, exclaimed, "Now, they can drink to their victory." Everyone rejoiced at this event and greedily devoured the prepared seafood. Kian, examining the sea serpent, said with bewilderment, "Yeah, you can't even eat something like that." The red dragon asked MC how to cut it. He replied, "By eye, and as much as possible." He activated the zoom on his weapon, and Grab quickly butchered the monster, cooking its meat right there. Kiara, eating the fried sea serpent meat, said to her father, "It's been a while since they've had such a sumptuous feast, hasn't it?" With tears in her eyes, she added, she was so happy that everything and he, her father, were okay. He wanted to tell her that sea girls don't cry, but he stopped himself and asked, "But he was the one who made her cry, right?" She looked at him, embarrassed. Her father stroked her head and apologized for making her worry. After that, he added, "He will work even harder." They both laughed, father and daughter looking at each other. MC, watching them, remarked how wonderful. He always gave his own cause for worry too. Galena added, and she did too. At that moment, Kiara and Kian called out to him. The man said he should thank him. Noct answered, "So what? He accepts gifts." Kian said he can marry his daughter. The protagonist was taken aback by such words and, confused, asked again, "What did he say?" At that moment, Kiara was thanking his friends for the ship. Kian, wiping away tears, added that he could trust his beloved daughter to him. The protagonist was surprised. Man's tears? How suddenly, he said out loud. Why was he rushing so fast? He needed to know Kiara's feelings too. Grab admired her. What a refined lady. MC looked at the girl carefully. Suddenly, Verdina ran up to him and asked to make it big. He objected, but it was already big. Mira approached him and told him to see what she had fried for him. He replied that it had cooled perfectly. Kuklua immediately ran up to him and asked him to hug her. Noct picked the girl up and exclaimed, "He caught her." Joseph remarked with a smile, it seemed his lands had missed him. He replied, "Oh well." After that, Seto approached him with filled glasses and asked if he would like a drink. The protagonist agreed to her offer and accepted the glass. But suddenly he announced, "It's time." He ran up to his allies, thanking them for the food and noting that everything was delicious. After that, he summoned the red dragon and climbed onto Grab's back with his friends. Kiara called out to the protagonist, perplexed. He shouted back, "Come visit them in the lands of Big Small." He would introduce her to so many people. She smiled and replied, "Okay." Sometime later, when the allies returned home, they sat down to dinner. The protagonist said, "I could eat those shrimp forever." Verdina added, "And those white circles and those white stripes." He corrected her. "Those are scallops and cuttlefish." At that moment, Norvis called out to him and said, "He's here." To think that someone like him would summon him to a sudden meeting. MC greeted him and said, "Well, he came alone anyway." The Lord turned to his subordinates and declared, "They've done well. It's time to reward them." With these words, he began to lash them with his whip. Noct closed Verdin's eyes and told her not to look at this. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Kiara appeared. Gasping at what was happening, she greeted him and asked sheepishly, "I'm interrupting." He called her name in surprise. Mare admiringly remarked on the beautiful dress. The girl sheepishly replied, "It's her father. He put a lot of effort into buying it for her." She didn't say what he'd said. Her father exclaimed that he'd make a beauty out of her. If she came a little later, he wouldn't be angry. She was going to Noct after all. Joseph noted that her father had serious intentions. Rael added, "It seems things are going much better in their domain." Norvis irritably asked the protagonist, "Why did he invite this girl?" The villager preparing the food said gloomily, "If he doesn't want to try her food, let him not try it." The protagonist said he had something to talk about with the three of them. But before that, let them try this delicious dish. With these words, he placed plates of cooked seafood in front of them. Kiara exclaimed in surprise, "Wow." Norvis remarked, "It looks good." The guests tried the dish, and the Lord said he had never tried curry with such a sauce before, and his father is a curry specialist. MC replied, "It's made from seafood brought from Kiara's lands." Seafood curry. Norvis remarked, tucking into the food, "Seafood, I want some of that for my own domain." Noct said, that's what he thought. He actually has a proposal for him. How about an alliance? Both stared at him in surprise. Then the Lord replied, "It's impossible." The protagonist asked, upset, "Is there a reason for that?" The boy replied, "I simply owe him a favor. And although his domain is vast, it doesn't grow vegetables or fish like his." The protagonist exclaimed, had he forgotten that they got the spices for this curry from him? Thanks to the onions grown on his lands, seafood from Kiara's domain, and his, Norvis's, wisdom, they were able to create such a delicious curry. Therefore, if they combine their powers, the inhabitants of their domain will be richer and happier. Plus, it's much more fun. You can't cook such delicious food alone. The Lord looked at him with a smile. Kiara dreamily said, "I wish I could treat Ennis too." MC agreed. Norvis asked in surprise, The daughter of the Fuelt family? She turned them down. Have they forgotten that? Kiara sadly countered. That's not true. She's not like that. The Lord remarked that, frankly, he didn't care what she was like. Then he returned to his food. Noct turned to him and said that if they got closer to Anis, their curry would become even more delicious. Norvis looked at him in surprise, then drawled, exactly. The protagonist asked what kind of epiphany had struck him. Of all of them, he was the one with the best understanding of aristocratic affairs. He wanted to add something else, but the Lord addressed him by name, warningly, and asked if he was resorting to persuasion. The protagonist noted with surprise that he seemed to have lost interest. The Lord noted that he hadn't been interested, but an alliance with him was a different story. The MC happily asked, so what's their plan of action? Norvis said, naturally, his entourage changes with his rank. If they rise to the top, he'll be able to freely choose his entourage. There's only one option. They need to reach his rank. Noct and Kiara stared at him in confusion. So, if they want to talk to Anis like old times, they need to reach his rank and become a count and countess. The allies agreed, though Kiara gasped in surprise. The Lord reiterated that he owed him, the new owner of Big Small. The protagonist clarified, would they seal the agreement? Pouring wine for himself and his allies, he noted, they'd drink from identical cups. The girl happily agreed, but then added in bewilderment, but maybe it's not necessary to rise to counts. Viscounts will suffice. Both allies looked at her in surprise, and Norvis admitted she was probably right. The protagonist laughed. Okay, he'd fallen for his blunt speech. At that moment, the Lord's subordinate said, it's time for them to go. Norvis replied, he understood. He would tell them how to become Viscounts. To do so, they needed to perform a certain feat, preferably one that would be known throughout the land. It was important for the feat to be on a grand scale, so the happiness of the land's inhabitants didn't count. Contributions to the development of humanity as a whole were essential. Confused, MC asked, how did he rise to the rank of count? The young man replied, his grandfather was a warrior with boundless energy and curiosity. For many years he kept everyone away from him, but one day he destroyed a nest of magical beasts that had caught his attention and discovered a deposit of glowing ore. Kiara remarked in surprise. Glowing ore, she knew. The material was very valuable. But was it really that rare? Noct exclaimed, holding up his cup. He uses one too. The Lord noted that this ore had become a permanent fixture in people's daily lives and had improved their quality of life. The protagonist exclaimed, exactly. How had he never noticed this before? Thanks to his grandfather, it never gets pitch black at night. Norvis, proud of his grandfather, said pompously, that's the kind of contribution one should make to humanity. The protagonist exclaimed, then let's go. They'll make a discovery that will revolutionize the world and rise to the rank of Viscount. Kiara stared at him in confusion. Norvis, sipping his wine, gloomily remarked, and he'll probably be downcast. Then he looked at him and exclaimed, how lucky he is. Even he wouldn't have let such grandiose remarks fall to the ground. MC admitted it existed. Then he clarified, is he kidding me? The Lord replied, making a discovery is different from talking about it. He was clearly overjoyed right now. The guard reminded his master again that it was time for them to go home. The Lord angrily struck him with his whip and said, yes, he knows about it. Rising from the table, he exhaled loudly and said, they've given you the directions. It's time to go back. The protagonist asked if he had a schedule conflict. The Lord replied that the Grandal family had invited him to their party. It was only for counts and viscounts. The guard exclaimed that if he didn't go there immediately, he'd be late. Kiara asked in surprise, so why did he come here then? Norvis pointed at the protagonist and replied, because of him. Suddenly, it dawned on MC that Anis would be there. He rushed to the Lord and imploringly asked if he could come with him. Kiara protested. No, he wasn't invited. He replied, he has an idea. They'll sneak in like Norvis's escort. The guard protested. Out of the question. The Lord was already accompanied by his comrade. Norvis gave him such a stern look that the guard immediately fell silent. The Lord remarked that the hall was quite large. As soon as they found Anis, they should inform him over the switchboard. The protagonist assured him that he would do so. The guard was ready to cry. They had abandoned him. He would sit in front of the main gate with a sign around his neck, stating that he was watching over the house. After a while, the allies arrived. Kiara exclaimed in admiration at how cool everyone was here. They were practically sparkling. Norvis remarked in surprise. What do you mean, sparkling? Is it all the luminescence? They don't have that at home? The allies sat down on chairs, and the Lord was immediately surrounded by the girls. After a while, he approached them and asked what his escorts were doing. The protagonist replied sheepishly that they weren't used to such luxury and thought they could hide in a corner. Norvis asked if they had forgotten why they were here. At that moment, Anis entered the hall. MC called out to her joyfully, remembering her as a child. The girl looked at him coldly and turned to Grander, who had approached her. Noct said, confused, she danced with that guy back then too. Norvis replied, the ladies told him they were engaged. The protagonist, confused, noted, but why then isn't she smiling at all? The Lord used his magic skill to remotely attach a switch to Grander. When the boy pulled Anis aside, the allies heard him say irritably to Anis, He told her to look only into his eyes. The girl quietly apologized. The boy continued, the only reason her family keeps salt prices down is because of their engagement, right? He doesn't like impudent girls. Anise apologized again. He said her father's health was poor, and they weren't managing the estate well. The girl answered sheepishly, grateful to his family for deigning to save her. She would try to behave accordingly and be by his side until their marriage in 6 months. Grander chuckled and said, well done. Norvis frowned and said, as he can see, they've learned a lot. The protagonist sheepishly said, you shouldn't have done that. The Lord exclaimed, excellent. His gaze will pave the way for their success. When MC told Kiara everything, she exclaimed in alarm. They forced her into marriage by manipulating the rising price of salt. There poor Anise. The protagonist said he would save her by increasing the amount of salt. Norvis pointed out that if he did that, he would turn the Grander family against him, unless he received the title of Viscount. They wouldn't save Anise unless they secured their protection in advance. Kiara said excitedly. Even though the wedding was in 6 months, they didn't even have a month. The protagonist agreed. That's right, they don't even have time. The Lord said, speaking of merit, to become a Viscount, they know what it takes. MC exclaimed. He'd done enough for that. He defeated the Orc King, found manatite deposits, and even dealt with a sea monster. What else needs to be done? Norvis said grimly, cool. At that moment, Kiara said she had an idea. After some time, all the allies gathered at Kian's. The man unfolded a geographical map and said it had been passed down from generation to generation. On this map is a magical area called the Bermuda Triangle. This diagram isn't for directions. It has a mark on it that must not be approached under any circumstances. The protagonist asked in surprise, what's there? He replied that if you approach it, all 6 types of magic will strike you. It's a demon kingdom, an island that has become a haven for various races of monsters. Leonie and the protagonist guessed, so this was a high-level dungeon? Mayor looked at them in confusion. Verdana repeated, confused. A high-class dungeon? Kian said. One day, kings will be born in this place, seething with magic and demons. Kings of 3 or more races will be born on a land that will become known as a dungeon, becoming a threat to all of humanity. The man looked at MC and advised him to give up. He countered that the presence of demon kings there was proof of vast magical resources. Verdina exclaimed, for example, a large bat and a night mother. Kiara asked her father if he would lend them this map. He looked at her with a smile and said, at some point, she became a real sailor. Norvis stood up and, leaving, said, it's decided. Let them go, and be careful. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment. What is he talking about? He's not going to sail with them. The Lord replied that if he sailed, he would be rewarded. He would give them a ship and introduce them to his man. After a while, Grim came to them with his comrades, joyfully greeting everyone, and announced that he had come to escort them at the request of Lord Norvis. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. A dragon slayer? Grim replied. They haven't seen each other in a while. Greg grimly asked. And they will sail with them? Grab remarked how unlucky they were, so to speak, having a natural enemy nearby. Grim replied, he's a man of honor. For money, he'll be friends with anyone. They've been paid well, and this time, they're on the same side. Lola asked when the food would arrive. MC, confused, said he'd make sure the provisions were there. When everyone boarded the ship, Grim, adjusting the sails, grumbled, it's no good having so many women on board. Oh well. What can you do? Let them steer to the Bermuda Triangle. The protagonist exclaimed, forward, to the wild island, starboard. Everyone was busy with something. Greg watched warily as Grim played with the mandrakes. Grab drank wine with Grim's ally. Lyonne, Seto, and Juno watched as Lola demonstrated her magical abilities. The protagonist, looking at Kiara at the helm, asked in surprise, will she be at the helm? The girl replied, yes, she's a real sailor. Jelena looked at her doubtfully. MC thanked her for being with them. Kiara exclaimed, of course, she'd be with them to save Anise. He replied that if anything happened, he'd protect her. The girl screamed indignantly, what is he talking about? Noct said he'd promised her father he'd return her safe. Kiara screamed, this time, she can handle this on her own. At that moment, the ship shook violently and she fell to the deck, but the protagonist caught her just in time and asked if she was okay. Kiara, looking into his eyes with confusion, replied, yes, thank you. He helped her stand up and laughingly remarked, well, she sure knows how to hold on. The girl blushed with shame and apologized. The protagonist, helping her steady the wheel, told her she didn't have to apologize. Let her be sure, this time their lives are at stake. Sometime later, late in the evening, Kiara closed her eyes, placed her fingers to her forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. MC exclaimed, they're on course. Grim asked the girl how she could be so sure of that. She replied, with her falcon eye skill, she can see everything from the sky. Noct spoke with admiration, as expected of the captain. He's glad she's with them. Kiara laughed sheepishly, pleased by the praise. He asked, what are they doing next? The girl, checking the map, exclaimed, the course is straight ahead. Lyonne, watching the sea through binoculars, asked in bewilderment, at a straight line? So they're about to enter a hurricane? Kiara closed her eyes and used her skill. The protagonist asked if she sensed something. The girl opened her eyes and anxiously replied, yes, it is. The wild island is surrounded by reefs, but to escape the hurricane, they needed to get to dry land quickly. She'd illustrated the size of the reefs. Grim exclaimed admiringly, what a job. Go ahead, they're continuing. He'd agreed to it. When the ship hit the hurricane, everyone had a hard time. Kiara, holding the wheel, noticed how heavy the rudder was, and she couldn't see a thing. The ship was tossing and turning, and the allies held on as best they could. One of the mandrakes flew overboard, and the protagonist cried out in fear. Tomsy! Grim rushed to his aid and managed to grab the mandrake at the last moment, saving his mate. MC turned to the dragon slayer with gratitude. The young man responded by giving the order, "Fold the sails. Everyone, gather at the mast." Kiara, meanwhile, was straining to control the wheel. Grim grabbed her by the shoulders, shook her, and shouted, "She's the captain. If she's lost and doesn't know where to go, let her just say so." At that moment, Noct grabbed his face and asked, "He's been sailing, right?" The boy replied in surprise, "It was just a bit of work." The protagonist said, "Excellent." Then he left it to him. After that, he shouted for Verdun to take the helm. He pulled Kiara along with him, and they both began climbing the mast. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said, "It's her fault. Because of her, this terrible thing happened." He replied, "Don't worry, it's his fault too." They both agreed to it. The girl on the observation deck turned to him with a trembling voice and remarked that he always protected her because she was weak. When the three of them swore, even after Anis's secret, she wanted Norvis's wit and Noct's courage. She wanted to be like them both. He replied, "They'll do it together. What should they do next? Maybe he should leave." She used Hawk's Eye and cried out in alarm. "A big wave is approaching." Grim, bailing water from the deck, stared at her in confusion. The girl continued, "Let them head towards that big wave." Grim, throwing down the barrel, grumbled, "This is self-destruction." But looking at Kiara, who was gazing into the distance with the protagonist, he said, her face full of determination, "So they will do it for their captain." Then Kiara shouted, "Let go of the anchor. Keep the ship's bow to the wind. When she gives the signal, unfurl the sails." Having waited for the right moment, she shouted, "Now." The allies began to follow her every command. The ship was swept by a terrible storm. Verdina was nearly swept overboard. Juno caught her, with Seto helping him. Mare watched in horror. Kiara screamed, and the wind changed course. The ship spun around in place, tossed from side to side. Suddenly, the hurricane died down, as if nothing had happened. Complete calm had fallen. The ship was moored near a wondrous island, where strange mushrooms and plants grew. The allies stared in amazement at the sight that unfolded before them. Carefully and slowly, they stepped ashore. Grim dipped his hand into the strange thickets. The mandrake began to emit warning sounds. Lola and Luz wondered, "What kind of mixture is this?" MC exclaimed in amazement. "Here it is, the land of monsters." A magical aura was permeating the air. Grim noted how quiet it was. Lyonnaise, studying the island with a telescope, said that if the story was true, they were already inside the dungeon. Luz remarked that if that were true, then 3 kings of an unknown race lived here. Noct agreed, and said they needed a good night's sleep and to recuperate. They needed to set up camp more carefully. When everything was done and night had fallen, Grim said he wanted to sleep. The protagonist, dressed in pajamas, replied, "Yes, indeed." Verdena asked in confusion, "What about curry?" He replied, "Now the enemy can smell a strong odor." Greg cautiously suggested, "Maybe the monster will have a tail and fins?" What do they think? The storm was magical? The mandrakes picked flowers, wove a wreath, and placed it on Grim's head. Suddenly, the dragon slayer froze, extended his hand, and declared, "They are being watched." The protagonist ordered everyone to stand with their backs to each other and asked, "Where from?" Grim replied, "I don't know, but the attributes suggest so." Suddenly, a huge fire appeared from the side, revealing the fears of a monster. A creature resembling a huge squirrel jumped out from behind the bushes and rushed at Lola. Grim's ally activated the wind and swung his shield, cutting through a tree. Juno also attacked with his magic staff. Verdena tried to kick the fire, but cried out in pain as it burned her. The protagonist exclaimed, "Water! They're all here! What should they do?" Grab, activating his magic, said, "He can handle this." Having extinguished the fire in one spot, he said, pointing, "Here too." Grim, watching him, exclaimed, "Excellent work." The protagonist, having increased the red dragon's magic power, stood next to it. He looked at his master in surprise. MC shouted, "He'll destroy them all." Grim asked in confusion, "Is he serious?" One of the mandrakes rushed toward the fire monster, attacking it. The dragon slayer exclaimed in amazement, "You shouldn't have done that." He rushed after his little helper, grabbed him in his arms, protecting him from the monster, and shouted, "He looks like a dragon. When they get home, he'll tell so many stories about them." At that moment, Grab warned Noct. The protagonist saw the ground rise, and another monster emerged from it. He exclaimed in surprise, "A fourth?" He instantly activated an earthen shield, but the monster shattered the defense with a single blow and grabbed the protagonist in its powerful fist, squeezing him. The red dragon, dodging the ominous squirrel, screamed, "He's a demon, and he's stronger than them all. Let them calm down." The protagonist, trying to unclench the monster's fist, shouted, "It doesn't matter. He's a subordinate, and he will protect them all." The red dragon looked at him and saw blood flowing from his master's mouth from the force of the monster's fist. Grab activated his power and, in demonic language, told his opponent to let go. Let him stop. With these words, he attacked the earth demon and severed the arm holding MC. The hand fell, the fingers loosened, and Noct escaped the tight grip. Suddenly, the fire demon spoke up. "We need to take the demon more seriously. Or should this demon be called a lord?" Grim noted in surprise, "There are people here." Verdena and Mare fussed over the protagonist, tending to and healing his wounds. The protagonist stared at the demon in surprise. The monster said, "It wants to speak with the king of men." The allies, confused, said, "A monster speaks?" The monster approached them and said that this was indeed the case. Mare used healing magic on Noct, and he, with a serious expression, wondered what they intended to do. The situation was quite bad. The enemies needed to be destroyed, or were they preparing a trap? Another demon came to them and said that his caution was excellent, but they should get around it without it. The light one wanted to ask why they came here. He reacted calmly to this, and Grim asked if he really didn't care who he was. He said in a calm tone that he had been here for a long time, but still hadn't attacked. The demon was surprised and asked if he noticed this. He said that he had been watching their camp. He came closer and said that it was because they were eating something strange. What is it called? He was very interested. He wanted to try it. This surprised him a little, and he thought, was he watching because he wanted to eat? The light demon called Yin and said with an evil look that he should calm down. This demon said that, if he were preparing such a thing, this one would be displeased. Later, they all sat down together, and the demon said that he should tell them in more detail. He said that in order to help his friend, he must make a great discovery. This island is territory unknown to humans. The existence of them, the kings, proves that there is a powerful magical resource here. He wants to take some with him. Will they let him conquer a dungeon somewhere on this island? He thought about it. But was it worth telling them everything? They are kings with human intelligence. Deceiving them would be bad. He knelt before them and said that he begged for it. He needed to help his friend. The demons thought about it, and he said that he hoped they would understand. The demons said that they have different lives. They are kings of monsters. He approached the demon and asked, did this concern him too? He said he was the king of darkness. Perhaps he was glad to have met a man with a kind heart. They went further, and suddenly the demons pushed them all into a very deep pit. They were surprised by this, and the demon said, welcome to the cemetery. The weak will die. Such are the laws here. However, it will be interesting to see how they fight. They fell down for a very long time, and Grim loudly asked Grab, he has wings, but he can't fly? He calmly flew next to him and said that he really can, but he will still die. He turned around, called out to the master and said that he once saved him, and he regretted that he could not repay for it. After all, if they continue to fall like this. Mare also called out to the master, and the protagonist, with a calm expression, took out a small handkerchief. He used an enlargement spell on them, and they all landed on a soft blanket. Thanks to this, the speed of the fall slowed down, and Verdina said with surprise that it was a huge futon. He apologized and said he shouldn't have told them everything. She called the master and said he shouldn't lose heart. He said with a calm expression that they could sleep. It was warm and soft here. Grim looked at him with a confused look and said that he had also talked with the monster kings. Jelena said with a smile that he had helped a huge number of people. He sat up and said that he hadn't done it alone. When they landed, he looked up and said that the kings really had left them here. Greg said that falling from such a height didn't lead to anything good. They all walked through the cave together, and he said with a serious expression that he would show the monster kings that he had a goal. He would achieve this and would quickly leave this place. However, first they needed to find a way out. Verdena walked alongside and asked where they were. Greg walked alongside and said that they called it a cemetery. They passed through a long tunnel and came out into a spacious hall, which was illuminated by a magic stone in the center. MC looked around the place and said that this is what their cemetery looks like. He felt something and said loudly that they were being watched. His allies listened to him and immediately assumed combat readiness. He looked at the mandrakes and said with a worried look that they would be eaten alive. He quickly ran forward and said loudly that he knew where they were. They needed to go there now. They ran down the corridor, and he stopped when he noticed a small beast. They noticed it and asked the master what happened. He looked at it and said that there was a cute beast here. He approached it and asked if it was injured or resting. Grim looked at it, and with a confused look, said that he had started talking to the monster again. He picked up the beast, hid it in his clothes, and said that you can't sleep in the cemetery. You can catch a cold. It needs to be warm. They continued running, and in a dark passage they met many small monsters. Grim, looking displeased, said that these little ones were so annoying. Noct asked him to wait, patted the monster on the head, and said that they were still small. They should try to do without fighting. He put his sword behind his back and said that it was strange, but he would do it since it was his order. Grab approached them and said that they were bell ringers. They were not dangerous. He looked at the monster that climbed on his head and asked, "Is this really possible?" He went on and said that they should be more careful and not step on them. Grim followed him, covered his ears with his hands, and said that he wanted to kill them all. Grab approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and told him that he should behave more calmly. At that moment, a monster broke through the ceiling in the passage next to them, and he said that it was a large bell ringer. It has a huge tail that can break a human neck with a blow. He took out his sword and was about to kill him, but the protagonist approached him and said that he shouldn't do that. He turned around and asked what they were going to do. Grab, with a calm expression on his face, said that they were blind. They could try to slip past. He called the rabbit and said that it should also be silent. Jelena said that the rabbit was already sitting the quietest of all. Grim scratched his head and asked, "What is this? They should kill the bad guys, because they are good, isn't that right?" He agreed and said that however, those monsters upstairs could talk too. This is their territory, and they are raiders. They should be more careful. The lives of these monsters are important to them, just as the lives of people are important to him, because they are the rulers here. He sighed and said that he understood him. After that, they slowly walked past this monster one after another and successfully managed to pass unnoticed. They laughed, and he said loudly that now they must save everyone. He opened the door and loudly asked, "Are they all alive?" In the room, they found many mandrakes sitting in a small bed. They were surprised by this, and Juno said with admiration that there was a lamp here that made light. Grab took off his clothes and asked, "Is this holy water?" He stood under the monster, began to wash himself and said that it was so refreshing. The master should look at this. He pointed with his hand to the side and said that ventilation is important for the healthy growth of mandrakes. They went to the exit, and Leonace asked why they were treated so well, even though they were prisoners. Greg said that maybe they wanted to grow them more and eat them. MC walked ahead and said that he saved everyone, took out the monster beast, and was going home. They went outside, saw a huge monster, and he said that it was an Autoton Maimai. Grav said that they destroy everyone who enters their territory. Grim said that they need to not attract attention. They looked back and noticed that the small monster they had encountered in the dungeon was following them. It let out a very loud scream, and Verdina quickly ran up to it and covered its mouth with her hand. However, it was too late because the huge monster noticed them and came closer. They started to run away, and the monster let out a loud scream. The rabbit heard this and jumped out of its clothes. He was worried about this, ran up to it, picked it up, and asked the rabbit why it did this. The huge monster looked at him intently, and he said with a serious expression that it seemed that he could no longer hold back. The time had come. The monster let out a loud roar again, and Galena loudly said that this monster was too big for a fight. Lionne pointed to the side and loudly said that they all should retreat quickly. Noct asked the monster to listen and said that it simply wandered here. He used the enlarge skill on the branch under his foot and jumped back to dodge the monster's attack, and thought that there was no way to resolve this problem peacefully. The monster slammed head-on into the wall, and his comrades called out to him with worried looks. He stroked the rabbit's head and asked them for forgiveness. His allies approached him and said that they would also fight. The master could rely on them. This monster runs away, accumulates strength, and attacks. He said with a serious expression that they should change their strategy. If they all work together, they can do it. He gave the order to attack, and suddenly the monster was attacked by powerful lightning magic. He was surprised by what happened, and noticed that the rabbit had used this magic. It jumped out of his clothes again and ran towards the attacked monster, which greatly worried him. The others were also surprised by this, and did not understand what had happened. They approached the monster, who hid in his shell and burrowed underground. Grab approached him and said that they seemed to need to hear an explanation. Everyone else agreed, and the protagonist said that it was the rabbit they should thank for protecting them. Greg was surprised by this, and said that he really was a monster. Juno stood nearby and asked, "Did he tame him?" Mir, looking surprised, called out to the master and pointed to the side. They looked in that direction, and Verdina said with surprise that this hole was glowing. Magical energy was emanating from it, causing Jelena and Rog to grow sharply. They were both surprised by this. He approached it and said with surprise that they had grown. Grab approached them and said with a smile that, most likely, someone began to resemble gnomes. It seems that the cells are activated under the influence of highly concentrated magical power. They approached the hole and saw an oyster with glowing pearls. He looked at it in surprise and said that it was the treasure of the monster country. Verdina said with surprise that the kids were already feeling better. Greg entered the hole and said that the stone, filled with magical power deep inside, was a treasure. The monsters were getting better here, as were the tamers. He was surprised by this, and she raised her hand and said that she was happy. MC said that monsters aren't the only ones who use magical power. They should take some with them. Leonae was breathing heavily, called out to the master and said that he can't do this. The magical power was overflowing her. She was trying her best to control herself. Her team members also felt it and said that everyone has a limit. Will he be able to stay okay too? Grab said that he understood how they felt, but it was better to keep it under control, otherwise it was already dirty. Verdina looked at him with a worried expression and said that the dragon had become weak. He said with a calm smile that he was fine. She took the magic stone and said that she would give it to him. She tripped, dropped the magic stones, and one of them fell into a puddle. It began to radiate energy, and she asked in surprise, "Has the water cleared up?" Noct came up, tried the water, and said that it was very tasty. The stone was so filled with magic that it cleared the water of germs. It was like a feast for the stomach. Mare said with surprise that in other words, if this stone is placed in muddy water, it will become drinkable. The Dragon Slayer said that it was amazing how easy it was to provide drinking water. This would change the course of history. He called Kiara and with a joyful expression said that they had succeeded. Now he could become a Viscount again and help Anise. She agreed, and Luz asked how they would return back. Without a stable supply, they would not be able to make it in life. They needed to get out of here. Grimm said the Lord would compress the stones, line his pockets, and then dispel the spell and trim off the unnecessary ones. That's a good plan. Mayor said the Lord could die from lack of sleep. The Lord consciously doesn't use his talents for personal gain. He resorts to this only for the sake of the people. He said that this time, however, it was a matter of helping friends, and they would have to choose between principles or friendship. She was indignant about this and loudly asked how one could even choose such a thing. He was confused by this and asked why she was angry with him. After all, he was simply telling the truth. The protagonist thought that wasn't the problem. Now he thinks differently than before coming here. He called them and said that he would like to consult with them. He didn't have time to finish because Yin emerged from the ground behind him and said that they were complete scoundrels. They were surprised by this. They were about to fight, and he asked if he just snapped his finger. They did understand what he was hinting at, right? They entered his territory. Everyone prepared their weapons and said that he had finally shown himself. Apparently they had no choice. Fortunately, the power of the magic stone was at work here. He would pay them back in the same coin for their misdeed. MC calmly called the King of Darkness, extended his hand to him, and asked why they didn't establish a diplomatic alliance. The demons silently looked at him, and his allies loudly said that it was simply impossible. After all, he almost killed them. Unexpectedly for them, the demon began to laugh loudly and said that his pawns were much smarter than him. A fool. He was smart enough to offer him an alliance. He extended his finger for a handshake and said that he was a curious guy. The allies were confused by this and asked what was going on. He doesn't understand this demon. He said in a calm tone that the King of Light had saved him from the King of Earth, and Lord Shadow had been on their side from the start and supported them. They had fallen, but he had been kind to the mandrakes. He understood what it meant to find someone he could truly talk to, and didn't want to take that opportunity away, knowing what it was like to lose everything. The King of Darkness laughed and said he shouldn't compare them to him. However, he had to admit, not being of their kind, he was able to discern the truth without words. For this, he praised them. He had performed well. He called Shine, and the rabbit he was holding began to flap its ears. The King of Light said that she had been watching them the whole time. Yin said that the light, through Shine, had been watching their every move. King of Humans, ever since he called monsters his friends, had he really never doubted what he had said? If they had died in that pit, such was their fate. But they had shown their wits and survived. Despite the circumstances, he remembered the light. Faced with malice and cruelty, he showed them mercy. The King of Light said they agreed to make peace. Grab asked, were they sure? Having made an alliance, life would be much harder than it was now. The demons said that the world was impermanent, and the human king was the only one they could rely on. Eventually, humans would invade their lands. Therefore, it would be much more beneficial for them to make peace with them while there was such a chance. The answer was obvious. They should be glad that he would make a deal with the King of Darkness. He was lucky to meet such a magnanimous man. The black energy surrounding his head began to disappear, revealing his face, and he said with a smile that he was lucky that their paths crossed. Grab, with a calm expression, said that no one in this kingdom would be able to overcome that wave for at least another 10 years. They didn't even need to unite. Getting rid of them would be easy. It seemed that their lord had shown incredible affection even for the king. The kings asked if they could hold a friendship ceremony. It was a good idea. They could have a wedding to symbolize their alliance. He was confused by what he heard, and the King of Darkness said that he would give him the Daughter of Light in marriage. What would he say? That was a good idea, right? The King of Light called Shine and asked what she would say. Yin said that she herself was not against it. Knocked, looking confused, wondered whom he should marry. The rabbit transformed into human form and indignantly asked, who said that she was not against it? He, with a puzzled look, thought that he simply wanted to interfere with Anis's marriage. She, embarrassed, said loudly that she would never marry him. She turned around and said that only if he did not insist. Everyone was shocked by this, and he thought he still had to marry someone. However, he loved Lady Olivia, didn't he? His allies took their weapons and pointed them at the King of Darkness, which made him confused. They said loudly with serious faces that they had no other choice, right? Apparently the fight was irreversible from the start. This can't happen. They do not agree to a marriage against the will of the master. Do they even know how difficult it is to go beyond the relationship between a master and a subordinate? He is not ready to ruin his relationship with his captain and childhood friend. He patted Juno on the head and said that they should at least listen to them. Leonet said that he should not be so naive. Does he know what it is like to be outplayed by a subordinate and he does not even take him seriously? The protagonist was confused by this and wondered what they were even saying. He noticed that the mandrakes were also going to challenge him and asked loudly if they were okay. They pointed their weapons at him and loudly said that even if he was a demon lord, it was unforgivable to behave like this. They would lay down their lives to prevent this from happening. Yin stood there and said he didn't understand why they were so upset. Grab called him over and said that for humans, choosing a partner is an important event in life. They will spend their entire lives with them. He loudly asked Isn't he the king of humans? Can a king take as many wives as he wants? They should stop being petty. Sato said there was a huge distance between the first and second wives. He sat down on the ground and said he didn't understand them, humans. Shine started to leave and indignantly said that she had had enough. There would be no wedding. MC sighed with relief and thought that he had almost married a woman he had essentially never seen before. She turned to him and said that they would stop at the engagement. A month later, he thought that the land of demons had been completed and transport routes had been established. They went to the land of demons, and Verdana said with admiration that these were mountains of water. Greg drove the cart and said that it was more like a water valley. They essentially walked through water. This route opened once every 3 days to deliver magic stones. Mayer said with a joyful look that this way they minimized the risk of a sudden attack by people on demons. He said that the king of the earth and the king of water also helped them. They reached the place where they got the magic stones, and he said that he brought an appraiser of magic stones. Dirty water instantly turns into fresh water with such stones. Rael tried this water and joyfully said that he would quickly make a fortune. Noct sat next to him and asked if he could become a viscount. He said that this discovery would advance human civilization. People will learn about the benefits of these stones, and he will contribute to this. He said with a satisfied look that he relies on him. He called Rasash and asked what she thought about this. He was sure she would have ideas on how else to use it. Verdina pointed to the side and said that she took the stones and went there. He was surprised by this, and the two of them ran after her, and the king of the earth said that here we go again. His skin is already all dry and flaky. He will soon shrink like a golem, and his skin is so nourished. The king of water said that it is because he is made of water. He said with a thoughtful look that nothing helps. The skin of monster girls requires gentle care. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard, approached her and asked, "Did this golem eat something strange?" The golem said it was the vampire girl's soup. He took the soup, called Verdun, and said that she should smell this soup. They ran on, and the king of light said that it was delicious. She would never have thought that there was something so delicious in this world. Finally, they have no need for food. No demon will refuse such delicious food. Now there will be no problem that the weak fell at the paws of the strong. She was just doing her duty. Why did she, one of the rulers, have to deal with this? However, now the demon civilization will have bright times. Humans are simply amazing creatures. He continued to run on. He met Rasash and loudly asked what she had cooked here. She turned to him and said that it was a stew with meat. For pure water, she used a magic water stone. He immediately used a shrinking spell and loudly said that he would confiscate it. She was very upset about this and loudly asked, "How is this possible?" The Dark King emerged from underground, called him, and said he was there. He had just had an idea to strengthen the connection between their countries. He picked him up and said he would marry him. At that moment, his comrades ran up to him, pointed their weapons at him, and loudly declared that he was leaving them no choice. Yin waved his hand and loudly declared that great, if they wanted to measure their strength, then let everything be fair. He set up a table and prepared for arm wrestling. MC watched this and thought that Mr. Shadow insisted on holding a competition for the role of his wife. They broke tables arm wrestling all night, overeating, and in the end, Verdina won, but the result was declared invalid. Sometime later, Norvis was preparing food in his estate and asked if by treasure he meant the stone that turns dirty water into fresh water. They did a great job. He stood nearby, thanked him, and said that the Dragon Slayers had helped them a lot with this. He asked with a serious expression how things were going with the roadmap. Noct said that he had asked Rael to distribute the stones across the continent, and then he would wait for the king to personally invite him for an audience. He asked if he could have one of these stones too. He handed it to him. He began to examine it and asked for more stones. Lionel asked with a displeased look. Was he trying to rob them again? Greg asked. Did he not learn anything at all? He said with a calm expression that there was no point in wasting time. He wanted to put these stones up for sale to high society. Aristocrats love unusual things, so they would serve as a walking advertisement for him. He politely called him, and Norvis said that he had worked so hard to find such a treasure, he could rest, and he would take care of everything else. He was touched by these words and wondered who had last told him something like this. He offered his help and said that he could develop a strategy on how to present the goods profitably. He refused and said that he was used to working alone because it was much easier that way. Greg called him a lone wolf, and Mayer approached him and called the master. The protagonist thought that cunning had always been his strong point. He doesn't know what he's planning, but he's not going to get his hands dirty for them, is he? Later, Norvis started leaving his estate, and he decreased his size, quietly jumped on him and thought that he wouldn't let him do all the dirty work alone. In the evening, at the banquet, he happily showed the magic stone and said that this was a real breakthrough. Cooking, bathing, washing, anytime and any quantity. The purest water of unlimited use. They should take a look. The highest quality water, purified with the help of magic stones from the land of monsters, the most delicious water in their lives. When it's slightly cool, happiness is felt in every sip. They should take a look at this pitch black liquid. If you drink this, you can die. The interested aristocrats looked at this and asked how many years it would take to purify this water. However, their throats were literally burning with thirst. This wasn't life, but torture. He threw a magic stone into the water and asked, But what if you just throw one magic stone in here? In an instant, before they could even blink, it was already pure, as if from a natural spring. The masked man asked, but what if this stone simply changed the color of the water, but didn't purify it? MC looked at him and thought, this is his subordinate, after all. Norvis gestured for him to come over, scooped up some water, and said that he should try it and see for himself. He drank the water from his hand and reacted happily, while he, with a confused look, thought that it was definitely his subordinate. It turns out he deliberately seated his subordinate in the hall. People admired this, and he showed a document and said that this water meets all safety standards. They even have a document to prove it. They should try it themselves and see for themselves. People quickly ran to the table and started taking the water. He sat down on a chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. After some time, leaflets with the announcement were distributed throughout the cities, and Grander said that now the water magic stone is on everyone's lips. At the same time, Rael said that not only commoners, but also nobles wanted to buy it. Noct happily thanked him and Mr. Norvis for their help. He drank the tea with a calm expression and said that it was easy. If the product itself is excellent, selling it will be a piece of cake. He asked him not to be modest and said that he had given it his all. It was obvious that he tried. He put the cup on the table, approached him and asked, he saw everything, didn't he? Upon hearing a positive answer, he said with a dissatisfied expression that he had warned that he could handle it alone. He looked at him and thought, so he didn't want anyone to see him like this, even at the cost of his own dignity for them. By the way, his father and brother, when meeting with aristocrats, behaved the same way. They desperately tried for the well-being of their subjects, and he was grateful to them. He so enjoyed watching him try. It was truly manly. Norvis scratched his head and said that he didn't like it when strangers saw him at work. There was a knock on the door, after which Kiara entered and said that she apologized for keeping them waiting. This caught their attention, and Lyonne said that it was incredible. She had never seen anything like this. Even when she served at the Magic Academy, they were sent personal invitations from the palace. Later, the protagonist with a serious expression asked what he thought of the glass cup. Norvis sat in front of him and said that he should understand it was a kind of tradition. Glass cups are acceptable, but curry utensils must be made of iron. He slammed his fists on the table and loudly asked if he was satisfied with the glass goblets. Then why didn't he want to look at other glassware? Jelena entered the office and asked what they were doing. It was time to leave soon. Otherwise, they would be late for the reception with the king. Mayor stood next to the board and said that they were drawing up a plan for a happy ending for Lady Anise after the breakup of the engagement. She looked at it with a puzzled look and asked, what the hell is that? She said that freeing Anise is not everything. There is a high probability that she will be hated. Therefore, they are thinking about how to involve her in the Triple Alliance and develop her lands. She looked at their calculations and asked, are they even thinking about this? But what does this have to do with talking about glass? MC said with a smile that it was because master glassblowers lived on her lands and he wanted to make curry vessels out of glass. Norvis said thoughtfully that there was no point in showing the back of the curry. It would take away its charm. He said with a displeased look that if he said so, then perhaps he was right. He looked at his watch and said that time was up. They would leave the details for later when he received the title. He started to leave, noticed a document on the table, and asked if perhaps a dragon slayer should be assigned this job. At that moment, they approached him, and he asked, this job again will have nothing to do with dragon hunting, right? He looked at him with a small smile and said that he was right. After some time, Noct went outside and asked Grab if he could use a skill. Having received permission, he used the shrink skill on him. They all sat on his back. He quickly ran forward, and they asked, his skill won't work if you don't befriend him, right? He should use his skill on them too. They got to the castle very quickly, and he said that he broke his speed record. They need to hurry to the castle. Children passing by noticed him and immediately recognized him. One of them started counting. They bowed together and thanked him for the clean water. He was surprised because of this, and Norvis said that it was all thanks to the magic stones. A resident of the city came to them and happily said that she had a terrible skin disease that kept her awake at night. However, thanks to him, her health is getting better. She doesn't even know how to thank him. The main character waved goodbye to these people, and he looked at him and asked, what's wrong? He looked at his hand with a confused look and said that strangers know him, but they thank him. How can I say it? They did all this just to help Anise. It was such a strange feeling. The two of them entered the throne room, knelt down, and a servant of the king called them and said that, thanks to the magical water stones they had created, people all over the territory had found a clean source of water. They recognized their great merits and therefore elevated them both to the rank of Viscount. The people around began to applaud joyfully. They went outside, saw a crowd of people, and he asked with a confused look, is today some kind of holiday? Norvis said that you could say that. Everyone had come to congratulate them. They were surprised by this, and he said that it didn't matter what their intentions were. The main thing was that they had accomplished a great deed that had helped many people. Many difficulties still awaited them ahead, so they should have a great time. After some time, he said in a slightly tired tone that he had shaken so many people's hands that his hands were already burning. He used magic and said with a smile that they should see they really lit up. At that moment, Grim ran up to them very quickly, called the master and handed him the document. MC turned around with a smile and said that he was very tired. He said with a serious look that he understood that he was tired. But they had information. The enemy could be more vile than they imagined. He was surprised by what he heard and looked at the document that was handed to him. He read it and became very serious. There were girls standing nearby who said that who would have thought that such a pathetic person like him would receive the title of Viscount. They should have built relationships with him back then. They approached them, started congratulating them, and asked if they would be attending the banquet. He asked for forgiveness in a frighteningly serious tone and said that he clearly remembered their faces. He was furious and would take revenge. What should they do? They should hurry to Anise. A little later, she was sitting in the study with her father, helped him sit up and told him that he should rest. He coughed into his hand and said that everything was fine. She should let him be with her today. She said that today was the day when the diligence of their subjects would bear fruit. He said that, by the way, he heard Noct and Kiara received the title of Viscount. They say that they found some kind of stone that turns water into wine. Is that true? She said that it is not so. This magic stone purifies water. He was negotiating with the demon country. She also put in a lot of effort. He apologized and asked what he was apologizing for. He said that he apologized for the fact that she would marry Grander. She said that he was a good man, did not raise the price of salt, and also provided precious medicine for him. Thanks to this, she would be able to protect the country, which was important to him. He said that, however, she loved him. He apologized again, and she said that she should apologize for ignoring his advice. They heard the maids loudly asking someone to stop and turned to the door. The protagonist burst into the office and loudly called her name. She looked at him and thought that a friend in the company of aristocrats is more valuable than any diamond. He doesn't change at all. How much she wanted him to always be there. She looked at him silently, and he said that so much is happening now. He understands everything. Perhaps it will be hard for them to remain friends, like in childhood. Maybe they won't even see each other. It doesn't matter. For her happiness he wouldn't mind, but she is clearly unhappy. He was about to say something else, but she asked him to leave, and said that he shouldn't interfere with this. He should stop, because she had already decided everything. Kiara said loudly that she can still help. She doesn't need to turn away from them. Anise looked out the window and said that when she had problems, he helped her. He protected the country that her father loved so much, and she should repay for it. He reacted calmly to this, left a folder with documents on the table, and said that they had put it together. She should read it if she wanted. If she changes her mind, he will be waiting for her in Carmabo at 10 o'clock. They left the estate, and she asked if she would come to them. He said that she was amazing. Unlike him, she was trying to cope with everything on her own. If she didn't come, then he would come to her again, as many times as it took. Later they came to another street. She admired the beauty of the city, and he said that he hadn't been here for a long time. They walked past the souvenir shops and chose gifts. She looked around the city and said that, so this is what the country she and her father want to protect is like. They entered a cafe where Norvis was already sitting and asked how everything went. MC came to him and said that it was not known yet. They needed to wait. He agreed to this. They sat next to each other, and he asked if he had already ordered. When they were children, they often ate here. The name of this place was Karamabo. He asked with a small smile, Kara, is it because of the curry? He was confused because of this and said that he bought a gift. He likes rings, right? Two children approached them, called them both, and asked for an autograph. They sat in this place for a very long time, eating, and he closely watched the clock. He said with sadness in his voice that they had been sitting for a long time. Probably she would not come. Norvis said that he would probably go home. Because of this, he slammed his hands on the table and looked at it with a displeased expression. He sighed and still decided to stay with them. He turned to the waitress and asked for another cake and coffee. She was a little surprised by this and said that, however, this was already the 30th cup. He asked, why did she care? He just loves caffeine. Anise, tired from running, entered the cafe and asked what kind of offer this was. There was so much here. How much time had they spent on this? She began to cry with happiness and said that if they could show her such a future, she was looking forward to it. He was glad to hear what he heard, came up to her and asked if she liked it. She said that on page 64 she thought it was nonsense, but on page 157, she was afraid that they would have to go against Baraggio. She extended her hand to him and asked if he would help her. Noct took her hand and said that he became a viscount only for this. After some time, Grander came to the Lord's office, knelt in front of the chair and said that soon it would belong to him. It must be lonely, right? It must endure a little longer. The Lord's place will soon belong to him. When he gets it, he will sit here very often. However, he could try a little now. He heard the door creak, stood up abruptly, and Anise entered the room. He turned to her and said that it was rude. You should knock first. She apologized, and he said that it was very bold to summon him to the Lord's office, although it was logical that when they were together, this place would become his room. However, it was still too early. He was even a little embarrassed. She called him, but he did not listen. went to the table and said that he understood everything. Medicine for her father. There was a month's supply of it in this suitcase. He opened the suitcase, she looked at it, bowed and said that she was grateful for it, as always. This is a very expensive medicine and it helps her a lot. He agreed with a smile and said that it contains 12 kinds of nourishing and health-promoting ingredients that are very hard to obtain, but it is literally a panacea that can help anyone. Even a healthy person will feel better from it. However, he can get it. She is lucky to be his bride. Norvis entered the office and said that only weak men blackmail with such things. If he wants a person to be on his side, wouldn't it be better not to engage in such baseness? Grander was surprised when he saw all these people and asked why they were with her. The protagonist calmly called him and said that they had suspicions about him. He heard that he helped her with salt, but was it produced on his land? He was clearly trying to usurp the fjord. He called it stupidity, but he immediately said that in the past, the price of salt had risen sharply 3 times. The 3 largest powers, including his family, raised these prices simultaneously. Besides, raising prices would have made sense if production volumes had fallen or extraction had become more expensive, but the 3 of them did it at once. They created a monopoly on salt. He feigned innocence and asked on what basis they were accusing him of this. This was outright disrespect towards him. He should apologize immediately. Do they have proof of this? Norvis snapped his fingers. Several soldiers entered the room and started playing a record on which he said that salt was necessary for everyone, even their enemies. It was time to show the world that they had power over them. He looked at him and said that a dragon spy had helped him, and he was absolutely sure that it was his voice. On the recording, he asked, what about the Viscount's daughter? They would limit the sale of salt, and then he would enter her life. They all heard Grander's evil laugh, and he began to cry and said loudly that this evil voice did not belong to him. He called Anise and asked if she doubted him. He felt hurt and sad because of this. She said that if it were only a monopoly, she wouldn't have so many doubts and would still be grateful. MC said in a serious tone that they would now press the second accusation. The precious medicine he was giving to her father was a slow-acting poison. When he first met her, he gave her tea with poison to celebrate their acquaintance. After that, he felt ill and disguised the poison as medicine. With the right dose, it would be possible to disguise it as if he were dying of an illness. But it was very difficult to find such a thing on the market. That's why he made his purchases directly. Grim sat down on the chair and said that he and Rael had checked everything. All the time and other details matched up. She asked with an indignant expression, "Is this all true?" He took her by the shoulders and asked, "Does he really look like kind of person?" If even she doubted him, who would remain on his side? Norvis silently walked to the table, took the medicine from the suitcase and poured it into the water. He showed it to him and said that it was a month's dose of medicine. Noct immediately guessed what he was going to do, took the shaker from Grab and went to him. He poured the poison into the shaker and discreetly threw a magic stone inside to purify it. He shook the purified water, poured it back into the glass, and gave it to him. He went to Grander with a smirk and said that he should drink it. If it strengthens health and cures everything, a real panacea, then he can drink it all, right? He continued walking towards him and asked, "What's the matter? Can't he drink just 1 glass?" He grabbed his jaw, opened his mouth, and was about to pour the water. However, he waved his hand, threw the glass aside, and began to wipe his mouth. The protagonist said that this could be considered a confession. Does he confess to his crimes? Anise's father, looking shocked, called him and asked, "Is this all a lie?" She called the guards with a serious expression and ordered them to seize the criminal. They immediately ran into the room, threw Grander to the ground, and he loudly asked them to wait. He loudly called her, asked for forgiveness, and said that he was sorry, but his feelings for her were true. She silently turned away from him. He bit his lip in anger and desperately said loudly that there was an antidote. He had a secret recipe that only he knew. He could cure her beloved father. MC was surprised by what he heard and, with a displeased expression, thought that this freak was still trying to deceive her. She turned to him and, with a displeased and sad expression, loudly said that his foot would never set foot on the lands of Fjord again. After that, the guards shackled him and led him out of the office. Norvis said that he could not understand such people. He agreed and said that, however, he was surprised when he offered him to drink poison. Just in case, he weakened the poison with a magic stone. But what if he had actually drunk it? He raised his head and asked, "Does such an aristocrat deserve to live? Only the world will become cleaner." He became worried about this and thought that this demon was definitely not to be trifled with. He called Anise and said that she was good. She ran to him, grabbed his jacket, started crying and asked, however, because of her, what will happen to Dad? He said that he conducted an investigation, but it would be difficult to cleanse her father's body of the poison with the current level of medicine. She continued to cry because of this, and her father, with a small smile, called him and said that he was grateful that he saved his sweet daughter. Noct turned to him and said that it was too early to give up. Of course, medicine was unlikely to help with this. However, they do not need medicine. They will rely everything on alchemy. Magic stones have cleansing properties. Even if they enter a human body, they will cleanse the body and will not remove anything unnecessary. He was surprised by what he heard and asked, "But can a person do something like this?" He said that a person really can hardly create something like this. Rasasha flew in through the window and said that vampires, especially a brilliant alchemist, can easily cope with this. She bowed before them and said that they should give her a month. She will be able to make a medicine. He turned to him and said that everything depended on whether they trust them. He began to think about it, and Anise called her father. He made a decision and with a calm expression, said that he trusts them. If he doubts them, he will not be able to look into his daughter's eyes. After this, the protagonist and Rasasha returned to the estate, where they worked on creating the medicine for a very long time, without any rest. When it was finished, they returned to their estate with a very tired look with the finished medicine. He began to take the pills and gradually felt better. When he finished taking the medicine, his physical condition improved significantly, and he was able to go outside. Everyone who saw it was very happy about what happened, and Anise immediately ran to him to hug him. Kiara watched this while drinking tea and said that she was very glad that he felt better. Norvis was sitting nearby, who said that he didn't just feel better. MC was next to them, slightly pulled out his sword, looked at it, and remembered his family. She approached them, handed him the pendant, and asked him to take it. Norvis was a little surprised that she offered it to him, and she said that he saved her. He saw it, and remembered from childhood what it was. She approached him, handed him the same pendant, and said that their artisan made it. How cute it was. It seems that no one would mind. He thought about it, agreed, and helped put the pendant on him. He found the shape strange and asked, "Is it a leaf?" She agreed and said that together all these parts form a 4-leaf clover. He asked in a puzzled tone, "Why is this?" She called him and said that he is now like an older brother to them. Sometime later, Noct woke up in his room, and with a joyful expression on his face thought that the hard days were over. There was no more deadline and Anise was now saved. He went to have breakfast with Shine and said that he had not slept so much in a long time. Joseph was standing nearby and said that he felt like he died. After finishing eating, he went outside and asked if everything was ready yet. He looked at him and said that everything had been ready for 2 days already. He said that it was time for him to get ready for the evening of the meeting of the Alliance of 4 countries. The main thing is not to be too greedy. When he came to the right place, Norvis called him and asked if he knew that you can't just sleep. Kiara turned to him and wished him good morning. He approached their table and asked how long they had been waiting for him. She denied it, and he said with a displeased look that she was spoiling him. They had been waiting for 2 days already. He sat down next to them, called Anise, wished her good morning, and she reciprocated. He looked around and asked, "It's busy here today, right? There are citizens of all the territories here today." She denied it and said that it wasn't that. There were rumors that the big small territory would come to an end. He worked hard to prevent that from happening, right? He said with a smile that so many people were here, it was pure luck. She denied it and said that it was the result of his work. He remembered his childhood and thought that everything seemed to be the same as before, but something had still changed. He said that it was all thanks to their cooperation. Suddenly, Shine began to actively flap her ears, tickling his face. She transformed into human form. They fell to the ground and she asked in a displeased tone, "Did he even have a conscience?" The King of Darkness came to them, warily asked for forgiveness, and said that he was nevertheless interested in what was going on between them. The protagonist looked at him, lying on the ground, and called out to him. He sat up and asked if he could really teleport. He denied it and said that he ran here on his own 2 feet. What kind of alliance of 4 do they have here? Maybe an alliance of 5? He asks to be accepted too. She stood nearby and said that it was a great idea. He thought about it and said that he understood his desire, but his appearance just made him a little uncomfortable. He called Jelena and asked if they had anything to wear on their heads. Norvis said it would be bad if people found out that the king of the monster country was here. He said that the alliance of 5 countries was great, of course, but it was better to hide your strongest ally, didn't he? He looked at them and said that this was nonsense. It wouldn't work on him. However, the King of Darkness was embarrassed by his words, laughed joyfully, and agreed to it. They brought him a helmet similar to armor, and he started to leave and said that he still had things to do. They could walk around the city. Shine indignantly asked him to stop, but he stood next to her and said that she should stop. He came to their country to save Anise. Had she forgotten about that? If she interfered where she didn't belong, it would only make things worse. She became embarrassed and fell silent. Later, MC came to Olivia's house, called her over, and helped her put on the glass slippers he'd brought as a gift. Kuklu approached him, asked for a gift, and he said he had one for her too. He handed her the gift and she hugged him and said she loved him. He was surprised by this and said it was very straightforward. She started pouring milk into her new mug, called her mom, and asked if she loved him too. Right? He became curious, and she turned around, agreed, and said he was a very kind boy. He got up from the table and said he wasn't so kind to everyone. Norvis was watching through the window and said it was a lie. He was so kind to everyone. They didn't notice they were being watched. And Olivia said he didn't need to be so modest. He sighed and said she was being so cruel. Seto watched this with a worried look and said things were bad. He makes his move. Noct went to her and said that she knows about his feelings. It's as if she's teasing him, forcing him to say it. She watched this and said loudly that they should stop him. He's about to confess his feelings. He approached her, took her hands and said that she's good at cooking, spoils him, but at the same time, so mysterious. She's beautiful. Her face blushed, and she said that she was pleased to hear it. She started stroking his and Kuklua's heads, and the people who were watching this said that his tactics didn't work. The ex-married girl is too strong. Norvis started to leave and said that she was holding on for now, but he's also unlikely to give up. Of course, maybe she already understood everything, but her fortitude as an ex-married girl is not eternal either. He kissed the ring on his finger and said that he understands it perfectly. In any case, it's lucky that the girls didn't see it. The others also began to leave and said that then they would have definitely killed someone. For sure, maybe there would have been more than one corpse. However, on the other side, there were several girls who saw and heard everything. They repeated everything he said to Olivia, thinking it over. Norvis, with a calm expression on his face, walked on and asked if he wanted a girl who was married. Then why did he insist so strongly against Anice's marriage? The others walked next to him, and Grimm said that he had this strange side. After some time, many people gathered in the square next to the large tower. The protagonist also came and said that here is the famous Big Small Tower. By the way, this is the first time he has seen it in person, right? Norvis asked, why was it necessary to make this tower so big? Wasn't there a better option to spend the resources of the Alliance of Four? The King of Darkness corrected him, calling him the Alliance of Five, and he said that was very rude. This is simultaneously an ascent to the Great Heavenly Bath. He looked at him and said that it was possible to make a normal climb. He called it harsh and asked, by the way, what did he prepare? He said that he wanted to show the whole world the essence of Hadlet Territory technology. He pointed to the side and said that it was a castle. He was surprised by what he saw and wondered if his territory had been invaded while he was sleeping. He asked if it was normal to spend so much money on a castle if he had a debt. He looked at him and said that he had already paid off this debt. He also made a lot of money on magic stones. He was surprised by this and said that, as he thought, his sense of taste is still gorgeous. He turned to him and with a small smile said that they still actively cooperate with other countries. They have a high level of architecture. MC asked, the road for the metro mine also turned out perfect, right? Maybe they will leave the castle? He did not want to demolish it. Norvis refused and said that they will demolish everything. He was surprised by this and asked, why is he saying that? He said that it was because the cultures of entire countries were stolen. It's not like with curry here. You can't leave culture where it can be stolen. Anise and Kiara came to them, wearing cat ears, and she asked with a happy look if she left them. She didn't think they would be stolen, right? He looked at them and asked why they put on those ears. Later, they came to another place. He started looking around and said with surprise that fish were swimming in the sky. She walked nearby and said it was a glass aquarium. Her father came up to them and asked if he liked anyone besides his daughter. Noct looked to the side and asked what kind of fish was swimming towards him. What a cute fish. Can I have it? He misunderstood him and agreed, after which the fish was taken out and cooked. He said that everything was as he ordered. It had only recently been alive, so it was very tasty. He was shocked by this, asked the fish for forgiveness, and said that he did not mean it. He handed the dish to Anise and asked if she wanted to eat it. She liked spicy food after all. She was a little surprised and asked how he knew that. He was a little confused by this answer, and she turned away and said that he shouldn't pretend that he knew everything about her. She left, and he said that she was acting kind of strange. Maybe she hated him? Grimm came up to him, sat down next to him, poked the fish with a fork, and said that he had saved her. He asked if maybe she wanted to marry this villain. Bad guys always seem cool, after all. The King of Darkness emerged from underground next to him and said that it was kind of a strange compliment, but he accepted it. He said that he didn't mean him. By the way, is he hiding in the shadows again? He had a lot of shopping bags and said he had a problem. He was hungry. When he was hungry, he couldn't do anything. What was that smell? The protagonist remembered something and said that it was just what he needed. More girls approached them, and Mare said that it was the Five Alliance's special curry, the newest and most updated recipe. Shine was walking nearby and said that she had helped cook. The Dark King started dancing and said that this wasn't enough, that he needed another portion because he was hungry. He started touching her false ears. Liane came up to him, called the master, and asked if he was probably hungry, right? She took a spoon, handed it to him, and told him to open his mouth. He already had a plate in his hands and said that there was no need, that he already had his portion. She was very upset about this, knelt down, and said that she was apologizing for overestimating her chances. Seto came to them, saw what was happening, and asked, does he seriously not understand anything? They need to cool his ardor. He sat on a chair, called him gently, and said that she had prepared a special place for him. He resisted her. Juno came to him, used magic to make a hole under her, and asked, is this a special place, right? Later, MC came to the heavenly bath and lay in the water. Anise came to him and asked, is he sleeping again? He looked at her and said that he walked too much today. She said with a small smile that he talks just like an old man. He called her and asked if she was mad at him. She asked what he was talking about. He said that he interfered with her marriage. It's just that lately she seems to be mad at him. She leaned closer and said that it's not fair. He wants her to say it, right? She is happy because he interfered with her marriage. Wouldn't he like to dance with her? They started dancing, and Norvis looked on and asked, Is he playing with another woman? Nothing changes. Kiara was sitting next to him and said that she and her older brother were together. He took a tray of drinks and asked, "Is she talking about that brother?" She agreed and said that, however, the fact that he had this necklace meant that he was also one of them. He thought for a moment and said that it was decided he would not demolish the castle even after the holiday. It would be the embassy of his territory. If they needed help, they could go there. They helped him, and he would help them. He always pays his debts. He looked to the side and asked, "Is something wrong?" Grim looked at him and said that he had changed. Grab sat next to him and asked if he thought so too. He had the same thoughts. Norvis looked at his pendant with a small smile and said that he had just drunk a lot. What beautiful stars are today. If he talks nonsense, they should blame the stars. On the second day of the holiday, Noct came to the aquarium with Olivia and she said with surprise that it looked delicious. He asked if they liked any fish. She pointed at the fish and said that this fish was quite fatty. Kuklua looked at it and said it would go perfectly with her radishes. He pointed to the fish they had chosen and said they would take it. Jelena came to him and said she had finally found him. What was he doing now? He asked with a small smile. Right now he is escorting the princess. Could she please leave them? She didn't listen to him, took his hand and said that he was coming with her. She would surprise him greatly. She led him to a place where people were indignantly standing in front of a table, and he asked, "Are they starting a fight here?" She became indignant and asked, "Does he think they are some kind of savages?" Rog supported her and said that he should apologize to his sister. She hit him with a hammer and told him to shut up. The people indignantly said loudly that even if it was a very well-made model, it wasn't worth 1,000,000 gold pieces. They should stop trying to cheat them out of their money. The protagonist looked at it and thought, "She started selling a dollhouse shop?" She asked with a grin, who said it was a model. This was the real castle of their dreams. He guessed what was happening, and she called him and politely asked for help. He sighed, decided to help, and used his skill on the building. People immediately ran inside and asked with admiration, "Can you really live here? A castle like this only costs 1,000,000? That could be considered practically free." After finishing the inspection, they ran back out and loudly asked if they made custom houses. Jelena turned around and said that they could discuss everything. Rog started writing this down, and he stood to the side and asked, "Does she remember what she said when she first moved here?" They both remembered it, and he patted her on the head and said that now they were busy with such a wonderful thing. He approached them and asked, "He used to say something like that, didn't he?" She said that he still said so. Lying around and being lazy is, of course, great. However, when she works and feels a response, it's cool. Still, he did the right thing by choosing this place as his new home, right? He thought with a small smile. She's trying to praise him, but she's not very good at it, right? A guy approached Rog, noticed the sophistication of the work, and asked who did it. He would like to request an interview. She approached with a smug look, and he asked in surprise, "Is this the work of a dwarf?" He covered his face with a confused look. Joseph approached them and said that such people will only become more numerous. Considering that in general, more people come here who are negatively disposed towards demi-humans. MC was indignant about this and said with a serious expression that he can't be rude to his artisans. What's wrong with demi-humans? They are gorgeous. They have fluffy ears, and even if they hide their emotions, their tails give away all their emotions. Olivia heard this and became very embarrassed. But he said loudly that this was really cool. Jelena looked at him and asked, "He's not talking about the demi-humans, but about her, right?" He seemed a little confused and said that dwarves are great at digging holes and are quite strong. She kicked him in the leg and asked if he found it funny. The guy apologized and said that, however, he also supported the demi-humans. He held on to the place where she hit him, apologized, and said that, after all, it turns out they were comrades. He said that, however, something else was bothering him. They didn't understand him, and he asked, "Haven't they heard? Right now, a civil war is unfolding in the kingdom of Eldova, the country of the dwarves. The revolutionary army is led by the third prince. It's a major internal conflict." He was surprised and asked, "Is there a war in her homeland right now?" She was surprised by what she heard, remembered who he was talking about, and said loudly that it couldn't be. Rodel would never do something like that. He is kind. Creating weapons is just his hobby. He would never hurt anyone. She ran up to him, grabbed his arms tightly, and Noct, looking worried, asked her to stop. Called her by name and asked if she decided to torture him. She let go of the guy, her name caught his attention, and he asked if she was from the Eldova family. Was she really the first princess of the kingdom? She said with a serious look that there was no need to call her that. She discarded that title when she left the kingdom. Rog, looking worried, called his sister. And he, surprised, called her politely and asked, "So she was a princess?" She asked him to stop and said that there was no need to address her like that. He said that he was just joking. A lot of people came to them, and he asked if she had forgotten how many important people were around him. In short, he didn't really care who she was. She indignantly tugged at the hem of his clothes and said that she had changed her mind and that he should respect her. He said goodbye to the people who had just arrived, then went into the castle and led the guy who told him about the dwarven kingdom. They started discussing something, and when they came out, there was something in his bag. Rael, who arrived at that moment, led the protagonist back to the castle and asked in a displeased tone, "What was that just now?" "You should explain." He said in a confused tone that he had misunderstood everything. They discussed something. after which they left there, and he left with a satisfied expression, carrying a bag with something in his hands. Later, they gathered at the estate, where he said that he had received the article before it was released to the press, so they should look into the situation. Although there are few of them, the magical swordsmen of Rodel are very powerful. The inhabitants live in fear that the king's castle will soon fall. Jelena was shocked and asked, "Is this true about Rodel?" He said that she was a princess, but she was still bullied. Rog said that the dwarves have a meritocracy. Joseph stood nearby and said that if it weren't for him, she might already be dead. MC, looking confused, said how glad he was that he was human. He called her and asked what they were going to do. What exactly did she want to do? She started to leave and said that she had already said that she had left her name behind. Nothing anymore connects her with the country from which she was exiled. Now, she is part of the big small territory. Starting tomorrow, she will take orders. She pretended not to care about what was happening in her country and thought only about work. They went outside. She called Rog, who was following her, and he agreed and said that he had already cancelled all the orders. They came home. She began to pack her things and said that she was not sure that they would let her back. He should stay here and be by the Lord's side instead of her. He said that, however, he can't build models. She asked, but he can build big houses, right? He called his sister with a confused look and asked if they should ask him for help. If Grab and Verdina also help them, they are all very strong. She said that they can't do this. This is not their country. If he does something, a war could start. The flames of war will also harm all the locals. She patted him on the head and said that he shouldn't worry. She will stop Rodel. After some time, she was walking to her country and thought that she had savings that she earned here, but she would have to go far. This means that she can't squander it. She noticed a merchant selling fruit approached him, and he demanded 3 times the usual amount from her, and said that this fruit was just bigger. She looked at this with an upset look and said that they seemed to be the same. She started eating and said it was sour and expensive. She could have bought something similar in Big Small for half the price. The merchant chased her away, saying she was bothering him. She walked on and came across a stagecoach that was accepting passengers for 4,000 goals. However, when she approached, the worker demanded twice as much. She became indignant and said that this was nonsense. He clearly wanted to rob her. The man said that dwarves were still very heavy. She said loudly, indignantly, that she took up half the space, didn't she? She climbed inside and sat on the lap of one of the passengers. She was very heavy, and the passengers indignantly threw her out of the carriage. She fell through the ground and indignantly said loudly that he should give her the money back. Several people approached her, and one of them asked if she was in trouble. If she wanted to go further, she would need protection. They were offering their services for only 200,000 golas. They tried to pull Jelena out of the ground, but it didn't work, and she said that they understood perfectly well that the price was too high. The man, looking displeased, said that if she didn't like it, she could stay sitting there. They didn't care what happened to her. As soon as they moved away, she easily climbed out of the pit and thought that it had been so nice in Big Small. She had already forgotten that in the world, people treated them like this. She opened her wallet and noticed that she had cut her hand. She remembered how as a child when she returned home, and Rodel asked his sister what had happened to her. Who did this to her? She had blood running down her face and she said it was Sebas. Nothing new. He approached her and asked in a displeased tone, "How is this even possible? They only offend those who are weaker. She should come closer. He will clean the wound." However, when he came closer, he immediately fainted from the sight of blood. Rog put a bandage on her, and she thought that there was so much blood on the eyelid, she shouldn't have shown it to him. He faints from a small amount of blood. Why is he like this? She needs to take him to bed, but she loves him like this. She likes that he is so soft and kind. Noct was hiding somewhere nearby and said that 200,000 gold is too expensive. Maybe she should join them? She shuddered, hearing his voice, and he asked with a small smile where she was going alone. People started looking around, trying to find him, and she said that she was going home. Her father and younger brother had a big fight. He asked, "It sounds terrible. What happened?" She said that she doesn't know it, but Rodel is a good boy. When she left, he was the only one who remained by her side. She took her hammer in her hands and said that she would stop him. He asked, "But a weak girl can't handle it alone, right? Maybe they should go together? They would provide her with dinner and a roof over her head tonight." She asked why he came for her. After all, she had deliberately tried to get as far away as possible. She turned around, called his name, and, with tears in her eyes, said loudly that he should return home. If he interfered in the affairs of another country, a war could start. Big Small was her second homeland, and she wanted to protect it. He said that she shouldn't call him by that name. It's okay. He left his last name behind. He stood on the shoulder of a man who demanded a lot of money from her and said that now a dwarf was in front of her. She was surprised when she saw him and asked loudly, what kind was he? He said with a smile that he had reduced his size a little. His shrunken allies said that they were also glad that it worked. Proof that they were connected to the Lord. The protagonist asked with a smile. He was a completely different person now, right? What does she want to do? She called him an idiot with displeasure, but still smiled and thanked him. She was glad about this and said loudly that they would stop Rodel. He should follow her. A little later, the people riding in the carriage said with a satisfied look that he had a delicious bento. If he was physically active right after eating, his stomach would hurt. The carriage ride was cool and fast. Also, the security he hired did an excellent job. At that moment, MC and the others galloped past them very quickly, and they asked loudly in surprise, "Are they moving faster than the carriage?" Also, they were stronger than his escort, and they were drinking while driving. They continued to gallop further, and Jelena said loudly that they were almost to Eldov. They jumped off the dragon, and he said that traveling when he was small was quite difficult, but soon he would have to return to his dwarf form. By the way, he wanted to ask, if he just shrunk down and wore this cloak, would he be mistaken for a dwarf? Grab said it would work. He stood next to her and said that, of course, he could be wrong. She approached him and said that everything was fine, he would look like a dwarf. Rog stood next to her and asked why he was so worried. He asked, however, if he would really look like that. Lyonnaise climbed out of his hood and said that she also thought it would look suspicious. Verdina agreed and said that they could try, but failure was unacceptable. He said that if they realized who he was, a full-scale war could break out. It's not about whether he looks good, he just wants to make sure that everything will work out. Galena said that she understood him. He could ask her in more detail about various nuances. He asked about the width, maybe he should wear more clothes. She refused and said that his height would be enough. He asked if he should use a larger weapon. She said that this hammer was created by Rodel. Not every dwarf has a huge weapon. He enlarged the sword with his skill and said that he was still worried about something. Maybe he should walk really fast. It's just that their legs are short. Maybe it's noticeable. She walked up to him, hit him a few times, loudly called him an idiot and said that there were enough questions. They had to go. He was in pain and said that she herself had given him permission to ask questions. He used his skills to make them all the same height. Noct put on his hood and said that there was one more thing. This is a statement, not a problem. But if they encounter a monster in this state, the difference in physical strength will be noticeable. Besides, he will cover their backs. They defeated several monsters that came to them, and she said that only he should know. She will not allow them to kill dwarves or Rodel. He agreed and said that they will only fight monsters. They came to a descent underground, which was guarded by a couple of dwarf guards, and he quietly asked, "Is this the entrance to Eldova? There is nothing here." She said that Eldova is underground. He came out of hiding and asked, "Get it? The city is right under their feet? That's so cool." Jelena stopped him and said that the guards could be on Rodel's side. He said that for sure. She was exiled after all. She led them to another place and said that they should use the secret entrance. They entered a small building and he said that it was just a pub. She sat down next to the counter and said that they just need to say the password. She called the old man and said that she wanted some dwarven beer and shochu. He stood with his back to her and asked what about appetizers? She asked for a selection and he brought what she ordered. She started drinking alcohol, and the protagonist sat down next to her and wondered if she was just enjoying it. The worker of this pub approached her and said that he felt nostalgic. Only she could drink like that. He took off the cart, pointed to the secret passage that opened up, and greeted the princess. He led them to the elevator and said that while no one was there, he would show them the way. They stood nearby. He looked at it and wondered why he brought alcohol with him. He also noticed that this also attracted Luz's attention, and he stood with his back to her, called the princess and said that just like her, he was an anomaly among the dwarves. Even when he was treated badly, he did not lose his kindness, but something had changed. Therefore, when she meets Lord Rodel, he asks her to save him. MC approached Galena, patted her on the head, and agreed with a confident smile. The elevator descended into a large underground cave, and the pub owner said that this was the land of the dwarves, her homeland. He looked around in surprise and said that it was spacious here, although they were underground. She asked with a smile, "Her ancestors are amazing, aren't they?" When the elevator completely descended, they went on and he said that there was nothing and no one here. She asked if he had already forgotten that this was still the back entrance. The capital was that way. He said that if they got separated, they could get lost, so she would go ahead. They should move in the style of a human centipede. They went on and Verdina asked in surprise, "Was this old man turned to stone?" He looked at it and said that it was not an old man, but a statue. Rog looked at it and said that he wished he could be like that soon. He wanted to be courageous. Jelena also looked at the statue with admiration and said that she, too, would like to be like that. Noct was surprised by this, called her and said that she was already beautiful. She was embarrassed by this, and Luz hid behind a stone, asked them to be quiet, and said that they should look over there. They saw several warriors who were guarding dwarves who were working in the mine. One of them fell, and the knight hit him hard on the head with the flat side of the sword. She was outraged by this and said that this was too much. He was also unhappy with what happened, and said that it was too cruel. However, the headless dwarf got to his feet and walked on, which greatly surprised them. He indignantly asked how they could do this to their own people. Do they really have no hearts at all? Galena looked to the side and said that they should look over there. They saw Rodel, who had come to these dwarves. He pulled a magic sword from its sheath, which was emitting a bright light. He was surprised by this. Verdina waved her hand and said that it looked cool. Luz also looked at it and said that it was a magic sword. He walked up to a pile of stones mined in the mine and used magical energy to pull out one of the stones. A terrifying smile appeared on his face, and his eyes changed, and this attracted Grab's attention. He left, and Galena looked at this and said that he really was behind this. Why did she leave him alone? She started crying and said that she should have taken him with her. It was her fault. The protagonist said that she shouldn't worry. They would do everything right this time. She should look ahead. Luz prepared her bow, called out to him loudly and asked, "He knows what to do, right?" He agreed and said loudly that they would save the dwarves who had been turned into walking mochi. She fired her weapon and said that they could rely on her. He said with surprise that their enemy were also dwarves. She said that she would knock him out. The knight reflected her arrow with his sword, and he asked loudly in surprise, "Did he notice this attack?" Jelena ran forward and said that it was natural. They were making so much noise. She stood on a rock and decisively said that the soldiers of Rodel, magic swordsmen, in the name of Princess Giranardo, she ordered them to lower their weapons. Dark magical energy filled the swordsmen's eyes, and they ran very quickly towards her. She was a little surprised that it didn't work. All the allies came out of hiding, and MC said that they would cover her. He called Verdun and said that they would have to play. She asked, "They have no choice but to solve problems with their fists, right?" At that moment, one of the swordsmen created a huge magic circle and summoned a huge golem. He looked at it in surprise and thought that this golem was big and black. It looked cool. The monster attacked with its fist, but Grab jumped aside with it and loudly said that it was not only cool, but also a powerful, amazing blow. The others began to attack this monster, and he watched this and thought that this monster's weapons would not be so easy to pierce. He called Verdena and said that she should play with their stubborn friend. She jumped towards the golem, delivered a powerful punch, and said that she would destroy the stubborn friend. He praised her for this, but the swordsman directed energy into his sword and very quickly revived the golem. Lyonne walked forward with a smile and said with a small smile that she was joining the fight. Will this monster withstand her magic? She used the white light spell and ordered to bow before her. The spell did not work, and Juno grabbed her, ran away from the monster's attack and loudly asked, "Even her magic didn't work?" Greg asked loudly, "So this monster is much stronger, right?" Jelena stepped forward and loudly declared that there was no choice. Since things had turned out this way, it was time for them to take matters into their own hands. Noct cast the enlarged spell on her hammer, and she aimed her blow at the golem. The dwarf managed to jump off the monster's head before the attack and was unharmed. The dwarf's sword was broken by this attack, and Grab came closer and began sniffing it. He said with a small smile that it was still an amazing monster. Many stones flew at him, and he asked loudly in surprise, "Is this the last attack?" The stones hit him, and he said that he admired his determination, even though they were enemies. Jelena smirked and said that they were just falling stones. Greg stood nearby and said that it was clearly not an attack. Mayer began using magic to heal him, and he looked around and said that it was now safe. The miners came to them, called for the princess, and asked if she had returned to save them. She said she wasn't worthy of being called a princess. The protagonist looked at her and thought she was here to save her brother. However, who was she going to save him from? The dwarves felt pain and said he couldn't stop shaking. He was going to vomit. He saw his father, who had died 10 years ago. He looked at them and thought this was bad. Their minds would break faster than their bodies. What had they done to them to make them so weak? He approached one of them and said everything was fine now. He had comrades with healing magic. They would all be saved. The dwarf asked for something to drink. He heard this and said he would give them water now. Unexpectedly, this dwarf asked for alcohol. They all came to him with exhausted looks and loudly said that he had to give them alcohol. His head hurt so much. His brain was about to split in two. His eyes were bulging because he needed alcohol. After that, Luz poured some alcohol into the cup and he used the enlarged skill. The joyful dwarves immediately went to drink it, and he looked at it and thought that it was like he was saving them. But the feeling was somehow wrong. They were very happy after drinking all the alcohol, and he thought that as soon as they drank, they all seemed to come back to life. Jelena approached them, called the citizens of the kingdom in a serious tone, and said that she was proud that they had endured such unfair treatment. However, soon it will all be over. The traitor Rodel will be stopped by her forces. She will stop her brother, even if she has to kill him. She gripped the hammer tighter in her hand, and MC looked at her with a sad expression and wondered. So she had already decided everything. He looked to the side, noticed that Lyonne was sitting next to him with a sad expression and asked, "What happened?" She started crying and said that losing in earth magic was very disappointing. She had no choice. She would have to commit harakiri. Grab approached her and said that she did not lose in earth magic because it was not an earth golem but a demon. He came from the demon world, which is different from this world. Demons have a strong body, high magical potential, and their character is very cruel. They enter this world through a summoning circle. The demon's soul was transferred to the host body. Having destroyed the magic sword, the evil golem also crumbled. This was the core. This is only his guess, but perhaps Rodel is not a traitor. They were surprised because of this, and Galena asked, "Does he mean that her brother is controlled by a demon?" She brought the swordsman crushed by her attack and loudly asked, Does he know anything? He must answer immediately. The dwarf returned to normal and said loudly that he was finally back. His consciousness was there, but he couldn't control his body. Grab said that constant control over the body was a high-ranking demon. Noct looked around thoughtfully and said that he was right. He approached the dwarf and asked if he noticed that someone's voice could be heard next to Rodel, despite the fact that no one was there. He agreed and said that he was indeed talking to someone, although no one was nearby. They both calmly said that everything was obvious now. Grab turned to her and said that her brother was under control. She was surprised by this, and he came closer and said that her brother, in fact, was still the same as when he gave her the hammer. The swordsman approached them and said that he was happy. He heard this joyful voice. He remembered how the demon had said earlier that his magic swords were the best. Why didn't his family and comrades understand this? The only one who understood was banished. He had already suffered enough. He would free him. Rodel raised his head and asked, "Does he want to free him?" He said that he was a demon, but he knew his true worth. He should live doing what he loved. They should create a country for those who would understand his worth. The swordsman showed them a drawing of a magic circle and loudly said that in the country of Eldova, they wanted to draw a huge magic summoning circle and let all the demons into this world. They were surprised by this and said that if a crowd of these monsters came here, then chaos would reign throughout the world, like before. The protagonist wondered why the demon had the same goal as him. Grab looked at the drawing and said that such a huge magic circle was a threat of global scale, and it was almost finished. He said loudly that time was short and that they needed to deal with the demon that had attached itself to Rodel. They must make every effort to do this. Grab said that there were 3 ways to defeat a demon: banish it, seal it, and destroy it. The first was done with light magic. If you use higher magic, you could send it back to their world. However, there was no light mage among them. Greg pointed to the side and said that they only had a few earth mages. Several mandrakes approached them and began concentrating magical energy in front of them. Unexpectedly, they all used magic of different attributes. He was surprised by this and said that in fact, mandrakes don't have magic. He approached him and said loudly that it was all thanks to the manatite water. He divided them into 2 groups to conduct an experiment. Some he watered and others he didn't. As they could see, those with flowers growing on their heads were the ones he watered. Juno felt sorry for them and said that he should water them all equally. MC said with a happy expression that they should look into it. Grab said with a small smile that it looked like they not only had power but also the potential to grow. That's why he couldn't give up on cultivating them. The second way was to draw a magic circle and seal the demon in a suitable vessel. You need to draw a circle and then lure the demon into it, but it's difficult. Even if it works and the vessel doesn't have tremendous spirit power, the demon might actually take over the body. However, if everything works out, the vessel will have to resist the demon for the rest of its life because it will have 2 souls. The third way, like last time, is to find the core and crush it. This is probably the easiest option. He thought about it and asked, was the core that magic sword? Grab said that it must be that the further the core is from the body, the weaker the demon becomes. Only a few are able to keep their vulnerable spot far away. He said with a determined expression that it meant breaking the magic sword. Galena said it was decided. They would destroy Rodel's magic sword. The swordsman said the lord had to go to the castle for a new sword. Other dwarves ran up to them, loudly asking them to wait, saying they were at their limit and couldn't wait for them to deal with the demon. They wanted to ask them to rescue their enslaved comrades first. Noct looked at them with a slightly confused expression and thought, alcohol is more important than the global crisis, right? One of them said that if the lord locked himself in the castle, there would be no way to lure him out for 7 days. He brought them a map and said there was nothing to be done. They would split up and free them. Where exactly were the dwarves being held? They marked their destination on the map, and he called his comrades and said he had a favor to ask. After that, they split into several groups and went to free the dwarves and gave them alcohol to drink. When they finished this, they came to the castle, and he said that now they were ready to leave. It was time for the family to reunite. At the same time, Rodel was working on a magic sword, and the demon said with surprise that he was making such a huge thing. He looked happy. He happily agreed and said that a little more and it would be ready. Before, even if he wanted to make a magic sword, he didn't have the materials. However, if someone caught him working, he would be scolded. It's because he should be like everyone else. For this reason, Jelena and the others were kicked out. That's why now he is so happy, as if in a dream, and he is grateful to Arobos for this. He said that this is great. If he is happy, then he is also content. He called him by name and said that however, in the current world, only he is happy, and the rest are not, and he wants everyone to enjoy life. The demon said that if they return to the way it was before, they will kill him. He was treated so cruelly, wasn't he? They won't understand his pain until he does the same to them. However, when they truly repent, then they can be forgiven. Then that very peace will come, where everyone, including him and his sister, will live happily. The demon sensed something and thought that it looked like they had rats. At the same time, the protagonist burst into the castle and said that the entire castle was a real lair of demons. Everyone remembers how to defeat demons, right? Verdina couldn't answer this question and broke the golem with a strong kick. Stones fell on it, and she, with a smug look, said that he needed to hit it hard. He rode on Grab and said that the evil golem could simply be ignored. He broke the dwarf's sword with a blow of his sword and said that the target was the core, that is, the magic sword. They all quickly ran down the corridor together, attacking the dwarf's swords, and Rog loudly said that they should remember that they could crush them, because they would still recover. They were heading to the throne room, and said that there was no need to waste strength and magic on everyone. They would defeat the main demon and the others would be freed from control. Then they needed the shortest route to Rodel. They entered the throne room, noticed that no one was there, and he asked, "He captured the castle, but is not sitting on the throne. What does this mean?" They began to examine the place, and Lione asked if he thought he might have gone to take a bath. MC asked with a thoughtful look, or was he sleeping? She approached him and said that it was actually daytime. He said that Rodel was clearly not very athletic, and now the demon had taken over his body. Besides, the demon was expending energy controlling the dwarves, so it was definitely resting. They jumped on Grab's back. He loudly called Galena and said that she should lead them to the bedroom. They ran along the corridors to the bedroom and destroyed the demon cores. They burst into the room and he loudly asked, "He sleeps while the others work without rest, right?" He lay down on the bed and said that it seemed like he wasn't here either. She raised her hand and said that he was still in the bathroom. There was nothing better than a hot bath to relieve stress and fatigue. They moved on again and continued searching. At the same time, Arobus asked with a little surprise, the control had disappeared again. Do they know how to kill a demon? However, a human can never defeat a demon. The source of a demon's strength is human fear. The more they fight and bleed, the greater his power becomes. Later, they came to the underground workshop. Galena called her brother and said that this is where he was. He turned to her, called his sister, ran to her and said with a joyful look that they came to save him. She looked at him and asked where the demon was. Rodel said with a joyful look that he was possessed by a demon, but it seemed that he went somewhere because he was afraid of her. He was about to say something else, but Nock thrust his sword right in front of him. She said with a serious expression that he was calling her by name. She called him a demon and said that he should stop his stupid jokes. He laughed and said that many of them don't even know about the existence of demons. But he deftly got rid of his subordinates, which surprised him. He turned out to be quite smart. He looked at him with a serious expression, called him a stinking worm, and said that he must free Rodel. He took out a magic sword, used a magic circle to create a golem, and said that he was not a worm, but the great demon Arobus. As a reward for uncovering his essence, fighting, and reaching the very end, he would allow him to strike anywhere. It was no fun when the opponent couldn't even properly resist. All the insolent people would fall to their knees before him. As long as fear reigned here, his body would regenerate endlessly. First, he would give them hope, and then plunge them into the depths of despair. They all attacked him at once, and he said that as long as they fought separately, their attacks were too weak. The protagonist attacked with his skill and said that this was not true. They were one. His sword managed to leave a small wound on his hand, and he thought that because he had inhabited this body, he was feeling pain for the first time. Although they, demons, do not have pain receptors. How could he get such an injury? He would not let them die so easily. He thrust the sword into the ground and said loudly that it should regenerate quickly. He waited for this to happen and asked, "Isn't it regenerating? Why doesn't he feel fear? Do they really believe in their victory?" They stood before him and said that if he were normal, this would be the end of it. He should have followed his master in vain. Anyone would have thought that he should have been sitting on the throne, in the throne room. However, his version with the warehouse was also wrong. At least something coincided with him, that he was in a dark place. By the way, who said anything about a garden? What is the leader of the Revolutionary Army doing in the dungeon? He is working in the workshop on a sword. MC called Jelena and said that she should have guessed what her brother was doing. She was indignant about this and said loudly that he himself told them where to go. Arobus was surprised by this and wondered what these people were even talking about. They turned to him and loudly said that he should have sat quietly on the throne. Because of him, they searched the entire castle and killed all the demons. He looked at them with a shocked look and thought, is this rage? Hope? Unquestioning loyalty to the Lord? There is nothing beautiful about it. Pure rage from wasted time and fatigue. Did they suppress fear with anger? He looked away with a worried look and thought that the wound was not healing. He screamed loudly in pain, fell on his back and began waving his arms. They looked at him and said that he was writhing in pain from some kind of scratch. What else could you expect from a demon? He must stop this show. Noct called Arobas and said that he likes to sleep. He likes it when it's quiet around him, and he can sleep as much as he wants. He stroked Galena's head and said that, however, when she cries, he can't sleep properly. If he calmly goes to the demon world, his pain will stop. He extended his hand and asked if they were showing him mercy. How kind they were, he was grateful for it. His allies looked at him warily, and he pretended to trust him and was about to extend his hand. Just as the demon was about to attack, Juno destroyed his hand, and he calmly stood before him and said that he must stop this circus. Arobas suddenly jumped up, delivered a powerful blow with his huge sword and cut through the mandrake. The protagonist attacked him with his sword using a skill and thought that although he was wounded, he had a gigantic body and also speed like a cat. It was good that he was stupid. The demon attacked with his sword, but Grab jumped to dodge the attack. Galena threw the hammer behind her back, and he used the enlarged skill, They pressed the blade of the sword to the ground and quickly ran towards Rodel's body. He was about to strike with the sword, but unexpectedly for them, Rodel put the blade of the sword to his neck. They were both very worried about this, and she loudly asked him not to do it. The demon was very happy that it worked, threw them aside and laughed loudly. They said with a tired look that he had completely regenerated. Incredible. However, they are already at the limit. This disgusting restorative potion has also run out. She has run out of alcohol. She is starting to shake. Arobus with a wide smile said that catching a fish that he has kept on the hook for a long time is the greatest pleasure. Do they think that if they sit quietly, he will stop scaring him? She was very worried about what was happening. MC stroked her head and called the demon by name. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he would make him sleep forever. He tried to attack him with his hand, but he used the enlarged skill and cut off this hand. He instantly regenerated, laughed and called them annoying insects. Verdina attacked him from behind, hit him on the head, and they used magic to attack him strongly. He withstood this attack and laughed loudly, which greatly surprised everyone present. He said in a frightening tone that as long as fear reigned here, he was invincible. Greg loudly asked, so as long as Galena was shaking in terror, they cannot win? Juno hit him on the head with her staff and said that he should choose his words better. She called Noct, asked for forgiveness, and said that it was impossible to completely control one's feelings. She began to run from the underground workshop and loudly declared that, however, she was no longer going to feed the demon. She would now move away and calm down to a place where she would not see this freak. Noct turned to her and loudly declared that they would handle the rest themselves. They should shoot with whatever they could. Even with a bow or magic, it would magnify everything. Arobas continued to attack with his sword and loudly declared that the entire capital was his territory, and this place would be their grave. Exactly. If this was a performance, then let all the inhabitants of Eldov watch it. He swung his sword and destroyed the castle above his head. The inhabitants saw this, were very scared, and asked, "Is this really the end of the world? Is it even possible to defeat him?" Julena ran out of the castle, stumbled on the stairs, and noticed a large stone flying at her. She was very scared because of this, but the King of Darkness blocked the stone and laughed loudly. She called out to him with a surprised expression, and he said loudly that the King of Shadows himself was standing before them. What kind of monster dared to be blacker and bigger than him? He also wants to possess someone. She stood up and asked how he got here. He turned to her and asked, did he come on foot or was there another way? He was peeking out from behind the bushes, waiting for the right moment to appear, because he wanted to show off in front of the Lord. She looked at the protagonist and said that, however, he had not seen it. He was very upset by this. She called him a freak and asked if someone else's misfortune was his business. Was this some kind of performance? He looked at her and said that she was the one putting on a circus here. Her homeland, subjects and family, they were all oppressed. However, she was running away from her fear. He, unlike the Lord, was not so kind as to save those who were not even able to fight for their loved ones. He stroked her head, loudly called her princess, and asked whose country this was. Jelena was surprised by what she heard, walked up to the wall and banged her head on it. She approached him and, in a decisive tone, loudly declared that this was her country. He wished he could hit him at least once. Until she did, she would calm down. His armor fell to the ground and said that this was the right attitude. Here she is, the very heroine who survived in their demonic country. He transferred himself into her hammer and said that in that case, so be it, he will lend her his fist. MC dodged the demon's attack, heard what Shine said, and asked, has the King of Darkness come here? Also, has he changed his favorite vessel? Jelena called him and asked if he can also possess people. He asked he was sitting in this fashionable armor from the very beginning. What is this with her, all of a sudden? However, he does not look like these demons. She said that she will show him what dwarven pride is. Now, he must do as she commands. She ran to attack, and he grinned, called her a princess, and said that she should amuse him. She ran towards a huge demon. A stone hit her head, but she still continued running further. She jumped, screamed loudly, and swung her hammer. Arobas turned to her, and Noct watched and called out to her with a worried expression. The demon dodged the attack, and she flew into the rock behind him. She fell to the ground, looked up, and saw the face formed by her attack. He looked at it and asked in a confused tone, did the blow leave a mark in the shape of a face? She was confused by this, and the King of Darkness said that the face of a god is inherent in every object from birth. Sculpting is not carving. When she sculpts, she must listen to the calling that is within the object. She began to hit the rock with a hammer, and Rog watched and said that his sister didn't like working with large things. Who would have thought this would happen? He said that the size and work with stone were determined by local rules. Everyone thought she was unworthy, but it turned out the opposite. For dwarven standards, her statue was too large. She finished carving the statue. The protagonist called her and said that it was amazing. The King of Darkness went to the statue and said that the color was not quite right, but it looked good. She has excellent taste. He looked at it in surprise and said loudly that it was moving. Arobas was also shocked by this and loudly asked why he sided with these insects. The dwarves, who were a long distance away from this place, saw what was happening and asked if the princess was now fighting for them. The demons screamed loudly and began to hit the golem. but he looked at it with a calm expression and asked if he was bitten by a mosquito. He fell to the ground and said in a displeased tone that there was a buzzing vibration here. The King of Darkness struck him hard with his hand and broke most of his golem. He was very scared because of this, pointed his finger at it and indignantly asked how dare he do this. He looked at him with a smirk and said that he didn't care. The weak die. Such is the harsh path of monsters. Jelena sat on his head and asked, but this doesn't concern Rodel, right? The dwarves looked at this hopefully and said that this is a great god. How courageous and divine he is. The princess is so cool. The king looked at what was happening with a worried look and called her by name. Erebus, with a self-confident look, ordered regeneration, but immediately began to cry when he realized that it was not working. He refused to believe it. MC approached him and said that she overcame her fear. The King of Darkness said that she proved herself not only in front of this dwarf, but also in front of her subjects. He said with a calm expression that he himself was the cause of his defeat. During this battle, her appearance erased the fear of all his subjects. He is afraid of pain. Even if he points a sword at himself, he cannot harm himself. Should he admit defeat, or does he want to be beaten for the rest of his life? With the last of his strength, he thrust the golem's sword into the ground and activated the greatest demon summoning. Magical energy began to spread throughout the capital, and he loudly declared that he would summon even more demons and make them taste true despair. He would connect the country of Eldova with the demon world. They were just insects, and there were more of them. They would start a full-scale war. Noct looked at him with a calm expression and said that he knew about the dwarves drawing a summoning circle, so he did something, just in case. Arobas looked around and, with a surprised expression, thought that it wasn't a summoning circle. He said with a calm expression that they had fixed his circle. When it was too late, he realized it was a seal. Mayor ran to him and said that everything was as their beloved master had planned. There was almost no time left, but they managed to fix everything. The demonic golem began to disappear. The King of Darkness approached them and said that they needed a vessel for the seal. He asked with a joyful look, "It should be someone stylish, right?" He looked at him and said that they had an excellent vessel. He joyfully began to dance and said that then he also wanted to have fun. Where is this candidate for the role of the vessel? The protagonist put forward his candidacy in a calm tone, which greatly surprised everyone around. He remembered what they discussed earlier and said that he would seal the great demon within himself. Thanks to their help, they managed to prepare the sealing circle, but they still could not find a suitable vessel. He will think of something. Verdana with a worried look said that, however, if the vessel is weak, the demon will prevail. Mayor with a very worried look said loudly that she was ready to become a vessel. Perhaps this is exactly why the master chose her. He must seal the demon within her. He stroked her head to calm her down and asked what she was saying. She shouldn't talk like she's going to die. Everything will be fine. He actually has a second life circle, and his soul level is stronger than all of them. They continued to try to dissuade him, but the Dark King, who had returned to his armor, grabbed Mare and took Shine with his other hand. MC, handing her over, asked if everything suddenly got out of control, he would stop it, right? He held them both and said that everyone would clearly be angry with him for this. He approached Leonie and said that if something happened, he entrusted the lands of Big Small to her. She was brave and caring, and you could always rely on her. She called out to him with a worried look, but he didn't listen, came to the right place, and a powerful magical beam fell on him. He appeared in the form of a spirit and said that this was the place where he received skills from God himself. Suddenly, a small spirit appeared next to him, and he asked, if this is not God, then who? Do they have the same face? He picked him up and asked if his soul was from this world. He noticed Arobas was surprised when his soul attacked him, and with a worried look said that he shouldn't do that. He was very dangerous. However, his soul easily dealt with this demon, and he thanked it with a smile. The two of them attacked this demon, who was unable to resist them. He returned to his body, heard the voices of his friends, and thought that it seemed he was alive. Verdana sat on him while he was unconscious, shaking his shoulders, and said that he shouldn't even think about sleeping here. Otherwise, he would go to the next world. Greg asked her to stop, but she paid no attention and continued to ask him to get up. He hit her on the head, grabbed her by the collar, and loudly said that she understood that the master was already gone. She refused to listen to this, hit him hard in the face, and began to massage his heart. Noct felt and heard all this, but realized that he could not open his eyes. Juno cried, holding his hand, and said that he had left them alone, and as always, hadn't wanted to take him with him. The Dark King stood nearby, tears streaming down his armor, and he said that his dead body would become his favorite thing and would live on. Seto, with tears in her eyes, leaned toward his face, called out to him, and said that he should at least leave her a memory. She was about to kiss him, but he turned away, opened his eyes, apologized, and said that it meant he wasn't dead. Jelena walked over to them and asked if it really mattered what place this was if he wanted to sleep. While everyone around was rejoicing at what had happened, he looked at her and said that she could at least worry a little. By the way, where's Rodel? He looked to the side and noticed that Rog was pulling him out of the wreckage and waved at him. him. All his comrades reacted very joyfully to the fact that he came to his senses and began to hug him. The king of Eldova came to them and hesitantly approached her. She went to meet him. He bowed his head and said that he apologized for everything. She reacted calmly to this and carefreely said that everything was fine. She looked around at her friends and said that thanks to him, she found something more valuable. She said with a satisfied smile that, to be more precise, something priceless. After some time, when Rodel woke up, Galena called him by name and with a serious look said that a demon had possessed him. It penetrated so deeply because there was a hole in his heart. What happened to him then? He began to remember it and said that he had always been different from everyone else. He always prioritized quality over scale, but when his sister was around, he was happy. Talking to her, who also liked miniature pieces, and his kind brother, who liked magic swords, was a lot of fun. She said with a small smile that she only understood half of what he told her. He continued to recall the past and said that after they left, the country began to change. Neighboring states began to place more and more orders. Not only the craftsmen, but even his butler and nanny were sent to a construction site in a neighboring country. Everyone scattered in all directions. They were forced to work from morning until night, with no rights, no opinion, and very little pay. That's when Arobus got into his soul. He offered to build an ideal world, just like before, to return the country where everyone could live in peace. He did terrible things to them and asks for forgiveness for it. The dwarves calmly looked at him, and the king of Eldova stood before him and said that it was also his fault.